You're welcome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Hopefully, we're all here, can hear me good, loud, and clear. So welcome to the 2022 Veterans Military Summit. If you don't have done so already, go ahead and drop your name, where you're watching this from, any type of information if you're a veteran, veteran spouse, family member. We just want to get to know you. The most important thing of today is we want to build an incredible community amongst our attendees. We're going to have some wonderful resources, wonderful presentations going on. So please feel free to share. We're all here open, honest, and ready to start. Whenever we're ready, if we could do the next slide, please. And once again, welcome to the Veterans and Military Summit. We just wanted to give a quick thank you to our sponsor, GoDaddy. Without GoDaddy, the summit would not be possible. So we just wanted to give a quick shout out to GoDaddy and everything that they do for us and they're doing for our summit. And if we could change it to the next slide. And if you would all join me for a quick moment, I know that the majority of us are on mute, but we would just like to start the summit off on a right note and do a quick moment of silence. So if you're not muted, please mute yourself and just take about 10 seconds. We're just going to do a moment of silence for all of our fallen soldiers. All right, thank you guys so much for participating in that. If we could go on to the next slide. So this is our agenda for today. As you can see, we have a jam-packed agenda today. I had a lot of amazing speakers, organizations, entrepreneurs reach out to me that wanted to be a part of the summit. Why not have them join in? As much resources and as much inspiration that we're able to kind of emit with our summit. We just wanted to make sure it was as wonderful and expert as possible. So right now we are just going to be doing our BBB welcome introduction. We will be going on with a couple of our speakers until 11:05 for our first break. We will kind of have a couple of more speakers as well as some sessions such as our Vet Pep Talks, which will feature our international veterans entrepreneurs. And then we will be going right into our second break will also be our learning lunch. So go ahead and grab your lunch, grab whatever you'd like to eat and join us along for the rest of the summit, where we will have our second session, which is going to be featuring some resources that are specific to veterans. And then we'll be ending it off. So next slide, please. And my wonderful director is here. Faustine, if you wanted to take a second to introduce yourself.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you hear some background noise, I'm in the office today. But we're so excited to bring you our last summit of the year. We actually had a total of 4 summits that we delivered in our partnership with GoDaddy. But my name is Faustine Chan, and I am the Director of Community and Business Programs for BB serving the Pacific Southwest. We organize all of our summits that we had this year, and I'm just so excited to have everyone here today, and I hope you guys learn a lot. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to my colleague.
And if we could do next slide. So my name is Lihia Chang. I'm the Business Outreach and Communications Coordinator, and I am your host for today. I kind of wanted to quickly start off by mentioning I'm very new to the BBB. I have been here for, I think today may mark like my 3rd month. And so in my first month, my director, Faustine, who you just met, approached me via email and said, hey, you're going to be doing the Veterans Military Summit, good luck. And so as someone who doesn't have strong ties with the veteran community, I was like, well, what can I do? Ironically enough, the universe kind of put it into my presence where I came across a navigation training for veterans. So I said, just let's sign up, let's see how it goes. And I can just say from the very first webinar, it kind of became like, I know this information, let's push it a little bit more. So I kept going to the webinars, kept going to different events, trying to get myself as educated as possible to ensure that we are providing the information, resources, speakers, as much as we can to make sure this is tailored to you. I don't wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning for anybody. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning today just to make sure we had everything prepared. The summit means so much to me, and I hope that you're able to get your notebooks, get a note page ready on your laptop if you're joining us through there. Take some notes. We have a lot of great stuff that are going to be going on. This summit is going to be wonderful, inspirational, and give you hopefully what you're looking for, if that's what you came here for. And that will be our next slide. So we have our first speaker today, Stacey Gordon. She will be talking about business vision and values. A little bit about Stacey. So Stacey Gordon strives to help veterans, spouses, and their families create healthy, meaningful, fulfilling, and productive lives they can be proud of beyond military service. As an American Corporate Partner Mentor, also known as ACP, for veteran and active duty service members, spouses, Stacey is a transformational life coach who is named the Mr. Rogers of the veteran community, a military transition coach and life skills educator with over 15 years experience as a New Jersey public school teacher. Stacey is a former 6th grade teacher with 3 students currently serving in the U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, and U.S. Marines. The granddaughter of a World War II Marine and the daughter of a U.S. Army Reserve veteran with over a decade of volunteer efforts with the West Point Admissions Field Force team. That's a lot. Congratulations, Stacey. She is adopted as a civilian ally and supported by Vets to Industry. Stacey is on a mission to assist with transition and reintegration efforts and veteran suicide prevention initiatives by providing social connection, emotional support, and resources and tools for holistic success to strive in academics, career, business, entrepreneurship, and life. So with all that said, I'm going to pass it right over to Stacey.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I apologize, I'm a little bit hoarse. I've just been talking probably since Friday, 24/7. So Likia, I want to just start actually with a quote that I have on my wall talking about taking a step forward and then everything just kind of aligns. And it's, if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he or she will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. And that's by Henry David Thoreau. And that was a little bit impromptu, but it's just to show everybody that when you keep taking a step in the right direction, forces will come and help move you forward. So thank you so much for being brave and taking that step forward, and then our paths crossed and inviting me to join this stage. So I am honored to be here. I'm going to share my screen with everybody. And again, I would like to thank you for your service and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. So in order to start off this summit, let's just ground ourselves for a few minutes, and let's just take 3 deep breaths together to be present, relaxed, centered, and calm. Breathe in 1, breathe out. Breathe in 2, breathe out. Breathe in 3, breathe out. Okay. And just as a gentle reminder, if you or anyone you know and love is in need of a little extra support and hope and light, please, please, please feel free to reach out to the Veteran Crisis Line. There are trained professionals waiting for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can either join via the internet, or you can text 838-255 or dial 988 and press 1. And something my mentor would always say to me, keep moving forward. And if you fall down 7 times, get up 8 times. So today, my intention is to live by the 5S framework. And it's my intention to make you feel safe, seen, supported, successful, and yes, a little bit silly. And my gift to you for being here today is a free Strategy to Success virtual planning session where I will help you personally feel safe, seen, supported in business and life, successful, and a little bit silly to have some fun. So you've got this, and always remember that you have the power to be a success. So some values that I'm going to share with you, and it's also important that you think about values in your business, in your life. What do you want to live by? Some of my values that I share with you today and with my students of 15 years in my civilian classroom at school is positive attitude, strategic thinking, and family with a capital F. And that's a capital F is in the network and support system we create for ourselves in addition to the families into which we are born. Again, positive attitude, always stay positive. Strategic thing, and it's something I want to remind you of is your mindset. Your thoughts lead to your feelings lead to your actions, and your actions lead to your results. And I'll go into this a little bit later this afternoon with the time management session. It's important that you pour positive energy, positive thoughts to help you feel, act, and produce the best results possible in business and in life. So another value that it's important to talk about is strategic thinking. You know, my students are also here with you in spirit. And if plan A doesn't work out, there are 25 other letters in the alphabet. And again, family, community, belonging. I know that when many of you separate from the military, you're missing your tribe. And it's important that you know that the BBB is a tribe of yours, and also I'm a tribe of yours, and all of my network is here to serve and support you. Again, welcome to our family. So something that I like to teach is the GIVE method. Get clear on your goals, understand the why of your goals, have gratitude for yourself and others. What are you proud of in yourself? What have you accomplished in your business and life? Give to others before you receive. And I know all of you as servant leaders, that's what you do. Identify your spark team. Who are your support networks to boost you up in business and in life? Inspiration, Likia talked about before, being inspired, mentorship, words of wisdom to keep moving you forward. Verify your vision. Understand the why of your goals. Is it life-giving? Does it light you up? Does it just make you want to jump up at 5 a.m. and serve the men and women that you want to serve and support? And then E, excel with efficiency, effectiveness, and excellence. Fly with the eagles. Excellence is the result of caring more than others think is wise, risking more than others think is safe, dreaming more than others think is practical, and expecting more than others think is possible. And again, that is the American spirit. And as service members and families, spouses, families, dependents, shout out to you, because that's what every single one of you embodies. And that's why I look up to you and want to serve and support you so much. And it's really important that you remember that this is not just a story about business. This is a transition story for life and who you become in the process. And John Maxwell, in his book, How Successful People Think, says to ask the right questions. And in this arena for the entire day, I want you to think about what have I learned today will help me grow? How can I apply it to my life? When should I start applying it? Well, the time is now. So let's begin. And some questions I want you to ask yourself. What legacy will you create in business and in life after military service? What problem do you want to solve? How will you and your business leave this world a better place? What natural gifts and talents do you have? How can you share them with the nation and the world? And how could you turn this into a business and a career? And remember, I said it's not just a business, it's but a transition of life. So who do you want to become in the process? And who do you want to be in business and life after the military? What are your greatest strengths and how can you use them to serve and support others? And a quote for you is, what would you attempt to do if you knew you would not fail? Remember, it's choice, not chance, that determines your destiny. And right now, your to-do list is to recreate yourself, be awesome, and achieve success. And I want you to think about 3 years from today, if you stepped into that time machine on November 3rd, 2025, just happens to be a Monday, just saying, what legacy will you leave behind? And what does your business look like? The impact. Clarity is power. So it's your business at the end of your life, maybe when you're sitting in that rocking chair at 90 years old. What difference has your business made in people's lives, in the local community, in the world? What are the best parts of your business and what shows that your business and your life has been a success? What is great about your life and how has your business helped you achieve your goals and dreams? I love that I get to teach, mentor, coach my friends, the men and women of the armed forces who I love and look up to and serve and support. And I get to share my passions and gifts as I'm creating impact and income. And again, what legacy will you create? Now, it's really important to understand the why of your goals. And a lot of times people come up with a great idea, but they don't go into depth of why it's important. Remember, clarity is power. Why is this important to you? Why is this important to the ones you love? And why is this important to the people you serve and support? And an activity that I can share with you at another time is ask the right questions, get the right answers. And if you have the tools to ask the right questions, like the Ghostbusters say, you'll have the talent. So you would write your goal at the top. Why do you want this goal? What does this give to you? And then what does that give to you? And why do you want that? And what does that give to you? And then how will this goal help you feel? And remember, your goal is to do the best you can in business and in life. And there's 4 domains to think about as you're starting your business: career, health, relationships, and time and money freedom. And then you can talk about the reason it is important to be strong, to be fully present in what you're doing, to reflect from your military experience into life. And then to feel happy and fulfilled. And remember, it's important to know that the VA has incredible mental health resources to reach out if you are in some need of a little extra support. And stay strong in mind, body, and spirit, and reach out for help. It's okay. Remind, in closing, the expert in anything was once a beginner. Anyone can be cool, but awesome takes practice. It's not where you start, it's that you start. And a journey of 1,000 miles begins with 1 step. Never, never, never give up on your business, your dream, and yourself. And always ask yourself, what legacy will you create? As we would say in my classroom at school, March 4th, my friends, the rest is still unwritten. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. You are the reason I am proud to be an American. And again, my gift to you is a free strategy to success virtual planning session. And always remember that you have a power to be a success, and I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stacy. I love all the quotes at the end. I feel inspired just sitting on over here. I had a smile on my face. I just want to let you know. And like I mentioned at the beginning, you are going to get a lot of inspiration, a lot of education and resources throughout this summit. And this is a perfect example of how we kind of are starting this off and making this summit be what you need it to be, and to find what you need to find. And if you do need to contact Stacy, all her information is on the screen. And if you have any questions for Stacy, you're more than welcome to type them into the chat. If you're at a viewing party, you're more than welcome to let one of our BBB members know that you have questions. We'll write them down for you, send them over to all of our speakers, and then they'll be answering them after the summit. So thank you just again, Stacy. I always do digital claps, so digital claps all around for Stacy. And if we could go on to our next slide.
Stacy, can you stop sharing? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Lygia, I can't share.
Yes, you'll be able to share. Just let me do a quick introduction of you. I want everyone to know who you are and what we have in store with your speaking session. So right after this, Margaret will have you right on the big screen. So quick introduction on Margaret. So we also have Randy here, who is her husband and her co-owner. So Margaret and Randy work together with C2C Consulting. It is a privately owned technology and digital marketing consultancy based in Cave Creek, Arizona. Formed in 2006, C2C is a full-time endeavor for its co-founders, Randy Carson and Margaret Carson. Both Randy and Margaret each bring to this wonderful company 30 plus years of technology experience. Together, Randy and Margaret help drive sales for our clients and build their brand identity so they can teach and reach their ideal target market. C2C Consulting has been in business for an outstanding 16 years. Small business owners, entrepreneurs with modest budgets find C2C Consulting when they are ready to take the next steps in their growth of their business. And I am proud to present Margaret, and Randy is here as well, and I'll give it right on to you.
Hey, thank you. And I still can't share.
Give me just a couple minutes, please.
In the meantime, while we pull you up, Margaret, Randy, did you want to introduce yourself as well?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you very much. Again, as she mentioned, Margaret and I are partners in crime with C2C Consulting. We actually originated out of Omaha, Nebraska. We've been out here for about 20 years, and we formed the company, I guess, about 16 years ago. So we've had a lot of fun in the meantime, and as mentioned, we like to form long-term relationships with our customers and businesses. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. We're happy to have you here.
Just as soon as I'm able to screen share, I'll get busy. I'll get going. So my topic for today, we're going from the soft skill to the kind of the hard skill, the marketing skill. And I'm still not able to screen share.
I just made you co-hosts.
It says host disabled.
Can you try again?
Now I can. Okay, can everybody see that?
Perfect. Thank you, Margaret.
All right, so welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Today's topic for C2C Consulting is all about digital marketing, which is what we do. And the question really becomes, what the heck should I do? It's really the single most asked question that I answer for entrepreneurs or would-be entrepreneurs. So that's what going to be covering today. If there we go. So Randy kind of went through this. I'm going to go through this real quick. We've been in business for coming up on 17 years, 35 years of before that. We were in IT and corporate. We live in Cave Creek and we work out of Cave Creek. And as Randy said, we pride ourselves in long-term clients and the fact that most of our business comes on referral. What we do website design, hosting, and management. I tutor or help business owners on their SEO and social media. I develop and execute digital marketing plans, and I create and manage their digital advertising. And the reason why we do this, one of the things that we've obviously learned from lots of years of IT is we always want to be able to drive sales, strengthen your brand identity, and we always love to see your skills in business grow. So I'm going to talk a little more about that as we go. All right, so we're going to take a reality check and say, and I don't know about you, but it's certainly true in our business as well. Every time you turn around, there's always somebody marketing to you with, I've got the greatest tool, I've got the greatest process, let me show you how to do a Facebook Live, so on and so forth. And bottom line is, if you did business with all those people, you'd be broke and not in business. All right, so bottom line is, I'm going to go into your world, or where you want to be, and say you've started a business. And obviously the dream of any entrepreneur is financial stability, the ability to put bread on the table, obviously growth, and along with that is a positive experience for your customers. Bottom line is, if those are your three goals, then you know that the reality of that is you look for help, you get besieged with a bunch of people, and then you're like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Who am I supposed to do this with? Many of the customers that come to me have spent lots and lots and lots of money on various things and on various tools, various processes, various people, and they haven't gotten to where they want to be. So our role in all this is, because we've been around a long time, and obviously, as you can see from Randy and I, we didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. We like to keep things simple. We like to concentrate on what works, and that's what we're going to focus on today. You're not going to see, the latest, greatest fads. You're going to see basically what's worked since the dawn of time and what's going to work going forward. All right. The fact of the matter is, there's about 32.5 million small businesses in the US. That's a good thing, but it's also one of those overwhelming statistics if you think about it. 64% of small businesses start their business with $10,000, believe it or not. So that's a good thing. I mean, obviously, it's not a dream, it's not a wish want that is unattainable by most people. The reality of the world is that 50% of those small businesses fell in the first 5 years. The good, the bad, the ugly. So the real question is, for all of us, what do we do about standing out and making sure that we succeed? Bottom line is, where do I spend my time and my money? What works and what doesn't work? And I'm going to go through that in some painstaking detail today. And am more than happy to visit with you afterwards about anything that comes up as a question for you. Okay, so first and foremost, that marketing, or if you don't know, you should know that marketing does take a lot of time. If you read everything that you get in your social media and in your email, you're supposed to do some basic things, and all those things make sense to do. Post on your website, post on your website blog, create a free Google My Business account. I call that liquid gold. It's something that you definitely need to do. Create a business Facebook page connected to your website. Very important. A lot of these things are just basic SEO principles. I'm going to breeze over these, but one of the things I will tell you is a lot of questions I get is, why I already have a Facebook page? Yes, more times than not, those are your personal page. Definitely build a business Facebook page separate from your personal page. Consider other social platforms, but for sure, make sure it's always Facebook and LinkedIn. There's other social platforms that make sense depending on what industry you're in, but those two are the ones that are true for everybody. Post and engage on social media, and I'll go into that a little bit later and what that means. Broaden your reach by tagging people and brands. Use hashtags. Okay, so bottom line is, this means interact. Don't just put Facebook posts out there. Don't just put LinkedIn posts out there. As people reply back to you, or as you see other posts that you're interested in, tag them, reach out to them. That's how you kind of build a virtual network. Use of keywords. Value your pricing. Oftentimes what people, and we did the same thing when we got into business, is the cheaper I am, the more customers I'm going to get. Well, I will tell you something that has become very true over 16 years. the more you charge, the more people value you. And that doesn't mean to just charge exorbitant prices, but don't undervalue yourself in the hopes of getting more customers. Build your email lists. The god awful collect customer feedback. One of the things that we don't do real well, but it's absolutely critical because people clearly are looking for what other people think about you. Social advertising and networking, presenting and interviewing. All those things are all part of what marketing consists of when you're a small business person. All those things are very, very important. So the question is, okay, I do all those things, but there's still no sales, or there's still very little sales. Why is that? And, you know, like anything, it's not about what you do, it's all about how you do it. Of the list, I'm going to explore a few of the items that I know work, why, and how. You can't do all of those things effectively. There's just no way. There's only X number of people to do all those things unless you're a very large company. And because we focus our attention on small business owners, my focus and my direction today is all about a small business owner. Okay, number one, and this is one that's often overlooked because it takes a lot of time and it's not a lot of fun to do, and that is build a marketing plan. What is it that you want to communicate to your buyers? And this is a key question that a lot of people overlook. It's, you know, you ask people what do you want to sell? And they'll say, well, I want to sell pest control, or I want to sell you know, websites. Well, that's great, but what do you want to communicate to people about that? Because there's a zillion people that do websites, there's a zillion people that do pest control. Where are you selling, and how do I go about doing that? So the bottom line is how you do that is you sit down just like a doctor would, and you say, what am I trying to solve? What pain point am I trying to solve for my customer? Then you design, the okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. You design the solution to solve that particular pain point, and then you execute that solution. So its bottom line is, what is it I have? What is it I want to solve? What is my solution? And then communicate that particular solution to your customers. This one is very, very important. I must talk about this pretty much every day of my life, and that is know your audience. Who are your customers? How do they act, think, and live? So I can't tell you the number of times when I have a conversation with a new client or even an existing client, and I'll say, what audience are you trying to sell to? And they'll say, to anybody that wants to buy my product, or, you know, to any small business. And when you have that mindset of abundance, guess what? You get lost in the shuffle. So you have to be very specific about who your audience is. Is it, you know, this is where it comes down to demographics. In our particular case, as a website company, we've learned over 16 years that we are not the right solution for every business out there. We know who our target market is. We know that we work well with people that have been in business for a while. We know that we work well with startups, with people with a mature mindset. So that's how you really hone down who your audience is. So you be specific about who your audience is. The next thing is look at the world through those eyes. And then second of all, when you think about that particular person, how do they feel, what motivates them, and what they want? And why that's important is then you know exactly how to market to them and how to get your message through to them. Build your mailing list. Believe it or not, this is something that gets overlooked a lot because, you know, you read all over email is dead, and it's actually not. It's still a very powerful tool. It's actually the #1 tool for small businesses, believe it or not. It's been there forever. It's going to be there, and it's not going, you know, it's not going anywhere. It's still if somebody wants your product, if somebody wants to hear your message, they are going to read your email. So bottom line is, whether it's a marketing email or whether it's a newsletter, you want to make sure and keep in touch with people, because at the end of the day, people talk about people. So if you are familiar with Nextdoor, Nextdoor is one of those tools. Bottom line is you can see in there where people will tell good things about people and bad things about people. It's very important that that you keep in touch with keep your touch with your customers and keep in touch with other people. Give, and what that means is oftentimes people get in the mindset of saying, well, if I give away all my secrets, then I don't have anything to sell. And the very opposite is true. Provide them with value, and they will always ask for more value. And bottom line is, the other thing that works really well on a mailing list is as corny as it sounds, running a contest, you know, whether you want likes or follows or visits to your website. Emails are a great way of going about and making that happen. Customer feedback, like I said, it's a necessary evil, but it definitely is a time suck. I will tell you that Google, Yelp, and Facebook are the first places, and I would almost add Nextdoor to this as well, are often some of the first places that people look to see if you are a good person to do business with. If you don't have any reviews, oftentimes that means no sell. They will go on to the next person that has X number of reviews. People often ask me, how many reviews should I have? A good rule of thumb is about 10 reviews. You can't have 10 reviews all over the place. So I always say, you know, the best place for your reviews is on the elephant in the room, and that is on your Google for Business review engine. How do you get reviews? You ask your customers. You make it easy by putting review links on your website. Any place that you can put it, on your email blasts, you know, ask them for reviews. And it doesn't hurt if you're, you know, oftentimes people get busy and they don't want, you know, like, yeah, I'll get to that, and they never do. Bottom line is, first thing, say thank you. And if it really gets to the point where you feel like, you know, I'm just not getting it, you can always incentivize with a little monthly giveaway or whatever it's going to take in order to get a new review into your coffers. So now that we've talked about marketing overall, we're now going to enter into Randy and my world, which is really website, social media, and a little bit of both. The answer to the question really is yes. The answer is both. As much as people don't want to admit that, they'll say, I have a website, or I don't want to do social media. I'm just going to tell it like it is, and I say this often, every week. Your website is your most important marketing tool, as long as you view it that way. So if you are a business and you don't have a website, reconsider your thoughts. It is the one place that people will absolutely go to first and foremost. It's the first place I go, even on my customers. You have to view your website as your number one 24/7 website salesperson. That has to be your number one salesperson. You have to actively engage with your readers on your site. Please don't create and forget it. And it's very easy to do because social media tries to keep you away from you know, engaging on your website and doing more on social media. The best place to be engaging is on your entity, which is your website. Understand that social media is momentary. It's visible now and buried tomorrow. If you've ever tried to say, and Randy does this to me a lot, he'll say, did you see this post? And he will have seen it earlier this morning, for instance, and he'll try to go back and find the post and he can't find it. So you all have experienced that, I'm sure. It is effective. There's no question about it. It's part of what we do. Don't refuse to use it, but don't make it your number one salesperson. It's just not. It's never going to be. So number one, what does the business website do for me? Number one, it, just like I said, it promotes who you are. It helps raise your profile above your competition. It helps generate business. It authenticates you. It validates you as a business. It makes you discoverable, i.e. SEO. And it obviously provides support. So you can put any kind of FAQs, any questions out there, and those often will answer the questions that your customer has so that they can now call you and ask you additional questions or do business with you. So how do I use social media to augment my website? You use social media to increase your brand awareness, to humanize your brand, make it relatable. It's a great place to engage with your audience, obviously back and forth. Manage your reputation. People talk all over the place, as you've seen on social media. You want to be part of that conversation. It's very important if you see somebody on your social media saying something, a warm thank you or just a response to them goes a long way to helping with your marketing. And obviously you can also use it as a stream of income. I mean, Facebook ads are still a very, very powerful marketing tool. And I do a lot of them. So it's certainly a very good way of augmenting what you have, the message that you have on your website. All right, content. So we all know there's a number of website tools out there. Some of them are DIY, some of them obviously are things that myself as a professional use. At the end of the day, the most important thing about your website is make sure that you aren't putting the person to sleep, i.e., are you boring to your reader? So write engaging content, things that people are interested in. Very important, do not just talk about you, whether that's on social media or on your website. Your mantra needs to be give, give, give. And what I always say is strive for 90% giving, 10% selling. So offer free content, provide value-added blog posts, give them information, and they will in turn do business with you. It's been true since the dawn of time. Build your online relationships and be yourself. Yes, you are selling yourself, but don't be a robot about your posts. In other words, be genuine, be relatable, and people are going to pick up on that, whether it's the messages on your website, in your social media, in your networking, whatever the case might be. All right. I call these the S words. Yes, they're very technical in nature, but they're very, very important. Security being number one. Do implement an SSL website certificate. If you are aware of what that means, when you go to, for instance, Chrome, and you look up at the URL line and you see the lock, that means there's an SSL certificate. It means that your website and whatever website you're on is safe. If it's not there, you don't want to put your credit card information into a website that does not have an SSL certificate. Speed. A slow website is going to sabotage success all day long. People are only going to be patient for so long, and they're going to it's going to give an impression about your business. Increase your audience with social icons and vice versa. Make sure that you have your social icons on your website and you have your website on your social media. And right, wrong, or indifferent, I will tell you that people get caught on this all the time. Do invest in good photos and images, whether you have a photographer give you the images or take images of you, or whether you buy stock photos from a licensed organization. Don't go out there and just grab a photo off of Google, because if those are licensed to somebody, they will come back and they will find you and they will send you a nasty letter and sometimes a fine. All right, AIDA is a simple acronym to remember when determining how to attract customers, which in turn leads to sales. And this is where the content comes in. Attention, you have 3 seconds. Whether it's a website, anytime you're online, you have 3 seconds to grab a visitor's attention. Make sure on your website, what we call above the fold, the part that comes up on your homepage, the part that they can see, that's the place you have to grab attention. If you grab attention there, they will continue to stay on your website. If you don't, they'll move on. 3 seconds. Keep them interested, offer information that will prevent them from clicking away from you. Create desire, entice them and motivate them. A call to action up in the above the fold is an excellent thing to do. Whether it's a sign up for the newsletter or click here to see how you can make $1 million today, those kinds of things. Create a desire that keeps them where they're at, which is where you want them to be on your website or on your social media or wherever the case might be. And then have the visitor identify themselves with contact information. We talked about building your email contact list. This is the best way to do this. Bottom line is that they put in your information, they have validated themselves as wanting to get information from you. And if you can have that call to action at the top part of your website, it's a great place to be. All right, measuring success. So we've done all this stuff. How do I know if it's working? Bottom line is you want to track online sales. So sales reporting, collect form submissions, measure engagement, and track contacts. So this is all about analytics. And if your website does not have Google Analytics on there, please get a hold of me. Please make sure that you work with a professional so that you can figure out how to make sure your social media and how to make sure your website or any of your marketing is working for you in a positive way. So that is my presentation for today. You have my contact information up on the screen. I am more than happy to entertain any kind of questions or comments or any business you have for me as we move forward. Thank you.
Hi, Margaret. Thank you so much for all the information. I actually have a question for you, Randy, if you guys have a little bit of time.
Sure.
So in terms of social media, let's say someone is a solo entrepreneur. Their business is really centered about the services that they can offer. So they want to share a little bit about themselves too. How does someone balance that, kind of like not sharing too much about myself, but I'm the face of the business in a way?
Okay. That's a great question, and I will tell you how Randy and I do that, because Randy and I we really are the base of our business, and we are surrounded by, we get our staffing from subcontracting out to contractors. That's how we employ our business. The best way to go about identifying yourself as a solopreneur and making yourself look larger is every website needs to have an about me, so they know who you are. This is where content comes in. It's really important not to say, I did this, I did that. You basically say what your experience level is, what your expertise is, and then mention in there that you are surrounded, or you entice your business, or you surround your business with a wealth of contractors, subcontractors that help get the work done.
And in regards to websites, what are the type of like tips that you would give out to see or to kind of like have somebody who is creating a website? How can it be engaging? Let's say it's kind of like a more content heavy type of site. How do they dwindle that down? How much use of graphics should they use? Action words is what I believe is kind of that marketing phrase. Where is the kind of balance in between all the information that they want to provide on their site?
Okay. I will tell you, and this is going to sound like I'm backtracking on what I put in my presentation, but less is always more, right? You don't want to vomit all of your information, all of your knowledge onto the website, because nobody's going to read that. People are very visual. So when you find yourself in an industry that is very information heavy, that is what I will tell you, working with a professional that looks at it from a marketing perspective, it's the most important thing to do, because you have to, I will tell you, 50-50 is about where you want to be, images to content, but the sweet spot really is about 70-30. people are going to, because you have 3 seconds to make an impression, your visual impression of your website is the most important thing you can do, and text is not that. So working with a professional that can absolutely listen to who you are, listen to the pain point, listen to understanding exactly what you're in business to do and why you're in business, they can then translate that into a visual that people will understand and immediately click with what you do. And then you can augment that with some text. And certainly then it, you know, as you write blog posts and those kinds of things, you can certainly help embellish that some. I have a customer who is she used to be a school counselor, and she now goes out and talks. She's a personal development coach, and the way we worked with her was she's very intensive in terms of child development. But we spend a lot of time with a lot of pictures, and in her blog, it's almost like reading a novel, because she writes a monthly blog, and you can read and read and read. It's very interesting. The blog is the place where if you're one of those people that loves to write, that's the place to embellish and put in a lot of information. But your website content needs to be, you know, visual, and needs to be so people can grab it in that short period of time that they're trying to figure out who you are.
So I know we're close to ending on time, but I had one last question. So kind of been with BBB for a little bit, and marketing is one of the top things amongst our Empower cohorts, and even just people that we meet when we talk to them, that marketing is kind of a struggle. It's hard. There's a lot of back stuff into it. So what would be like the #1 tip that you would give a veteran entrepreneur, a small business owner, or someone who's like, I really need to get my business on social media platforms? What is that like one tip and what advice that you would give somebody?
To get on social media platforms?
Yes, to get on social media platforms, like how to like start it out and how to establish themselves.
Okay. I will tell you that the most important place to put your business is Google Places for Business. That is not a social media platform, but that is what they call a local business profile. So if you're not aware of what that is, when you look up, for instance, C2C consulting, it's obviously going to pull up our website and our information on the left-hand side. But for any business that you see on the right-hand side, there's a piece of real estate that has the information for your particular business. Many businesses overlook this. That is what I call pure liquid gold. That is the place that will get people to your website, will get you to your social media. So #1, absolutely positively, it's free. #1 thing to do. Then I would say the second thing to do is create yourself a Facebook business page. So the way Facebook works is Facebook business page, it has to be connected to a page that is already out there. So if you have a personal page, create yourself a Facebook business page separate from that, and make sure that you keep that as totally business oriented, and drive your likes and your follows to that particular page. Third thing I would tell you is, depending on what industry you're in or industry you want to be in, the next place I would tell you to set up is LinkedIn.
Thank you, Margaret, for answering all of my questions. Thought to throw some out there. I know we have a lot of questions, like I mentioned, when it comes to marketing with BBB and just kind of our program area in general. I just wanted to extend a thank you as well for attending today, giving all your resource and information. It was very helpful from someone who apparently has a marketing degree. Doesn't really seem too much like it. So your presentation was very useful, very informative. And if you were thinking about marketing, this presentation really sums it up really well. And
Perfect.
Thank you so much to Randy for attending and introducing yourself as well. Margaret actually shared her contact information. So if you have any questions for Margaret, Randy, or C2C Consulting, you're more than welcome to contact them. And we are actually going to be moving on to our next presenter.
Thank you.
She's actually here in person at our Phoenix campus. She's actually sitting right next to me. So this is going to be wonderful. This is actually Paula. So a little bit about Paula. She is the executive director of a nonprofit honoring Americans veterans and the owner of Paula Pende and Associates. She is a nationally recognized speaker on the value of ethics and leadership. Her inspiring journey in the award-winning book, A Sacred Duty, How to Be a Whistleblower, took on the VA and won, highlights the importance of perseverance for battles on moral ground. Paula has numerous prestigious awards, as we've kind of spoken amongst ourselves, including Public Relations Professional of the Year for her outstanding public relations practice, the John McCain Leadership Award for her veteran advocacy, particularly in leading the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade, which she needs to add onto her website, and distinction as the recent inductee into the Defense Information School Hall of Fame for her U.S. Navy broadcasting accomplishments. She is married to a retired Navy Commander, Bill, and has two sons, Robert and Stephen. She has a hereditary eye disease that causes tunnel vision, thus she uses a cane and aids for visual guidance. Paula is a woman of faith, a mother, wife, and a veterans advocate. So enough of that said, I'm going to pass it on right on to Paula.
And thank you, Leah. And Margaret, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Everything you talked about, we use in both my nonprofit work and my personal business. So thank you very much for that. What I want to talk to you today about is public relations, which is different than marketing. What Margaret's doing is all rolled into what we do on this side too. And together, public relations and marketing are really a nice blend in building win-win relationships for you. So that's what I want to talk to you today about is public relations and how it can help you. So let me get back to this slide here, sorry. So first of all, on today's agenda, we're going to talk about what public relations is and what it can do to help you build your business. So in public relations, we're actually one of the few groups that's a social science in addition to being a practice. So we do both things. We have the social science background of understanding and engaging people and the value of the communications models and methodologies that go with that. And then we have the practice where we actually take those models and theories and put them into play. And one of the biggest models that we use is called RPI, and it stands for Research, Planning, Implementation, and Evaluation. And I'll go into that a little bit more in just a moment. We also help you with reputation management, and I'm not talking Yelp. I am talking about your reputation within the organization, how you deal with your customers, how you deal with your staff, how you deal with the media, any of your providers and suppliers, those kinds of things. And we'll touch base on that too. Branding, your logo, having guidelines, numerous ways of making sure that your brand remains consistent across all your platforms. And then communication, not just one way, like Margaret was saying, don't just put it out there and leave it, but really building those two-way relationships, and not just on digital, but in person as well. In the public relations realm, we do a lot of engaging with the news media, and that can be critically important to you and your business, getting you highlighted and making all those tools work. And then if you have a crisis, we're here for you. Crisis communications is something that's very tough, it's very strategic, and it has to be done immediately. So I will talk all about those things and how it can help you go for the win on building your public relations. So marketing brings awareness of your products and services. The the website, the digital media, all those things. While PR is designed to build and maintain those relationships. I like to think of us as military veterans being in the war room, looking out wide and bright and seeing where we have our SWOT, what we're going to do, where's our strengths, where's our weaknesses, where's our opportunities, and where are threats. So it is a social science. It's listening. That's number one, listening to what everybody is telling you, and then building those relationships between you, me, and them. So here's what we have. We have research where we really do a listening review. And this can be done in many ways. Some of you probably use surveys. Some of you probably use focus groups. Some of you may just do the Google Analytics measurements that Margaret was talking about are phenomenal to help you as well, your social media metrics. So what you're doing at the research phase is you're listening and you're taking that wide look around and seeing what you need to do and why you need to do it. Then we move into planning. And as part of our planning, that's when we really sit down and we say, what are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are our opportunities? How can we capitalize them? And what are our threats? And how can we diminish those? And it's an important part of the practice of public relations. Then we move into implementation. Your implementation is your tactics. That's where you take everything that you're doing, your social media, your newsletters, your website, your face-to-face communications that you have with employees, if you have a large group of employees or even a small group of employees, your one-on-one relationships, those are also managed under the public relations umbrella. And then we take, after we implement all of those, we create a plan, we decide what we're going to do, we decide how we're going to implement it, we have a goal, an objective, a strategy, and a tactic aligned to every single objective that we do. And then we sit back and look and say, how did we do that year and what worked for us? So what are some of the tools that we use in public relations and how are they different than what you might be doing? Well, the first thing that I will tell you is your reputation is key. And I am talking about how people view you when you walk in a room, when you lead your teams, when you interact with your customers, and when you interact with the service providers that help you with your business. So engaging them is part of your reputation. You have to have participatory meetings where they're interacting with you. So for example, at the Phoenix VA where I worked and at VA Central Office where I worked in Washington, D.C., we had a lot of town hall meetings. We held town halls with our veteran service organizations who are like members of the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Disabled American Veterans, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. We held town halls with our staff. We made sure that our staff had all of the information that they needed. We had interactive meetings with our leadership teams, and then we follow up with them. We had community businesses that we worked with. We had state governmental agencies across the country. There's usually a State Department of Veteran Services in every single state. So we were engaging all of those groups of people, and we were doing it virtually and face-to-face one-on-ones. We followed that up with, for our employees, internal newsletters and something called an intranet. An intranet is something that's behind the wall. It's just for you to share information with your staff, and those need to be engaging as well. So it really is a good blend of one-on-one, face-to-face in groups, follow up with newsletters, and having your intranet suggestion boxes inside. I will tell you, you have got to make your employees your #1 ambassadors, because those are the ones that can really just make a difference for you. Your reputation also has to make sure that your leadership team has your back. And the best way to lead is with ethics. And that's one of the things that I'm a huge proponent of. And I can help you build a culture campaign within your organization. And like we have in the military, we all have a code of conduct. I would say make sure that you have a code of conduct for your business. You're dealing with people honorably, you're respecting them, and you're valuing them. Even when something goes wrong, the thing that you want to do is just make sure that in the end, the relationship is still intact as much as it can be. Your customers are vital to your success. I'm preaching to the choir here, you know this. How you treat them is a part of your reputation. They matter. Engaging with them, like Margaret suggested, on the social media, with newsletters, even with just one-on-one meetings, wherever you can. If there's a high-value client that keeps coming back to you, make sure that you have a personal interaction with them. Those kinds of things. So your customers are vital to our success, and that's also a part of our public relations umbrella. So with the reputation too, your service providers matter. And I think that's important. They, oftentimes at the Phoenix VA, when I knew a large shipment was coming in, from one of our customers, I would go down to the warehouse stock and I would just give a note to the person that was doing the delivery. Little things like that matter. There are high value customers. And again, we're talking with a large agency. I know we're talking to small businesses here, but what you do, at a large agency can also, or a large organization can also be brought into your small business. It's just on a smaller scale. So I would say that that's critically important too. One of the other critical components is your logo. Your logo needs to be clear and understandable, and it has to have standards around it. These are some of the examples that I like to show. Nike, the swoosh, became so popular with the tagline that they used, "Just do it," that now Nike can just use the swoosh and everybody knows what it means. Look at Coca-Cola. They haven't changed their brand since inception. And they might have refined some of the font and everything, but it's red letters that stick out and say their name. Having your name can make a difference. And then other like federal government agencies, they often have seals where they can use their brand and put it all under one umbrella. But the brand itself builds cultural harmony. And you need to have what we call standards, logo standards, where this is how you use our brand. These are the colors that you use. This is the way it needs to be used. Here's the size and element. Here's how you size it correctly. There's different divisions. So of the way that you can make your logo. So all of those things are important, and our team can help you build a logo, enhance it, bring your business more of that immediate recognition early on, and that's important. With branding too, we pay attention to website and social media, the newsletters, etc. As Margaret said, those are key. And then again, engagement. The engagement is critically important. And I will tell you this, that nothing beats face-to-face communication. I could have sat in my home and attended this conference, but I wanted to be here in person because I've already met 5 wonderful people that I never knew before I had this conference here today. And I'm so thankful to the Better Business Bureau for allowing us both options. It really is helpful. And then again, you want to take everything you're working on and ensure that you measure your results. Now, how do we do this? We do this primarily through communication, the one-on-one interactions, the town halls, the staff meetings, the leadership team meetings, make those fun too, the interaction with our service providers, our customers. But one of the wonderful things that we found is that storytelling is one of the best ways to make an impact. I will tell you that in just a moment, I'll give you an example of a story that I used when I was at the Phoenix VA, and I have numerous stories that I have told, and they have just made such a difference, not only for our nation's veterans, but for those who have come in contact with us. And part of that storytelling means taking a wide look around again at what's happening in the world, and then tying that into your business. That can really be touching for you. You want to do the one way, which are the newsletters, the website, the push there, but you want to also give them two-way communications, opportunities to reach you, opportunities to engage on social, opportunities to email you. I think it's important to have your email on your website. On my contact page, you can fill it out and reach me directly, and I respond to all those emails. That's important. So communications is vital to your success, and having those tools in place can really help you make things really wonderful. So when it comes to storytelling, I'm going to talk to you for a second about my friend Tom Hicks. So this is Tom, and he is climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. Okay. Tom was a U.S. Army veteran. He worked in infantry. He has this wonderful can-do spirit. And I met him on a panel of people that was asked to select the next team leader for one of our groups. And Tom's candidacy just stood out like gold. He was just a golden hire. And to this day, I consider him a golden hire. And it's been at least 18 years since he's been there. But nothing stops Tom. Do you see Tom? He is here climbing Mount Kilimanjaro. Now, I don't know how many of you are willing to do that, but I know that would be a daunting task for me. But then if I told you you needed to do it blind, what would you say? Tom is blind. He has no vision at all. He can only see sometimes pieces of light. And yet Tom had the can-do attitude to take the fortitude and climb Mount Kilimanjaro. He's a team leader for the Visual Impairment Services team. And Tom does a phenomenal job at the Phoenix VA. So it's those kinds of things that you want to look for in your storytelling that can help make it compelling. You see how the story changes from just a hiker climbing Mount Kilimanjaro to someone who has enormous challenges making a difference in the world. And look at all the people he inspired with that story. It went everywhere with the news media. It was beautiful. And speaking of the news media, they can amplify your story by volumes. We're sitting here, we have thousands on our social media. Some of us have tens of thousands, but when you get to the news media, they have hundreds of thousands and millions on some of their websites and engaging, organizational structure. So Facebook, social media, YouTube, they're all important. And it's a part of the checks and balances that we have as an organization. If somebody's doing something right, we want to highlight it. And if somebody needs correcting or something needs correcting and the news media finds out about it, they want to have that correction take place. But the important thing to know is that they are your friendly adversaries. They're just like you and me. They're people first, but they have a job to do, and many of them take their jobs seriously and importantly, and they can help you remain, valid in what you do and give you that boost that sometimes you may not have by doing all of your own, interactions. And when it comes to crisis communications, I will tell you that what you do each day will help you in a crisis. And for this one, I'm going to share a personal story. So I got hired at the Phoenix VA in 1994. I did a phenomenal job. I had a wonderful boss when I first got there. He was a Vietnam veteran. He believed in empowering his people. And I don't know about you guys, but when you work for a leader that lets you come up with innovative, creative, engaging, different, new, steady items and activities, it can really make a difference. And that's what my boss did. He was like that. So we had a couple crises situations there that we had to handle. So in every single instance, I ensured that we were honest, we're open, and we were consistent. As soon as we could hold a news conference, we did. The first thing I did before I held the news conference, though, was I made sure that I sent an email to my staff because, and not my staff, I'm talking the VA staff of 3,000 people, and to our congressional members, because I wanted them to know before we announced it or it got, a part of the news. Again, building that internal relationship first and then working it out there. We were compassionate. We had instances where, we had Legionella at the hospital. The old pipes have to be, cleaned, measured, refreshed, all those kinds of things. We had an electrical outage that shut down half the hospital at one point in time, and we had to get the power back up. But showing compassion in all of those situations are critically important. And it's important to know your audiences. You have to know who you're talking to because you do have to tailor the messaging a little differently each way. And I will tell you that by building those honest relationships over time, it helped me when I came into a personal crisis. And it really is the relationships that make a difference. So unfortunately for me, my boss retired. We got a couple of new bosses that came in, and unfortunately, they were more about serving themselves than serving the veterans. And I'm sorry, I just don't understand how if you're a senior leader at a VA hospital at any part of our country, how you can't be putting the veterans first. To me, job one is putting our veterans first. So we had some unethical leaders that came into the Phoenix VA and literally hindered the reputation that we had built for the past 20 years. And they could tell that I did not like what they were doing and that I was a truth teller. And what they did was they personally removed me from my position as the public affairs officer, where I had earned numerous accolades and awards for them and have built all these wonderful relationships, and banished me to the basement library, thinking that I would not be able to expose them. But through my media relations, my congressional relations, personal relationships that I had built over time, we were able to expose them. And I'd like to show you what that looks
360
like.
exclusive, the most disturbing example yet in our ongoing investigation of U.S. military veterans dying while they wait for medical care at VA hospitals. As a result of our previous reporting, Congress launched an investigation. Now we've uncovered just how far one VA hospital went to hide its outrageously long wait times. 40 veterans died while waiting for care at this hospital. Now, that would be shocking enough. Keeping them honest, though, there is more. A doctor who's left the hospital says that managers were actually keeping two waiting lists, a sham list that made the hospital look like a model of efficiency and a secret list that showed the deadly reality. Here's senior investigative correspondent Drew Griffin.
It was a plan by top management at this Veterans Hospital in Phoenix, Arizona, to hide as many as 1,600 veterans, waiting many months just to get a doctor's appointment. CNN has learned at least 40 veterans left waiting for care. Many who are on that secret list are now dead. And what's worse, According to multiple sources, the management's plan included shredding the evidence to hide the fact there was a waiting list at all.
We've heard as many as 40 veterans here in Arizona, in the Phoenix area, could have died waiting for care.
That's correct. The number's actually higher.
Dr. Sam Foote just retired after spending 24 years with the VA health system here in Arizona. The veteran doctor says the hospital did have a list that showed the VA was providing timely appointments within 14 days, but that was a sham.
The only record that you have ever been there requesting care was on that secret list. And they wouldn't take you off that secret list until you had an appointment time that was less than 14 days. So it would give the appearance that they were improving greatly the waiting times, when in reality it had been 6, 9, in some cases 21 months.
In the case of a 71-year-old U.S. Navy veteran named Thomas Breen, the wait ended much sooner.
He started bleeding in his urine. So I was like, listen, we got to get you to the doctor. We got to get you to the doctor.
Teddy Barnes Breen says his Brooklyn-raised father, Thomas, so proud of his military service, would go nowhere but the VA for treatment. And on September 28th, with blood in his urine and a history of cancer, Teddy and his wife rushed him to the Phoenix VA emergency room, where he was examined and sent home to wait.
All they wrote on his chart was must have primary doctor in 1 week. Urgent. And they sent him home.
This is a copy of Mr. Barnes' VA medical chart stating clearly on the top urgency that he should be seen by a primary care physician or urologist within a week.
Did anybody call?
No.
You called?
Me and Pop called.
Numerous times.
Numerous times.
And you never got an appointment?
No, what? Oh, I got a response. Would you like to hear the response? Well, you know, we have other patients that are critical as well. It's a 7-month waiting list, and you're going to have patience. Lawyers
Sally
in
kept calling
Arizona
day
are
after
calling.
day from late September through October through November.
71,
Then
nothing.
she no longer had a reason to call. Thomas Breen died on November 30th, 2013. The bleeding was from inoperable stage 4 bladder cancer.
They call me December 6th. He's dead already. With the
They called you and said,
I said, what is this regarding? She goes, we have a primary for him. I said, really? You're a little too late, sweetheart.
Dr. Foote says Mr. Breen's a perfect example of a veteran who needed an urgent appointment with a primary care doctor and who was instead put on the secret waiting list where he remained hidden.
and if you die waiting for your appointment, you didn't exist.
Correct. They can just remove you from that list, and there's no record that you ever came to the VA and presented for care.
Pretty convenient.
Pretty sad.
CNN has obtained emails showing top management, including Phoenix VA Director Sharon Hellman, knew about the actual wait times, knew about the off-the-books list, and defended its use to her staff, which makes this statement to CNN from Hellman all the more strange. It is disheartening to hear allegations about veterans' care being compromised, the director writes, and we are open to any collaborative discussion that assists in our goal to continually improve patient care. Sam Foote says that response is stunning.
This was all planned, and it was planned by the very highest authorities here in Phoenix.
Correct. This was a plan that involved the PINTAD, which includes the director, the associate director, the assistant director, the chief of nursing, along with the medical chief of staff, in collaboration with the chief of HAS.
Basically, you have medical directors cooking the books.
Correct.
The Phoenix VA's off-the-books waiting list has now gotten attention of the House Veterans Affairs Committee in Washington, whose chairman, Congressman Jeff Miller, has been investigating delays in care at veterans hospitals across the country. In a hearing earlier this month, he learned even the Undersecretary of Health for the VA wasn't being told the truth about the secret list.
Were you made aware of these unofficial lists in any part of your look back?
Mr. Chairman, I was not.
Congress has now ordered all records in Phoenix, secret or not, be preserved. That would include the record of a 71-year-old Navy veteran named Thomas Breen.
So Unfortunately, it's just a very sad situation. The journey that I had to take was a difficult journey, but in the end, I saw that God had me where he needed me to be. Nobody wants to be taken out of their high-profile public relations job, banished to the basement, put down there as a library clerk, checking in books, checking out books, logging patients onto the computer, other things. So I worked with Sam, I worked with the Breen family, I worked with members of Congress, and fortunately we were able to stop them. This is not a VA bashing story. It's really a story about those ethical values among leaders. Without a personal code of conduct, things like this happen, and it's in no one's best interest. I feel sad for VA. It's still at a crossroads in many areas that it has, but that was part of my journey. I was called to do what I needed to do. So that's part of our public relations journey for today on how to build win-win relationships. We use research planning, implementation, and evaluation. It is a social science. Your reputation is important to you, your branding, your look and feel, communications, one-way, two-way, how to work with the news media, even when it's a tough situation like the VA wait time scandal. It's important to do. And in all of those things, if you pull them all together, it can take you for the win. And as Lihia said, as she introduced me, I wrote a book about that personal journey. It is a memoir. It's won a couple of awards. Many say it's a riveting read. So if you're interested in learning more about how faith, how culture, how values can sustain you, the book is called A Sacred Duty: How a Whistleblower Took on the VA and Won. And that's the end of my presentation. I don't know if we have time for questions.
We do. So
Let me, I'm going to mute. Sorry.
So there we go. Now we can do this. All right. So as I mentioned, Paul and I are sitting right next to each other. Since the last slide that we have on here is your book, would you be able to let the audience know where they can get your book? Where is it available?
Yes, so it's available on Amazon, and we are going to be at Changing Hands Bookstore in Phoenix next Wednesday night after the election. We'll be there from 6 to 7 on November 9th, and I'll be reading a portion of my book and selling it there as well.
That is really, really great. Really awesome. Perfect timing too, with everything going on.
Right ahead of Veterans Day.
Right. In regards to PR, I know we talked about a chunk of your presentation in terms of speaking. So a lot of our team members, we actually have like a PR team here at BBB. I am actually one of the ones included into it. So what would be like that number one thing for people that are trying to get into PR, or their position is included in PR, and they're now having to put themselves in these interviews and talk to news channels and talk about their business? What are some ways that people can kind of get their comfortability in this new type of field for individuals like myself?
Yeah, so I will tell you that it's always important to have a couple of talking points that are at your ready. So you just kind of need to know, like, statistics. The media loves statistics. So if you say, well, the Better Business Bureau has this many, blah, 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 and we cover this range of an area in the district and the cities and those kinds of things, it really can help you. So statistics are good. With the media, we do a lot of media coaching in my agency. So we teach you how to look at the camera, what you want to wear on camera. All of those things are important. The same with radio. Even though radio is over the air, there's ways that you need to enunciate a little bit more with things like that. With print reporters, it's more of the long game. You have to be ready to answer very specific questions that they give you. And nowadays, with so many of the media, they're just slammed. So they will actually take a lot of what you give them in talking points or what we call FAQs, frequently asked questions, and use those. But it's really just more about being yourself, knowing your product or your service, and then having specific points that you want to use to get it out there.
So I actually had 2 media interviews recently. One of them was in person with the camera guy and the reporter, and the second one was through Zoom. So is there, I know like with media interviews, it's a little hard to pick the first one that you get because when they come, they come. So is there one that you would say is like a really good starting point for someone to get onto, whether it be radio, podcast, just getting right on in there with the news channel? What would be kind of that best one to maybe start with?
So I would probably say a podcast. A podcast is a little bit safer because it's more, you have points, they have points, they're trying to talk to you about it. And then that way you can kind of cut your teeth and listen to yourself. Again, remember, listening is key in anything you do. Of course, on television, you have to look good as well as, sound good, but the listening is key. So I would probably cut my teeth there if you're new, and then move to the others. And that's one of the strategies we have. We can help you and your small business develop news releases or media pitches, as we call them. We can do them for you, get you out there, and then be there at the station or wherever you are and kind of help guide you. Okay, sit up straight, do this, do that, because all of it is important. All of it is important. It's important in how you sound and look and feel, as well as the message. The message is critical.
Since you just mentioned, it's important how you look and how you feel. What is something, or how would someone kind of present themselves, their appearance-wise? Is there like specific colors that we need to either like watch out for or use more? Hair down, hair up? Is there kind of like a how to look nice for a PR interview?
Well, if you're talking about, and I always try to make sure that I'm dressed, whether it's Zoom, radio, television, print. Again, that's just knowing your audience. And when you have, like, especially for women, when you have your makeup on and your hair done, it doesn't matter if it's down or up. You feel more polished. And if you're a gentleman, take a moment, put on a suit jacket, because it reminds you of who you're talking about. Remember, I said they're friendly adversaries. So you have to be on your guard, because I am telling you, are on their guard. So you have to be on your guard as well. The thing for television, I would not recommend busy patterns when you're wearing things, just in any color that looks good on you. And it can have like a soft pattern like this blouse that I have on isn't too bad for today. It can have soft patterns like that, but you just don't want anything that's too busy. And pretty much anything for television other than that, it's just fine anymore, because the technology has improved so much. For radio, it's all about your microphone and your sound. So you want to make sure that the microphone that you have in your computer works well. It doesn't take much to buy a Yeti microphone or another microphone. They're about $100 if you know you're going to be doing radio interviews or podcasts interviews. Or if you're on your phone, make sure, I still use the headset with the lines in it, because I have found those to be the best for audio communication when I'm doing radio interviews. And then again, for newspaper, it's all about the long game. They're a lot of them are writing long column inches, so it can be different from there.
So we're talking a little bit about PR, but you're also a veteran. So
yes.
Your book is about what you experienced within this realm, but can you tell us a little bit more about your experience in the military?
Yes.
Positive points, potential skills. So as we kind of mentioned at the beginning, Paula is a business owner. She's an entrepreneur. She's a veteran entrepreneur, and she is also the spearhead of the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. So you got a lot going on. What tools and what resources, what what, I guess, like aspects did you
Learn from the
take?
Navy.
Right. In order to kind of get where you are.
Right.
I mean, planning a whole parade is
It's
a
a lot.
big
It's a
deal.
lot of detail. It is. And I think the biggest thing that the Navy taught me and the military teaches us is discipline, and it's just like planning a parade. It's a lot of details. So it's really just paying attention to that. And one of the tests that the military does before you can even raise your hand and get in is this ASVAB test. And it one of the things that they look for is, can this person pay attention to detail? So I did that. I had kind of an interesting route to get to my career field in the Navy. I was waiting to get in as a journalist with the Air Force. And when I would go in to talk to the Air Force recruiter, the Navy recruiter was there. And he kept saying, Paula, I can put you in tomorrow. I can put you in tomorrow. So of course I get frustrated. I go in there, talk to the Navy recruiter. And sure enough, he put me in tomorrow. But it was like the next week I was on the bus and heading to Orlando, Florida. But I went in as what's called an undesignated seaman, where you have to you just do whatever they assign you. So I got really good at swabbing decks. Painting, flagpoles, chipping paint, those kinds of things. And then they said, can you type? And I said, yes, I can. And then my administrative career took off. And then I started doing what's called the plan of the day, where we were communicating with all the employees. And that's when I realized how important that was. But I had taken journalism in high school, knew I wanted to get into that. And I struck for the rating of journalists, got in. And when I was there as a journalist, they said, we're going to give you a voice test. They gave me a voice test. They said, oh, you're voice qualified. So then I got into broadcasting. And that's kind of how my journey took place. So all of this that I've taught you, I would say in public relations, writing is key. The interaction with people, being here today with you, Lihia, and getting to meet you, it's been fun. The other folks in the room, Debbie, Autumn, Sam, it's been nice. Since Stephanie, so thanks.
Well, we love having you here. Is there anything else that you would like to share to our attendees? Any words of inspiration? Any information even about the Phoenix Day Parade? We have a couple of attendees here in Phoenix. We also have San Diego, but maybe they can make the drive up to meet you.
So the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade always takes place on November 11th, Friday, November 11th at 11 a.m. It was the signing of the armistice that took place on 11/11/1918 at 11 a.m. That really started Veterans Day, which was called Armistice Day and then changed over. So it's a significant day. It heads south on Central at Montebello, crosses east on Camelback, and then heads south on 7th Street. We get 45,000 people. There's 3,000 people in the parade. We have a brand new Eagle balloon that has a 25-foot wingspan. We have the Sun City Palms, all kinds of fun things to make it fun for your Veterans Day enjoyment. And I would say that if I could leave you with one thing about your business and how, the best thing to do from a public relations point of view, it really is to have that personal code of conduct, that what I do today, and I think Stacy alluded to it too with her quote, matters. It's going to matter to someone. So you want to make sure it's ethical, it's honest, it's in the best interest of all concerned. And you can pull it all together that way. And we can help you with your news pitching, your crisis communications, your branding, social media, digital media as well.
That's awesome. So we actually have a couple of comments in our chat. So we have Stacy, who is our first speaker. She said, Paula, thank you for sharing your story and illustrating the importance of personal storytelling. We also have someone commented in here, hi, Paula, such a great energy. Miss working with you at the VA.
Aww.
We have a couple of people actually sharing your book link onto here, but whenever you have a chance, if you could just go on in, anywhere that it's available, go ahead and just click on into the chat. And then Stacy actually just said again, yes, it's a choice, not chance. That determines your destiny. Sorry. I don't want to butcher the name.
Jean Knighted, it looks like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is just kind of a show representation of what the veterans just kind of journey into a civilian professional life can provide and do, and all the amazing things that you can accomplish, not only in PR, but in your own personal and professional business endeavors. So it's a wonderful story. Thank you for serving, by the way, Paula's a veteran. Again, so you want to put thank you to Paula for serving to our country. I know she'd love to see those messages.
Yes, that's what I thought. Jean Nidetch was the founder of Weight Watchers. That's right.
We're learning a little bit more.
Yeah. And really, if folks, the best place to buy the book is on Amazon or at the Changing Hands event on November 9th from 6 to 7 p.m. And that's at the Phoenix location. So it's on West Camelback Avenue for right now.
Definitely share that information.
Right. And they can go to my website if they want an autographed copy. I can send them an autographed copy so they can order it from there too. Okay.
Awesome to know. Well, digital claps for Paula. Thank you so much, Paula.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
We are going to get right into our next speakers. And I say speakers, and I also say colleagues. So we are going to be having a couple people from my BBB team that are going to be here presenting. So we will have them up on the screen just a little bit shortly here. Perfect timing. So we have Jose Anca, we have Rochelle Petre, and we have Samantha Scholl. This is their information here. They are going to be in a panel type of setting. So if you'd like, go ahead and take a screen grab of this. We will also show this after their panel interviews as well. So a little bit of information about our BBB. We're going to be talking about BBB resources. So Jose Anca, he is a young bilingual professional passionate about engaging small business owners and improving social strategy through a lens of inclusion and equity. He is currently serving as the Capital Access Manager at the BBB Pacific Southwest for the Phoenix Kiva Hub and oversees the Northern AZ Kiva Hub as well. He has a background in financial strategy, program administration, policy advocacy, and community engagement in finance and banking. He is working with the BBB and expanding their position and supporting small businesses, specifically those economically and socially disadvantaged business owners seeking access to capital. Jose has served and worked to improve financial access and inclusion for vulnerable populations that would otherwise have limited opportunity to amass wealth or gain access to resources needed to thrive. Next individual I'm going to be introducing is Rochelle. She is the Community Concierge and Outreach Coordinator for the Better Business Bureau serving the Pacific Southwest. With a background in hospitality and travel industry, she provides exceptional hospitality to all of our guests who come through the Business and Community Center. And she shares her knowledge of BBB resources with the community. Originally from Manchester, England, she loves to travel and has a goal of visiting all 50 states. Wow, I will come with you. Our last but not least BBB panelist, we have Samantha Scholl. She is the Director of Entrepreneur Programs for the Better Business Bureau serving the Pacific Southwest. Samantha is passionate. She's a passionate advocate dedicated to empowering and supporting entrepreneurs throughout their journeys. Along with her team, Samantha designs and facilitates initiatives that are dedicated to improving educational programming, resources, networking, and mentorship opportunities for everyday entrepreneurs and those in underserved communities. She loves adventure and experiencing other cultures. Samantha has authored several travel blogs while traversing 60+ countries on a shoestring budget. Again, Sam, I will be joining along with you adventurers. Be a lot of fun. So with further ado, we're going to be starting our BBB panel with Jose, Rochelle, and Sam. So we're going to start off right here. We're going to be going to Jose first. We will pass it on to Rochelle and then to Sam. So could you guys introduce yourself, tell me about your program, and just explain what it is, and even answering how does your area help small business owners, entrepreneurs, vetrepreneurs, and those looking to establish their business?
Perfect. Thank you, Lehia. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know it's the end of the week and we're all really tired, but the fact that you're here just shows that you're wanting to improve not just yourself, but your business and your capacity to support your friends and family. So my name is Jose Anga. I am the Capital Access Manager here at BBB. I run the Kiva Hubs program here in Phoenix, and I oversee the expansion into Northern Arizona. Kiva and our program is part of a national collaboration aimed at placing Kiva within a small business ecosystem to best meet the needs of entrepreneurs within local communities. So we partner with Kiva to help facilitate crowdfunded microloans to startups, entrepreneurs, and small businesses looking to either start their business or make upgrades, renovations, or any small project that they might have, The loans offered are micro loans between $1,000 to $15,000. They have $0 in fees and 0% interest. So very micro, but also very unique in that it is 0 fee, 0 interest. We help businesses that cannot afford to access traditional forms of lending, like banking, and oftentimes offer business owners a cheap alternative to what we call alternative lending within the same dollar amount. And so many of the businesses that we work with are typically ignored by the larger financial institutions, and our goal is to get them to climb what we call the capital access ladder. And so if you can imagine a staircase where at the bottom of the staircase is your business, accessing savings or products like Kiva, which are cheap, smaller, and then every step along the way on that ladder or that staircase brings you closer to a more formal financing relationship, to where you eventually access either banking relationships, a potential VC, venture capitalist relationship, or even a public option as your business continues to grow. We also help to facilitate connections to other potential service providers in our community or the ecosystem that can help advance business owners' goals and aspirations. And it's really great to hear earlier some of the data, just because some stuff that even I don't know, that 64% of businesses are started with $10,000. And that goes a long way, because when we look at the data with Kiva specifically nationally, our average loan size is about $7,000. And within Phoenix, our average loan size is just under $6,000. So thank you. And I guess we'll pass out to Rochelle.
Thank you, Jose. Hi, everybody. My name's Rochelle. I'm responsible for overseeing our business and community center, which is our meeting space set up to serve our business community. It is comprised of 7 meeting spaces, our largest being the Maricopa Room, which can accommodate up to 60 guests. We do offer our accredited businesses 12 complimentary hours to be able to use our facility within our business hours, which is Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we do also offer 4 complimentary hours to nonprofit organizations within our business hours as well. And then we do also hold a monthly networking event, which we do love the business community to come together, and especially military and veterans. Our next one will be on December 1st, so we do hope that, and we hope to see you guys there and register. I will put the information in the chat as well. So I will pass off to Samantha.
Well, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Lihia, for the kind introduction. As Lihia said, I am the Director of Entrepreneur Programs here at the BBB, serving the Pacific Southwest, and I oversee our entrepreneurship educational programming. I am absolutely honored to be here today and grateful for all your service, and grateful that you have given me this platform. And I would love to share with you the resources in programming that we offer. I'm incredibly passionate about what we do here. As a small business owner myself, I truly understand the challenges that small business owners are facing today. And it is our mission to provide equitable access to resources for all entrepreneurs in our community. So the BBB is continuing to provide these resources and support local businesses. And we want you to ethically expand. And we offer educational summits such as this one, business accelerators and co-working spaces. So just a quick backstory. In 2020, we partnered with GoDaddy to create programs that equip entrepreneurs, typically in underserved communities, with the training, tools, peer networks, resources, and mentorship opportunities to accelerate their entrepreneurial journeys. We focus our efforts with all of our entrepreneurship educational programming on women-owned, veteran-owned, LGBTQ+ and BIPOC-owned businesses, as well as those living in excuse me, economically disadvantaged areas, trade workers, mom and pop shops, and other Main Street entrepreneurs. So what are these resources? So within this suite of programs, and I like what Jose said as a staircase. So I'm kind of use that piggyback off you, Jose, but we have our BBB blueprint. So think of this as if you have an idea to start a business and you're not sure where to go. So we created BBB Blueprint. It's a fully online, self-paced small business incubator. Just like an incubator where you put that egg in it and you want it to be taken care of so it can grow. That's what a business incubator is. So it's online, and we take entrepreneurs from ideation to launch and walk you along the steps each way. It's a self-paced course. It's online. It's 100% free and very easy to navigate. And I'm always here if you ever have any questions. And this program is free courtesy of GoDaddy and the BBB. So we'll drop the link in the chat shortly how to access that, but it's bbblueprint.com. Another program that we have that is incredibly near and dear to my heart is for entrepreneurs who are already in the revenue stages of their businesses. So we are looking to accelerate their journeys and take their businesses to the next level. So this is our Empowered by GoDaddy Main Street Small Business Accelerator. Like Jose said with the staircase, so when you have your go through an incubator, you are taking your business from ideation to launch. And then you would take the next step and join a small business accelerator to accelerate your growth and learn how to scale your business. It is an intensive 8-week hybrid program, both virtual and in person in our San Diego and Phoenix campuses and online. And we are currently in the 7th week of our 5th cohort. I'm super excited. We have one more week before we graduate, and we're even hosting a mega graduation at the end of the year. So what can you expect from our Small Business Accelerator? So it's 8 weeks of intensive programming, and we take you on a journey. And we have modules that are dedicated to ethics, values, legal, finance, HR, website design, branding, e-commerce, mental health, marketing, sales, and several other unique mentor opportunities. I'm incredibly proud of this program, and I'll share a little bit more later, some more details. But if you're looking to apply quickly, it's bbbempower.com, and I will go ahead and pass it back to you, Lihia.
Thank you so much for sharing all that information. Actually, I know, Sam, that you said you were going to be sharing additional details and information on Empower a little bit later on. But since we are in the 7th week of this Empower session, when is the next one going to start? Do you have a start date on that?
Oh, I do. Yes. And I was going to share that later, but let's share it now. So our next start date is going to be March 9th of 2023. I do have a wait list already going. You can go to bbbempower.com. You can check out the details of the program. Like I said, please feel free to always email me. I think we are going to drop my email in chat. If not, I will do that here shortly. But you can go ahead and apply. Application takes about 15 minutes. And we will put you on a wait list to be reaching out for that March 9th, 2023 start date.
Thank you for sharing, Sam. So we'll be going on to our next topic is how would veterans, military spouses, and the overall community take advantage of these services? Do you guys know of any that have utilized your services so far? And we will start back up again with Jose.
Perfect. Thank you, Lihia. So right off the bat, I think to take advantage of the Kiva program, one would need to first really understand that the program itself is not a quick fix for your business. And so Kiva is a hand-up program that offers a solution for you when no other options are typically available. And our goal is for every business owner to eventually outgrow the Kiva program and the Kiva loan itself. So having an understanding of that process is really important. Next, a business owner can go to kiva.bbbcommunity.org for our local site, which can link them to the application to apply, or they can go directly to kiva.org and look up information on how to set up their account and start their application. After that, getting in touch with me is a really great probably next step so that I can begin to learn more about where you are in your kind of journey with entrepreneurship. and how I can be a resource to you and help you grow your business or accomplish a goal that you have. Just so one of the things that makes Kiva unique is that it is a crowdfunding platform, but that actually has some benefits in that you are accountable to and supported by community members throughout the world and within the United States, and oftentimes very locally as well. And so this the crowdfunding allows us to keep that affordability and equitability from access, but it does create a longer term play. We have had some veterans work with us in Phoenix and in Northern Arizona, and because our programs here at BBB are very symbiotic, where we speak at each other's events and we help engage business owners on multiple levels. We have had people go through our programs and then veer into lending or start in lending and then get talked to about Blueprint, et cetera. And so truly the best thing is to just go to the website, try to figure out where you're at with your business and how you want to start your next steps in improving that entrepreneurial journey for yourself.
Thank you, Jose. And we do have quite a few veteran-owned BBB accredited businesses that often come through the Business and Community Center and take advantage of the complimentary hours that we do provide. And then I do think as well that veterans are an important resource themselves for other small businesses. So that's why another reason that I really would like to see more veterans at our monthly networking events, just to be able to, network with other businesses, provide that knowledge that you guys have, share that knowledge, share connections. As I said, our next one is going to be December 1st. It's going to be holiday themed. I will put the link in the chat, and yeah, we hope to see you there. And I will pass it on to you, Sam.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing, Jose and Rochelle. It is so fabulous having you as my colleagues, but also just as collaborators as we collaborate on these resources and making sure that they're available to our community. So thank you both for all of your work and everything that you do to support entrepreneurs and our BBB community. So with my program in particular, Empower, it's a premium program and we can only accept a limited number of applicants per cohort. To date, we've graduated 150 entrepreneurs and we will be graduating 65 more businesses next week. 4 of those businesses are veteran owned. Since 2020, we've graduated, I already said that, 29 veteran owned businesses have graduated our program so far. That's 29 veteran or military owned businesses. We've had 41 self-identified military and veteran owned businesses accepted into the program. Actually, Andre Whittington, yes, I am calling you out, who is on the call and is speaking a little bit later today on the Vet Pep Talks panel, is a recent graduate of the Empower program, and he's an all-star, and so we're super excited to have him present today on the panel as well. Other notable veteran graduates are Jesse and Jennifer Seguro here in San Diego, who own the Veteran Compensation Services in San Diego. They're doing great work in the community, offering veteran medical benefit consulting services. So all accepted participants in our program will receive a full scholarship to the program, courtesy of GoDaddy. It's valued at over $3,000, and the accepted applicants will only have to pay a $99 programs and materials fee. So it's really a wonderful resource and very accessible. So like I said a little bit earlier, the next cohort starts on March 9th. We are actively accepting applications for that. My email's in the chat. Reach out to me if you have questions, and go to the website to learn more. And that's it. I'll pass it off to you, Lihia.
Really quick, can I add one thing? So
yes.
I know that with the veteran community, it's very tight knit. Obviously, the shared history and the shared experience that comes with that. One thing that I wanted to note with Kiva is that there's a function called lending teams. And so even if you're not necessarily a business owner, but you are an individual wanting to contribute to the success of other entrepreneurs, They have a lending team that is made up of U.S. military servicemen and veterans, and they actually have a huge amount of impact within the Kiva ecosystem. They have over 375 members, and each member has contributed to about an average of 39 loans, with over almost $500,000 lent out total since that group came together. And so just, you know, I wanted to share that little tidbit of like the cohesiveness in the community that we've seen shared through veterans, specifically with Kiva on the site.
Thank you so much, Jose. I appreciate that, you sharing that. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly note as well, Jose, that was a very valuable type of input into there. So thank you so much for having that in there. And most importantly too, you have this community that has assisted veterans, but you have this ability to crowdfund for Kiva. And so you can even bring more veterans along and support each other. So in turn, it just becomes a community within a community and supportive community as well, which is absolutely wonderful. We have a little bit of a slide change. Wonderful. Now we can all see your pretty faces on here even bigger. And Rochelle, I know that we were also just talking about how you'd like to see more veteran organizations within the BCC. You actually got a shout out in the chat. It's an iPhone, so we don't have the names. If you'd like to let us know who you are in the chat, we'd appreciate it. But it says, Rochelle is amazing. She was super helpful and always a great resource with the VA when searching for spaces for meetings and events pre-COVID. So wonderful to work with. And I know a lot of people can say that about you, Rochelle. So thank you for sharing that and way to go. It's awesome. Another slide change. All right, so we're gonna get right back into our questions. So we're talking a little bit about Kiva, Empower, Blueprint, BCC, our co-working spaces. So we have a lot of things that we're offering here at the BBB, including the summit itself and previous summits. So what is the value with all of this? What is something that you kind of want people to know that you can't find by searching up? We have a lot of information that we share onto our website. So there's no non-transparency there. We're very transparent, but what's the value of everything that we're sharing here?
Yeah, so I think that one of the main values is that with the Kiva Hubs program, or with Kiva, anyone in the world can access a Kiva loan. But what makes a Kiva Hubs program and a Kiva Hubs partnership more successful and more important is that you get a representative, a local representative that understands your community, that understands your market, and that has experience working with small business owners, entrepreneurs that are going through some sort of financial or even social underrepresentation, and are unable to access certain resources, and helping you guide you through that. So I believe the true area of value is my own is like a willingness to put in the work with you if you are willing to match the effort and go on that journey with us. So again, you know, the benefit is having that local representative that can support you all the way along the way, through interest, all the way through repayment, and then connecting you through other resources to help you accelerate your business growth once you've outgrown us as well. So one final thing too is that at the end of the day, we don't receive any commissions for any of the loans that we help facilitate. This work is really impact oriented, and my goal is just to help individuals facilitate their own success and their passions through entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Jose. I think that the benefit for the Business and Community Center isn't just the fact that it's a space. You know, we offer meeting spaces. You know, we offer discounts to nonprofit organizations and to our accredited businesses to be able to utilize our space complementary. I don't actually think that is one of the biggest benefits about the Business and Community Center. I think that it is the collaboration, the networking, the people coming together to help one another. And it's kind of like, you know, you never know who you're going to meet, what the conversation's going to lead to. And that's why I want to encourage as much as the business community and different types of businesses to come together to our networking events and to interact and yeah, just to share the knowledge and to share experiences. I think that is definitely one of the biggest benefits that we offer, is just a place for the business community to come together and just to be there to support one another.
Absolutely, Rochelle. You know, the BBB offers a full circle of support for entrepreneurs. And as Jose mentioned, we offer the access to no interest capital with Kiva loans that actually helps businesses thrive. And then we have our Ignite sparked by BBB co-working and meeting spaces that encourage that collaboration as well. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rochelle. Were you finished?
I was finished.
Okay, I thought so, and then all of a sudden I thought, did I jump into her presentation? I'm sorry about that. So the value and impact. Okay, so it's kind of immeasurable in a way, because there have been so many wins along the way with these entrepreneurs that is really hard to catalog it. I have seen businesses go through our cohorts that collaborate and actually have started an actual business together from meeting in our cohort. I've seen other businesses inspire each other. There is just no way to accurately measure it, the value, but ultimately it comes back to community, which is what Rochelle and Jose were both saying, support and inspiration. We are creating a community of like-minded entrepreneurs that truly are as passionate about learning as they are about sharing their knowledge. And that's really special. We're really proud of that community. And we're looking forward to continuing to cultivate new relationships with community partners and entrepreneurs, small business owners, nonprofits. And so that in our region here and across the globe, actually. But another program that we have that, you asked me, Lihia, what is something that others may not know about and what you want to share about the value is that Ignite sparked by BBB. So Rochelle touched on it a little bit. It's a little bit different here in San Diego because our meeting spaces are combined with our co-working space. So it's kind of like a one-stop shop here. We just had our grand opening in June. So we're super excited to be able to present this to the community. And what Ignite Sparked by BB is it's a collaborative and inclusive multi-use space. And we, like Rochelle said, we're more than just co-working. We are a space to meet, brainstorm, dream, get stuff done. And we have a stronger together mentality, which I think is really important. In San Diego, we have 5 meeting spaces in addition to our co-working and event space. And we also have a state-of-the-art podcast room, and we host a few local podcasts here, and it's quite amazing. We offer discounted rates to nonprofits and government agencies and accredited businesses. As Rochelle said, it's the same here in San Diego as it is in Phoenix. Another thing I wanted to touch on is our sub-grants. This is another amazing opportunity that we are thankful to GoDaddy, our partner, for. And we offer sub-grants to other nonprofits and charitable organizations in our community on behalf of Empowered by GoDaddy. The grant is open to eligible nonprofit organizations that work to support underserved entrepreneurs through programming or events. So the applications will be open in January for this grant opportunity, and the organization must be a nonprofit, and it must provide direct support to underserved entrepreneurs and businesses through technical assistance, educational content, capacity building events, or other programs that aid in business development and success. A previous winner that I just wanted to talk a little bit about of the sub-grant is the Rosie Network. I'm not sure if those of you know about the Rosie Network, but they're an amazing organization, and their mission is to build stronger military families by developing entrepreneurial programs and support services that empower active duty veterans and military spouses to realize the American dream of small business ownership, increasing financial stability and self-sufficiency of those who have served our country. So that's just one of the previous award grant winners that we're super excited to continue to support. And that's about it. Yeah, we would love to see you here. I do have one other quick thing. As a gift to all of you on the call, I would like to offer any veteran or military small business owners or entrepreneurs on this call 1 free month of co-working at our Ignite co-working space in Phoenix or in San Diego. So please feel free to reach out to me. You have my email or Rosie Cadillo, who we can drop her email in the chat as well. She handles the Phoenix Ignite spaces, or Rochelle. And I will pass that back off to you, Lihia. I think it's back to you.
Yeah, so I actually have a question for you, Sam and Rochelle. So we're talking about co-working spaces. With COVID going on currently still, and previously, it's been going on for a couple of years now. How kind of is that co-working space being utilized now? Are you seeing kind of like a different type of shift compared to how it was like before, and maybe how people worked before? Is there any type of shifts that you've seen now, getting off of Zoom and kind of having people get acclimated to coming into a sort of like office space? Could you give us a little bit of information about that? And then we could start off with Rochelle.
So from my experience, so I came to the Better Business Bureau after COVID, so I don't really have the experience pre-COVID, but I think that all of the events that we do now, especially the larger events in Maricopa Room, they're always hybrid events. So I think for us, it's definitely helpful that, every room does have at least one monitor, which can be connected to a laptop. And then we will be having, as Sam mentioned, they have the podcast studio in San Diego. We will be getting that in Phoenix as well. So I think people do still want to do in person, but it's just a mixture, and it's just a lot of hybrid. And I think for us, it's just making sure that we have the equipment in place so that people can still hold events and meetings and have them go successfully. It's just a little bit different than how it used to be. But yeah, I think that we have enough in place so that we can serve in this new era, I guess. I'm going to pass it off to you.
Yeah, new era. That is a great way to describe this because we are in uncharted waters in a lot of ways here. I don't think we're going to be going back to the way that it used to be. We've had too many changes in our world over the last few years with the way people work, the way people like to work and have returned to work. But at the end of the day, human beings seek connection, and it's great to have connection via Zoom because it still is some type of connection. But we have seen a huge surge in folks wanting to get back and connect in person. One of the beautiful things about what we offer here at the BBB, and akin to what Rochelle was saying, is we have that ability to host these events hybrid. So those folks that feel comfortable coming in person can come and engage in person, but those that are maybe not ready or still have other reasons why they won't, that we offer a lot of virtual programming. So that is, one way that we like to, this hybrid model is kind of the new model, and I don't think it's going anywhere. But to specifically answer your question, Lihia, we're opening this Ignite co-working space during the pandemic, the main kind of shutdown. We were slated to open. So we really didn't have anything going on right after we built this gorgeous space because we weren't really allowed to be open. So that's why we waited until our community felt safe to return. And that's we ended up having our grand opening this summer. We're slowly starting to book more and more events. We have a lot of holiday parties coming up here. And up in the new year, I'm looking forward to collaborating with some community partners on hosting continuing entrepreneur education, lunch and learns, and things of that nature. So please stay tuned for those opportunities. They will be open to the public.
Really quick, I wanted to add a note on kind of like the hybrid nature of working and building businesses now. So with, I've seen it kind of in two ways in related to Kiva and how small businesses are looking for loans. So the first is that the majority of business owners that I work with actually prefer a hybrid or virtual approach to meeting to discuss the loan, just because they're so busy in their everyday lives. Some of these business owners are, in the ideation side, or some of these individuals are in the ideation stage, and they're, you know, working a full-time job and then going home and then working on their business, you know, all night, burning the midnight oil, and then the next day they do the same thing. And so they don't really have a lot of time to, you know, take 30 minutes out of their day for a coffee meeting, in between, you know, driving and everything like that. I think that it's something unique that now I have the opportunity to meet with more people and discuss their business needs. And then two, the second aspect is that I've seen a lot of business owners shift their focus on their business from a more in-person, you know, walk or having customers walk in off the street, and then having a way of facilitating care for customers in a digital environment as well. And so business owners have been leveraging Kiva to make a shift into a more technological based service approach, depending on the industry, obviously, but that's just one of the things that I've noticed. And so I apologize for the kind of side tangent, but it all kind of went together.
Your side tangents are very, very informative. So please don't apologize. I just kind of also wanted to add on to what Sam said. We were all kind of impacted with COVID and not having that connection with people. And this is typically sometimes how we had to meet. So if you actually come to our Phoenix Ignite Center, you will actually see a couple of faces that are here on this call working in there. It's such a nice, bright, different feel to it. And it kind of gets you out of home, and it allows you the opportunity to actually get to see people. You can have meetings in there. You can have like a quick get to know each other in there too. And you get to meet the BBB team, which is awesome. So that connection with community and the connection with coworkers and the connection with the professional type of networking that you are able to utilize with Ignite as well as BCC is absolutely wonderful. And because of your tangent, Jose, I actually have a question for you. So as I've kind of mentioned throughout the summit, I'm pretty new to BBB. And when I met with Jose, Kiva sounded way too good to be true. To be honest, I was like, what's the catch? There has to be a catch. And so I know the loans themselves are zero interest. Can you kind of explain like how that is zero interest and kind of give us some info on that?
Yeah, of course. That's a great question. So the way that it works, Kiva is kind of a unique platform. And so Kiva started in 2005 as the world's first personal microlending website, which is just a fancy way of saying crowdfunding. And so the way that it works is Kiva helps facilitate funds from individuals and gives business owners a place to create a profile, manage a kind of connection and their application all in one area. And then individuals on the site, which we call lenders, they create a application. They can put funds into a PayPal account to then deposit into these campaigns for these business owners. And so there's a separation of the funds. Kiva has worked out a partnership with PayPal to make sure that everything is fee-free for the individual facilitating that investment into a business owner, and then for that business owner receiving those funds. So if you take a look at like other crowdfunding platforms, they tend to take a percentage of the crowdfunding amount off the top. But with Kiva, because it's impact forward and with the intention of supporting underserved or underrepresented entrepreneurs, they seek funding from, you know, municipalities, governments, larger banking institutions that want to make an impact, other nonprofits that want to make an impact. And these organizations pay the way so that entrepreneurs have a means of building themselves back up. Just because when you are at a point where, you know, it's very easy to lose points on your credit score, and it's incredibly difficult to build that back up. And so with that understanding, Kiva has put together an ecosystem or a collaboration mechanism so that organizations that have a vested interest in the success of entrepreneurs can pay the way so that entrepreneurs have access to capital without having to pay astronomical fees. And so that's really how it works. It's only through the collaboration and partnership between multiple organizations that it's able to be possible to meet that zero interest, zero fee loan.
I promise you, every time that we talk about Kiva, I kind of always have like the totally get it. And then it just surprises me every time that I hear about it, to have that kind of aspect to it of having the alums themselves to have zero interest is kind of a crazy thought in this day and age, but it's so awesome that you help individuals through the application process and you give them all this information, because it helps people feel secure in knowing, kind of like myself, it's not too good to be true. It's actually here, and it's actually a possibility for someone's organization. Helping out with BCC, providing the education that you get through Empower, as well as having the ability to come into Ignite in Phoenix and San Diego and to co-work and to kind of keep flourishing as you're going through all of your guys' program areas and services and resources that you provide. So I will actually be going into our last question of the panel is, what do our attendees need to do in order to utilize your service or be in your program? I know with Empower, there is a wait list, but once you're off of that wait list and you're able to get into Empower, how does that process go? And Rochelle, are people able to kind of walk into BCC and talk to you directly? Do they get a guided tour or an ability to kind of see the meeting spaces before committing? And Jose, kind of with the Kiva process, it's crazy. Like I said, just reminding me of it is just a crazy aspect to it of how wonderful it is. Does an application need to be applied first? Do they need to contact you first? Loaded question, informational question though. And we will start right back off with you, Jose.
Perfect. So as I mentioned earlier, I think the first step really is making sure that you are ready to take on some sort of debt, or making sure that you at least have a plan of action on how you want to use a potential loan. After that, the next step is just go ahead and go to our website or send me an email directly, and we can set up some time to discuss, your business, where you're at, and then what your goals are, and see if Kiva is a really good fit for you. So you can go to kiva.bbbcommunity.org, or you can visit kiva.org directly for the application. But if you want to discuss things first, I have a virtual calendar that you can put some time on. I'm always, willing to make some time for anybody. Most of the time, if you're an individual who is open to communication, is willing to answer questions and be in a kind of space where you understand that you need to put a little bit of work, I usually share my personal number with you so that if you have any questions with the Kiva process, you can just reach out to me directly. It's probably quicker. And so if you want to start a conversation, you can shoot me an email at jose.anca@bbbcommunity.org, and then we can get that process started for you.
And then to make a reservation at our Business and Community Center, that can be done online at bbb.org. If you go to meeting space and events, there is an option to submit a reservation request form. So I will put the link in the chat. You can also reach out to reservations@bbb.org if you do have any questions, or you can reach out to myself. Again, I will put that information in the chat. And if you would like to take a tour of our Business and Community Center, that is something that we would absolutely love and encourage. Ideally, it is better if you, could get a time pinned down, just because sometimes we do have events going on, so you may not be able to see all of the rooms. But if we can arrange it and get it on our calendar, then I can, make sure that you'll have full access to view all of those rooms. So I will go ahead and put that information in the chat, and I'm going to pass it off to you, Sam.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rochelle and Jose. I'm also going to drop a huge, a bunch of information.
Sam, you're muted.
Oh, that's fun. All right. I just said I was about to drop a bunch of information in the chat too. It looks like maybe the hyperlinks didn't go through, but so there are a lot of ways to get in touch with us here in San Diego. The Empowered by GoDaddy Small Business Accelerator wants to know how the process goes. So the way that we select our candidates for the accelerator program is you would apply online at www.bbbempower.com. Once we have your application, and please note, if you do apply between now and the new year, we aren't going to be reaching out to schedule interviews until probably mid-January. So don't worry if we don't reach out to you. We are still in the process of completing this cohort, and we have graduation and stuff, but you will be on that wait list and will be prioritized. So once you submit an application for the accelerator, we will schedule an interview with you. So the interview is a 15-minute phone interview. We just get to know a little bit more about you and your business. And then we will start accepting applicants. And like we said, it's a scholarship worth over $3,000. All accepted applicants do not have to pay because GoDaddy has been wonderful enough to provide that scholarship opportunity. The cohort will start on March 9th. It will run for 10 weeks, and we will meet Thursday nights virtually, and we will have another in-person opportunity one day during the week. We're still fleshing out those details right now. But just so you know, just know that it starts on March 9th. If you do apply between now and sometime in the beginning of January, please don't expect a reach out necessarily until probably the first week in January. We'll start setting up those interview processes. BBB Blueprint, the online business accelerator, it takes literally a minute to sign up. You go online, www.bbblueprint.com, and you are in the system, and you can just take any of the courses at your leisure. It's 100% free. Absolutely amazing and valuable resources in there on how to set up a business plan, how to set up a business bank account, basic website classes and sessions and branding. So that's a beautiful thing. And that's a self-paced online incubator. You can kind of select and choose what courses make most sense for you. And as far as our Ignite co-working meeting destination, I did put Karen's email in there as well. Karen Bryant is our community concierge here in San Diego, and she is overseeing our Ignite spaces along with myself. And so we coordinate all those meeting spaces. So you can reach out to Karen or myself to schedule a tour. We would love to show you the space. If you'd like to take advantage of the 1 month of free co-working that I offered you, please don't hesitate to reach out to us today as well for that. And I'm trying to think of what else. The sub-grant opportunities, you have to be a nonprofit and follow the rules and guidelines that I mentioned earlier to qualify. But if you're interested in that as well, you can reach out to Rosie and she can supply you with that information. I think those grant opportunities should be coming out in January or sometime early 2023 as well. So those are some of the ways to get in contact with us. We are always looking for ways to partner with our community. If you want to reach out to me and talk about collaboration opportunities, please feel free to do that. I'm always available. I'm always looking forward to connecting with other entrepreneurs and organizations in our community to see what kind of an impact that we can have. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose, Rochelle, and Sam for sharing all that information. I know our audience really liked it. We actually have Michael, who just commented into the chat. Sorry if I missed it before. Will the info in the chat be sent out by email as well? So he is actually running off a cell phone and listening it into the summit in his truck. So you know that this information is great if he is going. Shout out to you, Michael, listening in his truck. So yes, the information will be sent out via email. Sam did send out a mass chat here if you guys would like to get a screen grab of it just for today. But yes, the information will be sent out. And again, this is misspelling on here. So it is not the Vet Pep Talks. It is the BBB resource panel with Jose, who oversees Kiva, Rochelle, who oversees the BCC here in Phoenix, and Samantha Scholl, who oversees Empowered by GoDaddy, also manages Ignite and a whole bunch of other stuff in our San Diego campus. So with all of that said, we have a couple more chats. Stacy said, wow, what a terrific wealth of knowledge and opportunity. That Empower, the Ignite co-working space is definitely going to be utilized. And Valerie said, thank you, lots of info shared. So I think a lot of people sometimes don't know what BBB has to offer. So it's great to kind of be able to chat and to get that outreach out there that we do things like this. And we have a lot of incredible resources that we do offer. So thank you again, Jose, Rochelle, and Sam for being here today and kind of representing BBB. And as we go on to our next slide, we are actually going to be taking a quick break. So you heard about marketing, SEO, digital marketing, PR, business vision, about BBB. So we have a wealth of information. So go ahead and take a walk, get something to drink, something to eat, and just take it easy, go over your notes, and we will see you here at 11:15. Thank you guys so much.
Thank
1,000 team members and 30
This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you. And 30 workspaces across 4 continents. Prior to joining GoDaddy, Jason served 17 years in various roles with the U.S. government as an Air Force Space Operations Officer and as a special agent with both diplomatic security and homeland security investigations. So thank you, Jason, for your service to our country, and thank you for being here today. I will pass it right over to you to share all your information.
Well, thanks. Happy to be here again. This is the second time I've done this, so I guess the first one wasn't horrible. I'll apologize to everybody in advance. I'm coming off of whatever cold's going around, and it's clearly the best week in Philadelphia sports history, so I might be a little bit hoarse from screaming at my TV, and I'll be doing that again tonight. So go Eagles and Phillies. But today, like I said, what we'd love to talk about is how to build a resilient organization and take some lessons learned from the corporate side and how they can apply to small business. So I am going to share my screen, and I want to make sure that as I share my screen, I'm not giving away all my secrets. I put some animation on here, so now I have to figure out, okay, here we go. All right. Sorry, you guys, I think you're going to see my joke because I don't know how to share my screen. And then let me do this. There we go. Okay. Does that work? Can everybody see the presentation now?
We can, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So like I said, we're going to talk about how to build resilience in this dynamic world, right? That's one thing that we know that isn't changing. Lots of things have happened even prior to COVID, but in my experience at GoDaddy, I've been here about 7 years. We dealt with, wildfires, severe weather, workplace violence issues. The war in the Ukraine has been significantly impactful. The supply chain issues and many other smaller little things. I have a picture up here that, I'll show you guys a little bit later, we'll talk about, but if anybody knows, be prepared to answer what that picture represents and how it applies here. First joke of the day, hopefully it goes over well, but I will have a version available in crayon for all of our Marines in the room afterwards, but no crayons to eat. Sorry, can't help you there. What are we going to talk about today? First off, why me? Like, why am I here? What am I prepared to do? How can I, what have I done in my past that'll make help? We're going to define resilience, which I think is really important. But for the military veterans in the room, I'm going to show you what this sounds like. We'll talk about how we do resilience in a large enterprise, and then more importantly, how you can apply it to small business, and finish off with some lessons learned and some resources. And if we have time at the end, happy to take questions. If we don't get to all the questions, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, and happy to chat afterwards. Like I said, this is the second time I've done this talk, and the first one, I was trying to effectively take a lot of the lessons that I learned in the military and in my government service and how I applied them here. So at the end of the day, it's a much different audience here. Most of you are already going to have those foundational elements. So if nothing else, what I hope you take away today is the confidence that what you learned in the military applies to small business, and maybe I can help you translate it a bit because I know I've relied heavily on it in my time. And so don't worry, right? We got this. As we talked about, I've been at GoDaddy for about 7 years. Prior to that, worked for the government. Was in the Air Force for 5 years. Went to school a bunch. Thank you, GI Bill. Appreciate that. And really, I think what's important to talk about here is that the lessons that I learned in the military can apply. And really, what I want to show is, I don't, everybody probably went to some form of basic training or an academy or ROTC or something of that nature. And in the beginning, when I got to officer training school at Maxwell Air Force Base, they gave me this little white book. And in this little white book, every time we had a free minute and free second, we're standing still, we had to open it up and memorize things within it. We had to memorize things like, the Air Force mission, the Air Force vision, the core values, Colin Powell's 13 rules of leadership. And I complained about it at the time, right? Didn't recognize that you don't know how good it is until you get to an organization that doesn't provide you with a mission, a vision, and core values. And one of the things that we'll talk about here is, those principles are kind of foundational elements for being able to respond in a crisis and be able to create a resilient organization. So always, always, always revert back to that knowledge that you had. And like I said, hopefully the takeaway today isn't that I'm going to teach you anything new, but show you how to apply those things that we learned in the military and how they're still relevant today. The big takeaway and what I shared, with the prior group was Colin Powell has 13 rules of leadership. I think that they apply to crisis management and resilient organizations. And if you're not familiar with them, I encourage you to look them up, read them. The first one is really the biggest. It ain't as bad as you think, and it'll look better in the morning. I think that's really, really helpful. But what I've done is I've tried to boil it down to one rule. And really, to be successful in a crisis, everybody has to do their job. And being able to do their job is dependent on a couple of things. And I think these tasks below are actually the most important pieces. First off, right, in order to do your job, you have to know what your job is. You have to know what the plan is. And beyond the plan, you have to know what everybody else's job is, because you have to trust the team to execute. One thing that I often find in a crisis is if the left hand and the right hand don't know what they're doing, the person on the right all of a sudden gets concerned that nothing's happening on the left, and then they stop doing their job and go over and work on the other piece. But by understanding the larger plan and trusting the team to execute, you can be successful. And that last part is really about how to communicate. During a crisis, communicating what's most important. Again, we can fall back on our military experience here, but anybody that's ever had to talk on a radio net probably learned that valuable lesson about there's an order of operations, right? We want to think, we want to push the button, and then we want to speak. And we've probably all heard people do it in different ways. And those lessons about emergency communications, they apply. They apply to face-to-face engagements in a crisis. If you're collaborating, asynchronously with something like Microsoft Teams or Slack or text messages, understanding how to communicate is a critical skill set. So definitions. What is operational resilience? Even in my own professional career, where I work with lots of folks in this industry, we all define it a little bit differently. What I think of is operational resilience is that full spectrum that you see at the bottom. It goes all the way through from business continuity planning up to crisis management and recovery operations. So think about it in terms of understanding your risk environment, knowing the things that are most likely to occur, probability and impact, preparation, plan and train for the highest probability and highest impact items. Also, put in measures that can stop things from happening and or reduce the impact of things when they happen. Response, have basic incident management plans so that you're able to respond quickly. And then recovery. The goal here, and the goal every time, is always about getting back to normal as fast as possible. Everything in a resilient organization is about pushing things as far to the left as possible here, and making sure that, you can handle incidents, you can stop an incident from happening, you can reduce the impact of an incident so that it doesn't become a crisis. And if it does become a crisis, you can respond quickly and effectively so that you can recover back to normal operations. Really, the principles and the takeaways here are you have to fully understand the risk environment. You want to appropriately allocate your resources to prevent or reduce the impact. You can't overinvest. You have to work to resolve issues at the lowest possible level, and that's always aided through planning and preparation. And you want to be able to surge resources when you have them, when the situation exceeds the needs and resources of your plans. I talk a lot in my job about the role of corporate security. And, the big thing here is companies don't exist to be secure. They exist to make money. And the analogy or the story that I use to explain, to my team and how I want them to interact with the business. So if anybody here is a parent, this hopefully applies. But, when you have a toddler, like an 18-month-old, and, their head is big, but their feet are fast and they are running, but they're a little bit wobbly, a little bit out of control. You don't want to slow them down. You want them to learn, you want them to iterate, you want them to go fast as possible. But at the end of the day, you also don't want them to fall down the stairs, right? Scraping your knee is acceptable. Falling down the stairs is not acceptable. And what I talk about is our organization, what we try to do is be that parent, not the helicopter parent, but the parent behind the toddler that keeps their head up and looks, is the stairs coming? Is the edge of the coffee table there that they're going to fall and hit their head? Is there some other hazard that's unacceptable that we have to either just nudge them away from or maybe pad, right? And that's how I think about this stuff in this world. Now, for everybody that's ever been in the military, this shouldn't be unfamiliar, right? At the end of the day, this is operational risk management. And what I've done is I've fallen back on a lot of these lessons learned to do it. And if you're not familiar with operational risk management, I put some of the basics in here, but basically it's always going to be about that risk assessment, making a decision, implementing effective controls. All while doing that, you accept the risk when it outweighs the cost, right? There's three things that you can do, even as a small business with a risk. You can accept it, you can mitigate it, or you can transfer it. Transferring it is often through things like insurance or contracts, things like that, third-party engagements. But accept it when the risk outweighs the cost. Accept no unnecessary risk. Anticipate and manage risk by planning, make risk decisions at the right level, and then how to do it. There's things that you're going to have to do in the moment and respond appropriately, immediately. There's things that you can be more deliberate about, and then there's the things that you can do over time. Now, I think the big difference, if anybody has experience in ORM in the military, is, life in the military can be inherently dangerous. Flying a fighter jet in training, jumping out of a perfectly good airplane, operating an armored vehicle, right? Any of those things, just going to the range, they're inherently dangerous. So you don't want to accept any unnecessary risks in training. And obviously, a lot of those things go out the window in real world operations downrange. But the thing is, with business, you're always going to accept risk as well. The job may not be as inherently dangerous. And so you want to be a bit lighter of your touch with ORM, right? If you've had to use ORM in the military, it is going to be every aspect of everything that you've ever had to do. And probably at least a 3-page form that you have to fill out with all of your controls. Right? That's not realistic, and especially not in a small business. But it is a good foundational element for people to rely on, to be able to go forward. Sorry, I'm just taking a quick peek at the time to make sure I'm good. ORM gets really deep. This is the way I like to do it. Simple 9-box, right? You look at probability and impact. What are those things that are most likely to happen that could have the highest impact? One of the, if anybody saw did anybody, if you want to come off mute, I don't know if anybody wants to do that, but did anybody understand what the photo was on the cover page? Give it 1 second. No, okay. Black swan versus gray rhino. If you're familiar with the Black Swan event, they talk about those 1,000-year, high-profile, hard to predict, rare events that are beyond the realm of normal expectations in history, right? At the end of the day, you're not going to do a risk assessment for Black Swan type events. Examples of Black Swan events are, the September 11th attacks, the rise of the internet, things like that. Now, what gets really interesting is gray rhinos are the thing that is staring us down, running headlong at us, but yet we seem to miss it a lot of times. It's the metaphor for missing the big obvious thing that's coming at you. It's the highly likely, high impact risks that are a matter of when and not if. Depending on the type of industry that you're in, those examples could be workforce availability, supply chain, power and internet availability, severe weather, availability of IT services, and emergency management. So we can work through a couple of these examples. Anybody that's been customer facing or retail has probably suffered through this workforce availability issue. And there's a couple different ways to look at it. You can look at, do I get really far out in front of workforce availability, and the absence of those folks are going to be critical. So I'm going to look at increasing hiring, offering incentives, things like that? Or do you just have a redundancy plan for the workforce that you do have? Do you have a plan to reduce hours so that when you're forced, to make a decision based on the availability of your workforce, you've already got a concept of what's going to happen there? Supply chain issues, another big thing that's been in the news recently. Same thing, can you build a little bit of redundancy in your supply chain? Can you diversify your vendors? Those are the types of things that effectively make a resilient organization. Power and internet availability, a really good example, depending on the type of industry you're in, if you have it. If you are, wholly online, do you have backup power? Do you have redundant circuits? Things of that nature. Severe weather, there's nothing that we can do about it, depending on where you live and what you face, but being prepared for it. And as we know, severe weather has lots of different impacts, including the things we referenced above: workforce availability, supply chain issues, just being able to get folks, into work, damage, flooding, all of those types of things. IT services is a huge one. I don't have to tell the people on this call, but when you operate a small business, you are the IT department, the security department, the procurement department, the human resources department, all of it. I have seen a lot of organizations suffer, due to just basically, I won't even say poor IT management, but I'll say naive IT management. If you want to talk about high probability and high impact issues, not having sound basic cybersecurity practices it's a huge risk. When it comes to password management, when it comes to data management, when it comes to redundancy, backups, and availability, highly recommend that you do some of the basics in that space, because it becomes critical. And then emergency management is always the one that people think about, but can you respond to a workplace violence incident if you're customer facing? If that's due to an interaction with a customer, is your staff prepared? If you see the signs of an issue with an employee, do you know what to do? Have you thought about it? And really, at the end of the day, what I try to do here is you don't have to have detailed plans for everything. You benefit from just having thought about it previously. This is not the type of thing in a small business that I would ever recommend we, get out a bunch of spreadsheets and write out a bunch of checklists and a bunch of plans. But you want to think about in advance what to do if you have an employee exhibiting an issue, if you have a customer that exhibits a specific behavior. Maybe you just happen to be in a higher crime area, or an area that's prone to protests because it's close to city hall or city center, things like that. Having some basic thoughts around those plans and being able to respond quickly are what are going to pay huge dividends down the road. Now, I alluded to it. How do we do it in large enterprises? Well, it's a lot easier. It's more complex due to the size and the scale, but it does get a lot easier because each of the things that I have on the left are generally going to be somebody's job. And I'm talking about different somebodies, right? I work with the crisis management team, the business continuity team, disaster recovery team, emergency preparedness team. Those are all people that are going out and doing a lot of those things. In a small business, just like we talked about, you or a small group of people on your team are going to wear all of those hats. So that diversification is really important. But again, the principles remain the same. Because with all those additional resources, we also often come with a lot of additional bureaucracy, and that can weigh us down and slow us down quite a bit. But really, the thing here is stay focused on the risks. What I think about with risks and threats, risks are the outcomes, the things that can happen, right? You can lose your supply chain, you can lose your workforce, you can lose power or internet at your site. The threats are actually how they come about. Obviously, if you're not in a hurricane zone, you don't have to plan for hurricanes, but you may have severe weather of a different nature. So when you do this evaluation, you want to think about the high level bad things, the what ifs, but then you have to ask, how do those what ifs come to fruition? What are the most likely ways for those to happen? And that's where you want to put your mitigation efforts. One of the other big things here is incident versus crisis management. Knowing whether or not the problem needs to be solved immediately, today, or next week. And an incident can be resolved over the course of time, but a crisis has to be resolved immediately because the impact is so great, the risk is so high that if we don't move immediately, it could be a catastrophic outcome. One of the things that we do in the business continuity space is try to quantify the costs and the values. And we do that through what's called a business impact analysis. I'm not going to get super deep into it because it's a difficult exercise, but effectively you do want to think about understanding some of the underlying concepts of how your business operates. And that's data that I'm sure that you already have. It could be, hourly revenue, daily revenue, weekly revenue, payroll costs, insurance costs, all of those types of things are how you actually quantify the value of those risks. Encourage everybody, like I talked about, disaster recovery. Again, just sound IT management. That's getting a lot easier in the cloud. So, but always understand that, you need to have redundancy, you need to have backups, and you need to have a failover plan, particularly if your enterprise or your business relies on technology. And I don't think there's many these days that don't rely on technology at some degree. It could just be the payment swipe that's plugged into your mobile phone. It could be the point of sale. It could be your online store. All of those things, redundancy, backups, and failover. I just can't say it enough. Last part, emergency preparedness. Just have a plan. And again, that plan doesn't have to be written down. It doesn't have to be super deep. It can just be, I'll tell you, I think I used the story last time. It's probably more relevant with this group, but when I was in the Air Force, my best friend was a fighter pilot. And he always talked about checklists in the cockpit. And the thing with a checklist in the cockpit is they're great reference guides, but you better know the first 3 steps on every checklist, because you don't have time to pull the checklist out and execute the first 3 steps before the aircraft falls out of the sky. So it's the same concept here of having a plan. You don't have to have everything documented, but have some basic muscle memory of what you're going to do in some of these critical incidents, at least the first step or 2. Because when you're able to respond quickly, you can then take that deep breath. You can then reevaluate. You can then think about what do you need to do next in order to be successful. So what have we learned from this? What have I learned from this? The realistic risk assessment. Think broadly. Always work to identify those single points of failure and centers of gravity within your business. You don't want to get into the minutia here. You want to stay really broad. When you get into the minutia, you think about the causes, but try to have the fewest number of plans possible, right? Again, if we talk about something like power or internet outages, there could be 10 different causes for that. But if it's the same response plan, you only need the one. And that's what's really critical. Oftentimes I've seen organizations build custom plans for each set of circumstances. And what ends up happening is, the first 3 to 5 steps are the same every single time. And that's over-investing, right? Don't focus on the impact only. This is something that happens at the enterprise level, I think, all too often. I see a lot of organizations, talking about active shooter planning. And that's a real thing. And in today's environment, that's a real risk and very, very high impact. But probability is super important here. And so you have to evaluate that probability within your own set of circumstances to get to that top right of that 9-box guide that I showed you. And remember, at the end of the day, no one knows your business better than you. No one can come in from the outside and tell you these are the things that you rely on the most. And I think that, with a simple framework, you have the ability to conduct a realistic, hasty risk assessment and really, with limited time investment, understand where your biggest single points of failure are, where your centers of gravity are. And remember, like I said, frameworks are the key here. I think over planning can be dangerous. And again, referencing our military experience, I think that depending on the organization you were a part of, you've probably questioned why you had to plan something so many times in advance and show up so early. It's not going to fly in the private sector, right? Especially not in small business. So you want to avoid over planning, really understand the why and predefine the outcome. And what I mean by that is know what you want to look like on the back end of a crisis. So understand what normal is and how do you get there as quickly as possible. Frameworks allow for you to have agility and flexibility because you can't plan for every contingency, but it does give you those adaptable processes, and those things will lead you to success. One of the things I found in my experience was there are some business continuity professionals that will get super deep into planning. And I'll give you the example of, COVID. I've seen some organizations that had spreadsheets with multiple tabs, with hundreds of steps of all the things they're going to do when they encounter a pandemic. And 3 of them worked out of probably the 1,600 steps. And they quickly had that plan and they threw it aside. Right? You want to be adaptable. You want to be agile and flexible. And I think that euphemism that the plan never survives the first shot in battle or getting punched in the face definitely applies here. Heck, I mean, if anybody's getting older like me on this call and had any medical experience while in the military, I remember in the late 90s when we were told never to put tourniquets on unless the person was in danger of losing a limb. And 7 years later, there I'm in Afghanistan, and I've got tourniquets sewn in to my pants and shirt. And really, what we learned there is that plan wasn't great, and it didn't survive, and it got way too deep too early. So agility and flexibility is where we want to be. And at the end of the day, keep calm. If there's one lesson that everybody learned here, probably from their military experience, is panic wastes time and causes chaos, especially if you are the owner, the leader of your small business. Even if it's 3 people, those 2 are going to look to you, and the example that you set is going to be critical. I've said this a couple times, but it bears repeating. Understanding the difference between a crisis and an incident. Oftentimes, you'll have the uninitiated face an incident and get very excited and agitated about it. And calming that down and recognizing that it's not a crisis, it's not the thing that has to be worked immediately is super important. Work the problem. Pretty simple statement, but really hard to do in the moment. Don't get distracted by the unimportant. You can go down several rabbit holes in a crisis response, but working the problem and staying focused on the problem at hand is absolutely critical. The last part, and something that people don't talk about, and I think, I'm dating myself here, but I've been out of the Air Force for 17, 18 years now. Mental health matters. And I think that's something that we're seeing both in the public and the private sector, particularly through COVID. You can't have a resilient organization without resilient individuals. So the best laid plans don't matter without that strong team. Focusing on the team, making sure they understand their job, making sure that they're able to do their job. I can't imagine the stressors that small business owners go through. I've been exposed to it. I see it, but I can't truly empathize because I've never been there. But your employees have that same thing. And in fact, I think nowadays the military community is the best at this. I've seen there's I forget the name of the organization, but there's a t-shirt that talks about mental health in the community. And basically the tagline is, remember, everyone is going through something that day. And by keeping your employees strong, your organization is going to be strong. Okay, so now what? Preparation, prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery. This is how we can apply it, right? Planning. It can just be focus time. I think one of the stories I told back in the day, so after I left the Air Force, I joined the State Department and I spent some time on Condoleezza Rice's protective detail. And, we had lots of plans, to respond to different incidents on that job. But at the end of the day, There's been times where I was standing in, the lobby, or excuse me, the hallway outside of the secretary's, condo at the Watergate. And I would just go through in my head, all right, what would I do if a neighbor popped out? What would I do if the boss popped out? What would I do if somebody came out of, the stairwell, if somebody approached from down the hall? Just taking a little bit of time and thinking through those scenarios and visualizing the response pays huge dividends when you're faced with it. Luckily for me, I didn't have any of the doomsday scenarios. It was normally something benign, but even then, I was able to respond. Right, training and exercising, I think, is another big thing here. Right, knowledge is a commodity and it's best shared. So if you follow some of that advice from earlier in the slide deck, don't keep it to yourself. If you have some of these plans, talk to your team about it. If you're in the retail space and you have somebody that is working up front and maybe they're new, ask them what they would do if somebody tried to grab and dash out the door. Ask them what they would do if somebody came in and tried to rob the cash register, things of that nature. And they could be really frequent and formal. And I think that's probably something that we can all draw on our past from. These are all perishable skills as well. We have to continue that training. The one time a year evacuation drill doesn't necessarily fly. I'll tell you, it may not apply to folks on the call, but one of the challenges I'm dealing with now with those perishable skills is we used to have everybody in the office. And so when you have an office of 1,500 people and you can conduct a drill and you can do that once or twice a year, generally enough people are going to retain the knowledge so that we can survive it and move through it effectively. Now it's so interesting because if we conduct a drill on a Tuesday and there's 200 people there, but the event happens on a Thursday, and it's a hybrid workforce and those people aren't coming in, all of a sudden, no one knows what to do. So, those perishable skills and transferable skills are really important to think about. And at the end of the day, you can't do it all, right? Your team is your greatest asset. So we talked about prevention and mitigation at the very beginning, and I haven't gotten super deep into it, but really it is stopping it from happening, eliminating the easy issues, applying preventative measures to the highest probability items. That can be the layout of your storefront. That can be the ergonomics of your restaurant. There's lots of things that you can do that eliminate the possibility of some of these events happening. And then you can reduce the impact. Diversification is huge and reducing those single points of failure. It's hard to give examples here, and what we did in the last one is we got some questions. So I'm happy to talk through examples if anybody has them as we get to the next slide, because we're almost done. Response and recovery. Being able to react quickly keeps incidents from becoming crisis. And I already talked about the pilot checklist model. I must have pulled that a little forward, but being able to react quickly, solve things at the lowest possible level and early is the definition of a resilient organization. I don't think the most resilient organization is the one that has the least amount of crises. Back up and running, that's the goal. And it's important to think about it as a competitive advantage. If some of these incidents are impacting the entire market, not just you, but your competitors, your ability to get back up and running as fast as possible ends up as a competitive advantage. It worked for Forrest Gump. That's where that meme came from. But really, like I said, solve early, often, and at the lowest possible level. And it's going to set you up for success. I have some resources here, and this deck will get shared out. But there is a lot of information out there. Small business readiness for resiliency program. That's a lot of words. But there are grants available. They have templates to help you create emergency action plans. The SCORE Small Business Resilience Hub is a nonprofit that works with the SBA. Again, lots of resources available online, including a library. And then I put some relevant articles in here that talked about some of the lessons learned and some of the risks that people are facing in 2022 as we start to navigate out of COVID and deal with some of these other issues. So with that, happy to answer a couple of questions if anybody has them. If not, I really appreciate everybody taking the time to listen.
So Jason, I actually have a question for you. I kind of giggled when that topic came up, but I can't like deny it really. So you kind of talked about over planning. Over planning can be dangerous, but how can a new entrepreneur kind of avoid even getting into that process right from the very beginning?
You know, I think everything comes back to the risk assessment. What often happens is you get into the risk assessment, you stay focused on the outcome. What often happens is you dig into a problem, and I am the worst at this because I'm that type A problem. If you give me a problem, I want to solve it, and I'm really going to solve it, right? And you have to stop yourself and really make sure that allocating your resources are tied to the risk level. And you stay focused on what you're trying to achieve. Part of it is what's manageable and what's acceptable, right? The definition of done is really important here, because certain crises, you're not going to be able to control everything. You can't control the hurricane, you can't control the weather. So you have to think about what can I control and how can I plan for that. So those are a couple of things, but just to reiterate, I would start with everything ties back to the risk assessment. If it is in the green, even in the yellow, and you're spending too much time on it, and too much is a subjective term, but effectively, if you're spending more than 15 or 20 minutes thinking about it, it's probably too much. You've got to actually operate the business on top of being prepared for the things that are happening. Risk assessment, focused on the outcome, and then really think about those resources. But that's how I would tackle it.
I definitely am that type A person as well, which is why I personally asked. I am an over planner, a stressor, even for the things, and hopefully someone in this group resonates with me just a little bit, so I don't feel a little bit alone. Even for the things that I can't control, I sometimes will really focus on. So I think that you kind of mentioning where it's just if it takes 10, 15 minutes of your time and it's not something that you can really hone into to actually fix or find a resolution to, is kind of a really good tip for someone like myself, who would just kind of sit and try to figure it out. Sometimes I feel people are like, okay, well, I have a problem, how can I solve it? It's a very like problem solving type A reaction, I feel.
There's one other area that I thought about, and it's try to fall back on data. So one of the struggles here is you get into the what if scenarios, right? What if this happened, or what if that happened, and what if the ninjas fell out of the ceiling and tried to kidnap somebody, right? And those things aren't necessarily going to happen, but even if it's rough order of magnitude, based on your sector, based on the type of organization that you have, you can fall back on data. And in your mind, you're like, oh my gosh, if this happened, this would be, really impactful. But if it's never happened to you yet, and if it's never happened where you operate, that's a good sign that you probably don't want to overinvest. You want to think about one other area that you can do if you don't have good sound data is, one of the best things about small business is the community that it creates. Talk to peers, talk to people in similar industries, understand what they've seen or what they're thinking about and what they're planning for, I think is another, just a really important way to go about it.
And kind of like for I know you mentioned the risk assessment, but kind of like a new entrepreneur, even someone in like the business profession where they are taking on some risk, and trying to find out if I do this, what will be the risk for this? Is there kind of like, do you recommend people to do maybe like I don't know, I'm a writer, so I kind of like to write things out. Like I said, type A person, but I like to write things out and kind of to see all my different options. But what would be like an effective way for someone to analyze the risk, and to try to define what their risks are going to be before going into a certain process?
No, and I think, I think it's a continual process. So whatever, to your point about however you consume data, I'm amazed at how much I put on my phone now. But what I do is I operate in notes on my iPhone, and I'll be, I'm a podcast guy. That's my new thing. And I like to walk around the neighborhood, and I'll walk around the neighborhood listening to a podcast and go, I never thought of that. Hang on. And I whip out my iPhone and I just take a quick note. And then, when I do get some focus time and I have the ability to sit down, I'm able to go through those and then build from there. Because especially in a small business and in a dynamic environment, it's evolution. It's iterative. You're not going to do this thing. Like, you're not going to sit down on a Sunday morning and say, I'm going to go through my risk assessment process. And, by the time football's done, I'm going to be locked in and everything's going to be handled. I really do think it is ooh, I never thought about that. Or that happened here. I read the article in the paper. Let me take a quick note. And when I have a moment, I'll work through it. And the next thing you know, you go from, I have a list of problems. So I have a list of problems with the first 3 steps of my solution, to, oh, this one happened and it happened twice in the past 3 months. I need steps 4 through 7 now. And as you evolve and iterate from there, and then that goes back to some of the other points that I tried to incorporate, which is, when you get to that point, make sure your team knows, right? Nothing, you don't do well by hoarding this type of information. And, you don't want to scare a bunch of people, or you don't want to frighten off your workforce, but you do want to prepare them to be able to react to situations that they may see. So just a couple of thoughts there.
I like how you kind of jumped in before my next statement, because I realized this is being collaborated with my director, so I was going to tell her just ignore all these questions. don't pay attention, don't look at them, but they are important. Kind of reaching out for entrepreneurs, even to your resources, and to your peers, mentors that you may have, or an organization or group that you kind of joined, to kind of voice all those different beginning steps. We have a very new, fresh veteran entrepreneur that's actually joining our summit in Phoenix. Hi, Sloan. So he is kind of talking out, and this is something that's kind of great for veterans, entrepreneurs, even with Empower, you kind of can get to talk to people. The most important thing is kind of that communication, which is vital and very helpful. I just kind of wanted to throw it out to our summit. Jason actually spoke at our International Entrepreneur Summit last month. Yes, last month. And he was so great. Our audience really liked him. Our staff really liked him. So we wanted to have him back, especially because he is a veteran, but also because of all the great resources that he does provide, as well as the information. The Phoenix campus really enjoyed hearing your presentation. I was sitting in the room with them, and they had a couple of chuckles and kind of brought it back up with the energy. So thank you, Jason, for being here, and thank you for your service. Thank you for all that you've done with our 2 summits that we've had so far, and what I've been here for. So if we do have any questions in the future within our chat or within our team, we'll make sure to get them out to you. Just a quick comment. Stacy said she is 15 years of her life was spent as an elementary school teacher. She had to overplan to be able to teach 24 students who are going 38 different directions. So we got another type A in here. Sorry about that. And then we actually have our next speaker, James, that said great info, amazing job. So digital claps for Jason. Thank you so much for being here. And again, thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Thank you. So we are going to get right into our next speaking session. Sorry. We ironically have a very cute roundtable going on here in Coconino. So going back to what Rochelle said, we have BCC available for meetings, or if you'd like to kind of do something similar to this, we got your back on that. We have Andre and Fernando here in person, and then we have James that is tuning in virtually. So this is our actual segment now called Vet Pep Talks with the 3 of these guys, and I'm going to give you a little bit of information about all 3. James will probably need to help me out and kind of reiterate the information that I will be sharing, just to make sure we are doing that correctly. Like I said, this community is very new to me, so I want to make sure I'm respectful as possible. So just quickly about James. He was active for 5 years and 10 months as a combat veteran of the Army between 2005 and 2012. And this is where I'll need your help, James. He put down 11 Bravo units, 2 ID, Honor Guard, Big Red 1 Fort Knox, 2 deployments. So
yeah, those are just the units.
Awesome.
So the different bases and groups that I worked with.
Perfect. Yeah, so that's helpful, very helpful. He was born in Michigan and moved to Arizona in 1997 to then graduate from Gilbert High School. He graduated from U of Phoenix in 2020 with a double major in business science and finance. James is an author, public speaker, which is why he's here today, and is currently sitting on the board of nonprofits created to serve veterans back into the workforce via e-com service. James is the owner of Massive Purpose LLC, where he seeks to help in accelerating a life purpose. He's also a partner in Combat Capital LLC, who is a small business consulting for minorities and veterans with a purpose to teach how to access business funding. And James, I'm actually going to introduce Fernando and Andre as well, since we're going to kind of have like a flow with this session. So Fernando, like I mentioned, is actually here sitting right next to me. He is a first-generation American by what he likes to say, the grace of God. Both of his parents immigrated from Mexico in the hopes of achieving the American dream. At 18 years old, he left his comfort zone to join the U.S. Marine Corps, hoping to pay back the country that afforded his family many opportunities, and served for 4 years. After a small injury during his first deployment, he changed branches and served 9 years in the U.S. Army. That is a kind of like the double major that James has. He has 2 under his belt with serving. Toward the end of his military service, he served as a liaison for multiple chambers of commerce, where he became acquainted with several business owners and the private sector. He was presented with the opportunity to get out of his comfort zone again as a chief strategy officer at Sarastar Technologies. He says his story is unique to him, but it's one that he sees mirrored back to him by fellow Hispanic veteran entrepreneurs like him. That's just great. So our last speaker, but not our least speaker within the session, is Andre, who's also sitting right across from me. He is an award-winning executive and organizational strategist. He is the founder and CEO of Opmia Consulting in Phoenix. Over the last 3 years, he has assisted his clients in experiencing over 2.5 million in revenue growth, provided executive coaching to 50 CEOs, and assisted 250 small business owners in scaling their business. Prior to launching his consulting company, Andre led learning and development teams, performance management strategies, and organizational development initiatives that directly impacted a workforce of over 30,000 employees for a Fortune 50 company. He also launched the Opmia Empowerment Center, which is a nonprofit organization to focus on providing workforce development, community development, and entrepreneur development programs for veterans. So to give my voice a little rest and to give you guys some information, we have these 3 wonderful guys. Put down any type of questions that you may have for them, and I will pass it on to James.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out and having me, and as well those wonderful speakers that we had before. What a wealth of knowledge. Being able to come in and out and listen to you guys, so I can't wait to connect soon. Basically, I broke it down into like 4 different things. My organization that I'm currently working with, as Fernando knows, because he helped me restart the one in Phoenix, is Bunker Labs. We're part of 3 ambassadors for that, and we like to look at it as basically an incubator and a resource for veterans that are either in the startup phase or already own companies, and they run the gamut. They have multiple resources. One of the biggest things that we operate is the VIR, which is every 6 months. So basically biannual, and we put in students and basically help them collaborate with each other and the community. But the main goal is to let these veteran entrepreneurs and business owners know that the community supports them and where the resources are at. Next is my company, Bunker Labs. Basically, we're just a small business consultant agency where we help people, basically minorities and veterans, gain access to capital. So that can be a lot of creative ways, as many people know. A lot of traditional banking isn't the same anymore. That's why there's fintech companies and private resources that, and also chambers, grants, CDFIs, so many different resources that are out there for people that you just don't know. I know I didn't on my very first entrepreneurship job. So we try and give back and getting people, linking them up together with different organizations and resources so they can get access to that capital. Another thing that we do is basically serving the community with our different events that we host. A lot of times I get to use Bunker Labs as a linchpin for this, because we get to help our veteran community, right? There's lots of events. Fernando, I'm sure will speak on it later, but there's so many events and opportunity out there. Our main goal is still that connection. So that's why I believe that social capital is almost everything these days. You can be a professional at anything, but if nobody knows who you are, nobody's going to use your resource. I think that's one of the main problems with a lot of these grant things out there and why the numbers are so low of people getting approved. A lot of people don't understand the system. They don't understand the packet. It might be outdated and they don't know where to go to. When you put that all together, it makes it so much harder for our veteran entrepreneurs to be successful. So we try and be a causal for that. Going back to my military work, yeah, I almost did 6 years, 2 major tours, got to do personal security for a 4-star general. And I think implementing those skills into the civilian life made it kind of easy because I always thought of myself as confident and resilient. But now I really understand what those words mean. And when it comes to resilience, it's a lot of times to fail forward. We're going to make mistakes, but if you can look up, you can get up when you fall down. And then confidence is being my own superhero. This was something I had to get beat into me constantly, and my partners will tell you, nobody's coming to save you. Like there's a lot of people who will assist you, but people want to work with people who are willing to do the work for themselves. So I would say resilience and confidence is my 2 best things that I can implement daily and that I often have to. I'll leave with a quote pretty much saying that opportunity only dances with those that are on the dance floor. You don't have to be a good dancer. You just got to be on the dance floor. So I encourage everybody to take action and use these resources. Nobody's too big, nobody's too small, and we're just here to help each other. So I really appreciate you guys' time.
James, I actually have some questions for you if you don't mind.
Surely.
Going from a military personnel into all that you're doing now, what kind of helped you guide your way into where you are now? And is there anything that you'd like to kind of share with our attendees that are currently in the process of going from I'm fresh out of the military, what do I do? How do I find my passions? And in your own way, how do I get on the dance floor to even begin with?
Well, I mean, you got to follow the music. For me, it was chasing the money. I didn't have the right mindset yet. I knew I wanted to do something big. My last firefight was under a month before we were supposed to go home. And I remember smoking a cigarette and just going, yeah, this was a chapter, not the book. So inherently, you have to have a mindset that you want to find something and be passionate about what you're good at. We all have skill. We all have different skills. But you have to have that confidence in yourself that you can find out the resources. Then it's doing the action. That's why my first business is called Massive Purpose. Another writer came up with that when I was doing my first speaking event that my friends kind of tricked me into doing. And he said, look, you're taking massive action with purpose, you know? So you have to kind of go out there and decide what you want. What I tell entrepreneurs is I can be your genie. The only difference is I have unlimited wishes and you don't have to rub me, but you have to be clear on what you want. If you're not clear on what you want, I can't guide you. So you got to be clear at the end of the day.
That was a great statement. Like to put that out there. Don't rub James, please. So kind of another thing is that you went from military to school. Was there kind of something that assisted you with picking your major? Was it like and I learned this in the military, I think that I can translate it to my education, just because the typical like civilian, you know, you get out of high school, you go into college, you pick your major based off kind of your interest. But with the military, was there something that was like, hey, like this sparked in my head, I'm really good at this, and this is a skill that I learned that I could move forward with and really flourish with?
Yeah, I would have to say it was just based on my experience. I didn't do the typical route into the military. My best friend went in at 17 and told his mom that it was a permission slip she was signing to let him in. For me, I went in when all my friends were coming home. I was 24 years old. I'd been to 3 colleges already. I wanted to get into real estate, and it was right before the 2008 crash. and one of my best friend's moms had to fire me. I was like, I got 500 hours left. What do you mean I can't, it's a cycle and it'll be back. Like, I don't have time for a cycle. So like for me, it was about moving forward and understanding that I had resources and that this was just, again, a chapter where I was learning skills. From right out of basic, I realized that the military is just a form of the government, right? And it's ran like a perfectly run, well, I wouldn't say perfect, but a really good run corporation. And me having some schooling before and working for corporate background, I knew that I could apply those skills to the 10th degree in getting out. And so I was studying marketing beforehand. And I thought that was my love in high school. And when I got out, I worked for one private company that a friend of mine ran. And then I went to work for a logistics company that was ran by vets. They got a big grant, and then they used that to pay for all their work and expand that company. And then they bounced. They sold the company for like $300 million. So I realized I wanted to be the causal, not only how does that happen, but I wanted to be the causal of my own destiny. So I followed the money, switched my major up with my last 2 years of my GI Bill, and went from there. And that's kind of how it put me on this road, doing real estate with some investors privately, and then going into lending.
Just as food for thought, just kind of keep us in the back of your head if you decide to sell your company for what was $300 million. Just keep us in mind, please. We are nonprofit, so any type of donations, checks, support, we're always helpful, and we're happy to get. So just if you decide to go that route, just keep
Here's the
us in your mind,
secret:
please.
Fernando's going to be there before I will.
So he's actually sitting right next to me, so we will have this type of conversation. No worries on that. Well, thank you, James. If we do have a little bit of time after all three of you have concluded your speaking session, I'd like to kind of get you three together to get to kind of know each other and support each other, but also ask the general three of you some questions afterwards. So just stay tuned for that. Fernando, go right ahead. We're ready to hear your presentation.
Everybody hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fernando Monarez. I said, like my boy JT, talking like me and him are ambassadors for Bunker Labs. So my military background, I was a machine gunner in the Marine Corps. The only reason I joined the Marine Corps is because I wanted to go to war. So I wanted to go, kick doors in, and I got the big guns. So. Fortunately, I got injured during my first deployment. I was actually looking for possible sniper positions. Sniper found me. Yeah, that was it was actually boardwalk and market. All right, what's the coincidence of that? I didn't pass go, so I didn't collect my 200. So I did that for 4 years. Marine Corps has a quota system. They told me I couldn't re-enlist, so joined the Army Psychological Operations. I was with the 3rd 53rd in Las Vegas. I was a multimedia illustrator recruiting. I had a great time recruiting. That's when I had my eyes opened up to the private sector. My mentor is actually Robin Reed. He's the president of the Black Chamber of Commerce. I have good relationships with Monica Villalobos, relationships with MBDA. There's actually, like JT was talking about, there's a lot of resources that people don't know about, and knowledge is power. I meet with the MBDA all the time. For Bunker Labs, we're actually collaborating with the VBOC, and we're trying to provide opportunities for other veteran entrepreneurs. In April, we're actually going to do the first defense contracting summit out here in Arizona. They usually skip over us for some reason. Right? They always go to California and they always go to Texas, but they never come out here. The defense contracting is actually the largest industry in the state of Arizona. It's 3 times bigger than number 2, right? And if you guys know, if anybody's familiar with this, when it comes to federal contracting, 3% of contracts are federally mandated to go to service disabled veteran-owned businesses. That's $1.3 billion that's left on the table every year, right? So we're doing that in April. We still need to figure out the dates and location. We should have that locked in, and hopefully we can pass that on. So everybody, if you guys want to attend, please. So when it comes to the Cerestar technologies, like JT was talking about, so we're actually right now working with Department of Defense to be the new standard for communications, all ground vehicles, JLTVs, Abrams, everything. So that's a possible, just on the JLTV contract, that's a possible $5 billion contract. So we actually beat out General Dynamics. So the cool thing is we're knocking heads with General Dynamics and Raytheon. They don't know who I am. It's kind of nice. Someone to come in from nowhere. Force physics, we're actually, that technology is so cool. This is another partnership, and I'm part of the board with them as well. We're able to eliminate AC and water from servers. So in the state of Arizona, we can save the state 3 billion gallons of water per year. Globally, it's 440 billion gallons of water. So sustainable. Armor Guardians, so we make our own bullet resistant films. So for glass, we have our own SAPI plates that are not your typical SAPI plates, made out of ceramic. Energies dispersed laterally. And like JT was talking about, the big thing that I have going on is probably graphene and hydrogen production. So we're developing out new technologies to produce things like that. So, and volunteer, like I said, Bunker Labs, I just want to help as many veteran entrepreneurs, get them that information connected with the right person to get them to the next step, whether it's a startup or, you just need to be connected. We have relationships with like PayPal, working with Apple, the force physics technology. Probably shouldn't say this, but like we'll probably be, we're working with Meta, probably doing some R&D work. So we'll probably set up we'll be there, we'll do all their servers within 2 to 3 years. Like right here in this state, that's 400 million gallons of water that we can save the state. Mesa, their goal is only 60 million gallons of water. We'll knock that out of the park. So, and then honoring American veterans. So I'm part of the board, and we actually do the Veterans Day Parade every year for the past 20 years here in Phoenix. So please attend next week. And this is my contact information.
So good. So do you have that you do the Veterans Day, help out with that Veterans Day parade on your website?
I don't.
Okay, so you
I have,
get on that real quick.
So that's one of the things I get told. Is like I do so many things that like, hey, you don't take credit for this. You don't take credit for this. I'm like, man, I can't name everything. Everything I do sometimes.
So we actually have a question from the chat. How does the veteran find a mentor?
I mean, it's interesting. It's the easiest thing you can do is ask. The worst thing they're going to tell you is no. I went up to the president, like the president of the chamber after he had to talk about networking, and I just asked him straight up, and he said, "Yeah, that was pretty bold. If you never ask, you're never gonna receive."
And then we also have a couple comments in the chat. Valerie said, "These are huge accomplishments." This is on your speaking in your middle slide. Stacy said, "Well done." So a lot of kudos on there. And I'll kind of pose the same question that asked James is how did that transition from military life, working with guns and armor, how did that transition to literally kind of like what Valerie said, these huge accomplishments that you've done so far? Did you use resources, online organizations, mentorship?
It was mostly mentorship. I just found the right people. Working with the right people, that's the big thing. All right. There's people a lot smarter than me out there trying to figure things out. And we just started working together on these things. And I think it was like JT, when I was like 30 years old and I was recruiting, I was like, man, is this it? Like, is this a highlight? Or is this is just a chapter of my life? And I was like, I need to figure out what I want to do. one of my mentors was like, the good thing about me is I don't see what Sarah see, what can't be there. All right. So there's always new possibilities.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. Like I mentioned, we'll have time after this and we'll kind of collaborate all together. Our next speaker, Andre, is up. So we're waiting and excited to hear from him and what he has to offer. And go ahead and share your screen as well so we're able to see what you got going on.
All right. All right. Weather's getting crazy out here. I won't go over my intro. They already did that. So what I'll do, I'll just jump right in and kind of share my success formula. And I'll give a little bit of background about myself. So I spent about 4 years in the military, Army infantry, 19 kilo. Spent some time in Korea, Kansas. From there, tried to do the construction route, love construction. But I realized in order for me to really get money, I had to go and climb the corporate ladder. So I spent about 11 years working for a Fortune 50 and had about 10 different corporate positions. And the most recent one was a pretty large one where I led organizational strategy, performance management, and compensation modeling for a Fortune 50 organization. And then from there, I said, all right, I'm ready to start my own consulting business. And so I started my consulting business with about $1,000. And I grew it to a 6-figure business in the first 8 months. And so the things that I use to help me in the corporate space, the things that I use to help me build relationships within my own business, and a lot of things that I use just personally are what you see on the screen. And so I really believe in going slow to go fast. And what that's all about is really building relationships, identifying what's the right client to take on. Because sometimes the smallest opportunity could really begin to be one of your largest clients and be very, very fruitful. So I do believe in going slow to go fast. As an entrepreneur, you definitely need to build your systems. First, make sure that your operations are tight if you want to scale. The next is to take the risk or lose the chance. When I left corporate America, I walked away from a nice 6-figure salary and a nice amount of non-vested stocks because I just really wanted to bet on myself. And so my mantra throughout my entire life has always been take the risk or lose the chance. And so as an entrepreneur, you take a risk every day, right? And being an entrepreneur is scary. It is not, a lot of people try to glorify it, but running your own business is scary. And you have to be able to manage that. And so taking the risk or lose the chance is really about having a healthy relationship with fear, right? You're going to have proud days where your business is going to be slow, but the bills still have to be paid. Your team members have to still be paid. And so as an entrepreneur, having healthy relationships with fear will allow you to stay grounded and focused as you're building out your business. The third one, there's always time to do the right thing. And that's in everything that you do. As an entrepreneur, as you're building your business, even if you're established, it takes a lot of work to get to the top, but integrity will keep you there. And so as you're building out your business, you always want to make sure that you're doing the right thing all the time. The next, your core values should be your North Star. I live by that. Quick story, last year, right before I joined the Empower program here, I dropped one of our largest clients because our values just didn't align. And we had about 3 months where we struggled a little bit because we just didn't have that lucrative amount coming in. But it was a decision that we made because our values just didn't align. And I would say about 4 months later, we landed one of our largest clients. It's a U.S. crypto exchange company, one of the largest. And so we would have never been able to do that had we not stuck to our core values. And so as an entrepreneur, You want to make sure that your values are guiding every decision that you make, every relationship that you build, and every partnership that you get into. The other piece is going to be the money will come, don't chase it, right? And so we didn't chase after that particular client. We stuck to our values, we kept moving, and I'm a firm believer that the money will come. You don't have to chase it, right? What's for you is going to align. One of the most important pieces here is going to be take care of your people, your employees, your teams, your customers, the community. Make sure that everything that you're doing is adding value back into others. And read often, right? I try to read several books at one time. I believe in being a life learner. One book that I'm reading right now is called Play Bigger. And it's really about how to build and be a market king. And it's a really, really good book. And so I spoke a little bit about the Empower program. And so I kind of want to share how that program helped to shape our business as well. And so when we joined the Empower program, I was bringing on a new team member who didn't have a lot of experience with the entrepreneur space. And so I wanted that team member to have the same type of knowledge that I have. And so we learned a lot in the program. It's a very beneficial program if you're interested in taking advantage of it. I have a ton of business experience and I still learned a lot. The most beneficial piece for us was the marketing piece, where we rebranded our entire company. We rebranded the website. And I believe that it was part of the reason why we landed one of our largest clients. And so that's an invaluable experience. So I encourage everybody to take advantage of it. And then the other one, as Fernando spoke a little bit about government contracting, there's an organization out of Maryland. It's called the Veteran Institute of Procurement. And what they do is they teach you how to secure government contracts. It's a very, 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 very good program. And so I finished the START program last year. I'll be in a GROW program in January, and I encourage all veterans to do it. The government is one of the top consumers right now, right? And government contracts are crazy. And so definitely get into that space. It's a space that I'm very interested in myself. I do some classes on it as well. And then the only other thing that I'll share is there's a lot of synergy between the groups that's here today. And I just took over, and I haven't shared it with you yet, but I'm taking over a CDFI here in Phoenix. And so I'll be managing my business and I'll be running the CDFI. And with that comes access to capital. And so my goal is to continue to work with veterans and small business owners on the consulting side, scaling and growing their business. We mainly manage mid-market businesses with my consulting company, but on the CDFI side, technical assistance, access to capital, loans and things like that, we definitely want to take advantage of. So I'm gonna shut up, see if they have any questions. Hope you all take something from the 7 points that I put up, but these are things that I live and breathe by.
Right, so one of the questions that I have for all three of you, and we could start off in the order that you guys presented in. So James, Fernando, and Andre, what values from the military, if any, did you implement into your organization?
Starting off, I would say clear communication. Don't be afraid to say what you mean. We're not in control of other people's feelings. They are. It doesn't mean you can't be tactical, but at the end of the day, done is better than right a lot of the time. So check your ego at the door and have clear communication.
And Andre actually brought this up. So for me, it's the values, right? I won't compromise my integrity, for money. I was offered a lot of money when it came to like this is pretty. It's a common practice. So we actually were approached by a group that represents a foreign government, and they wanted to license our technology, but we didn't want to deal with them. They actually offered us $50 million to license our technology. We're like, no. So I would never compromise my integrity to just for money, but values. So
Yeah, and I think the one thing I would say that stood out with me was authenticity. You know, I think that as a business and as an entrepreneur, it's really important, you know, to be authentic in every relationship that you're building. And so when I was in the military, that was one of the things that I learned during my time in Korea. I went to Korea when I was 17 years old. I was very young. My mom had signed me up for the military. And similar to you, Fernando, I went to the military because I wanted to go to war. How stupid was that? But that was my thinking back then. But I had a captain who was extremely authentic with me. Even my drill sergeants, I was a hard-headed, you know, kid when I was in basic training. I wanted to fight everybody. And they told me, they were like, you know, Andre, you're in the military. This is a brotherhood. And on the battlefield, if they can't trust you, you won't make it home. You know, and so all of my drill sergeants and my captains and commanders were very authentic with me. And so as an entrepreneur, as a leader, professional, I try to show up the way that I am. So what you see is what you get. So I would say that's one of the biggest things in my business as well, is we are very authentic.
And then I have two more questions for you both, or for all three of you, sorry. How do you market yourself as a veteran entrepreneur?
Well, I mean, I try not to lead when I'm marketing with any of those, like any of the characteristics of the business. I really look to sell my product or look to market my product and my business just based off of sheer like credibility, right? I think on the veteran-owned side, what I look to do and what I seek to do in the future is really support veteran-owned businesses. You know, I think that a lot of times when I'm speaking to clients or whatever, they don't care if you're a veteran-owned business, you know. But when you can highlight to them that you have this sophisticated system or these sophisticated processes, and on top of that, you're a veteran-owned business, they love it, right? So for me, I try not to lead in with it, but I do use it as a way to kind of connect with other veterans and just kind of champion what it means to be a veteranpreneur.
Fernando, you're on mute.
oh, so I guess I have to agree with Andre. I never lead with that. You know, it could possibly even close doors because people usually get turned off by that. So you have to show that you can deliver on for your company. So if you lead with that, it just shuts off the conversation. So prove that you can do a good job, you know, and then, you know, let them know, because when it comes to subcontracting as well, they might want that as well. But if they know that you can deliver and you're a veteran, yeah, you're more likely to get that business.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I basically just trying to lead by example, doing what I say I'm going to do. I mean, if you just do that on a daily basis, you're beating 99% of the people. You know, a lot of times we overcommit and we want to make everybody happy, but you can't make everybody happy. So be careful what you say yes to, but don't be afraid to say no at the same time. You know, the music's still playing on the dance floor. There's plenty of opportunity.
And then I actually have a follow-up question. One or all of you may be able to answer it. I'm a little surprised that leading with being a veteran entrepreneur is like potentially like a door closer, like not the thing. Why is that? You know, because if I were to be approached by like a minority-owned business, a veteran-owned business, a woman-owned business, you know, there's these phrases that we kind of use to kind of say like, this is the type of business that I have and the business that I have to offer. So do one of you guys kind of know why that is the situation?
I would say because it kind of comes off as a sense of entitlement, right? And that's kind of like a problem. It's like, I deserve to be to the table because I'm Hispanic or I'm a veteran disabled owned business. what does that have to do with you being able to deliver a product or service that I need? If you can deliver that product and service that I need, then I'll do business with you, right? But yeah.
And oftentimes, it also shows you didn't do your homework, right? In the space of government contracting, the biggest rookie mistake someone can do is just send their capability statement to a potential contractor, right? And so in business, the most important thing is to build relationships. You know, a lot of times, if you're a veteran-owned, HubZone, 8A, whatever certification you have, you don't want to leave with that because it almost sounds as though you're devaluing your company, right? And so the most important thing that you can do in business is align what you do to the needs of that organization. You won't know the needs unless you start asking the questions, right? Having the interaction and then building the relationships. And so even in government contracting or whatever, it takes a while to even get to the table to make an offer. And the last thing you want to do is at the front end of the conversation, hey, how you doing? I'm a veteran-owned business. I want to work with you. No, it's, hey, so tell me a little bit about some of the challenges that you're having in your business. And then you begin to know all the things that they want. And then when it's time for funding to come around, they may say, hey, Andre, I really want to work with you, man, but this is a set aside for a veteran-owned business only. Oh, man, well, guess what? I have a veteran-owned business. And it's like a closed deal, so you're good. So that's it. It's just, you don't want to devalue yourself by leading with your business qualification.
I would also say, just to add on that, those excellent points by both of you. But also, it's the perception that other people have if you're just leading with that. At the end of the day, what do we get paid for? We get paid to bring value to the market. Plain and simple. The more value you bring, the higher level of money you'll attract. So, and that's my opinion, but a lot of other people will say that too. So if you're not showing how you can solve a problem or how your product has a need, and you're just leading with, I am this, not what I can solve, I think that's a huge misconception, and that will get you in trouble every time.
That was, thank you. So I wish, James, we had you here in person. It's really cool to kind of have this like circle conversation, just educating some of us that might be on this summit as civilians, you know, trying to understand where entrepreneurs are coming from, but also veteran entrepreneurs are coming from, and just kind of learning from each and every one of you what it took for you guys to get to where you are today. And I think it's a consensus in our chat and in our team and just myself as well, that you guys have accomplished so much. As a civilian, I feel like I got to step my game up to make sure that I'm on the level that you guys are at, because oh my goodness, I got some work to do. But it's so great to have you all three here, virtually or in person. You guys are an inspiration. You guys have motivated me. I'm not even a veteran. Like I mentioned, I just got to kick it into high gear a little bit more, but it was such an honor to have all three of you and you two here in person. Thank you all for serving. Not only to our country during your service, but also to your communities, what you are doing to give back to your communities, and also just providing this type of information that sometimes people need to hear. We have veteran, pun intended, but not intended, we have veteran entrepreneurs here. So there are people that know the game, but they want to get more information on the game. But we also have some that are fairly new. And so hearing from three inspirational people all within one segment is kind of pretty amazing. So thank you all three for being here. I know we cut break a little bit, so we just have 5 minutes for break. But if you have any questions from any of these three wonderful gentlemen, please put them in the chat. We're going to also be sending out some contact information for them directly, so you'll be able to access them directly, but you'll also get that information from BBB2. So if we could segment on into our 5-minute break, go ahead, grab your lunch. We're going to do a little bit of a learning lunch here in Phoenix. So yeah, get something to eat, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, guys. We
This
are
meeting
back.
is being recorded.
Thank you. So we are back from break, short break. I apologize for that, but we had a lot of great conversation going on. We are jumping right back into, if we could go back one slide, that would be awesome. Thank you. So we are going into It's Our Turn to Serve military resource speakers. So kind of like it's titled, It's Our Turn to Serve, not only for this summit to give back to our veterans, military spouses and their families, but to also provide additional resources so we have veterans that are well-rounded, have the support system that they need business-wise, professional-wise, but also in what they need as people. So I'm actually going to split this up in just a little bit of ways. So I will be introducing Ramon and Tennille. They're actually on. So they are from Purple Heart Homes Phoenix chapter. I will also be introducing Peggy, who is the executive director and lead trainer for Freedom Dogs, and Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh, who is also here. She is the host of Married to Military podcast. So I will introduce those three first. We will give a little break, and I will be introducing the following speakers right after that, which we will have Philip Barnes from Life Guides. He is a well-being concierge, as well as Truck DeCosto. She is the associate director of outreach for home-based program. So we will be jumping right into those first three introductions. Wow. So we have Tennille Ramon Vallejo from Phoenix Rising chapter of Purple Heart Homes. So together, husband and wife team Ramon and Tennille have worked to improve veteran lives through home improvement and remodel programs offered through Purple Heart Homes organization. Ramon and Tennille have extensive knowledge in home buying and home renovation business gained through their own business, White Hawk Industries. They have attended a home show convention with the young children years ago, and at that time had run across Purple Heart Homes booth. Ramon and Tennille immediately saw this as an opportunity to give back to those that have voluntarily given service to our country. Since that time, they have facilitated and worked home renovations that would not only improve accessibility to their home, but also carry with it an unspoken renewal of dignity that often gets lost when dealing with a tough disability. Tennille and Ramon have committed to being resourceful to veterans that have immediate and tangible impact on veteran lives through home improvement and projects. So welcome, Ramon and Tennille. We will be also introducing Peggy Moore from Freedom Dogs. Peggy is the executive director and lead trainer for Freedom Dogs, as mentioned. She joined Freedom Dogs after attending a dog training seminar hosted by the organization. As a breeder of Labradors, awesome, for many years, a daughter to a World War II Air Force captain, she saw the program as a perfect fit to combine her love of dogs and her support for the U.S. military and wounded warriors. Moved deeply by the transformation she saw in her participants because of the relationship between the dog, the Marine, and the trainers, she committed to donating puppies, serving as a trainer, and giving presentations to raise awareness and provide education regarding Freedom Dogs' unique program. Her desire is to broaden the program's reach to include other branches of the military and aid those in the VA. So welcome into the summit, Peggy. And our last introduction for this area of our segment of this, we're going to be introducing Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh from Married to Military podcast. She is a psychologist, military marriage coach, and a military spouse. She has worked with military families for the past decade and is passionate about helping military spouses have the strongest marriage possible. She is the host of Married to Military podcast and was 2021's Naval Air Station North Island Military Spouse of the Year. So welcome on, you three. We are going to be starting off with Tennille Ramon, and then we will be working on with Peggy, and then to Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh. I will pass it on to you guys.
All right, can you hear us? Hello? Okay, great. Well, we're excited about this and looking forward to discussing what Purple Heart Homes is wanting to do in the Valley and what we have done already. I'll get the slides up here in a second. So as you see here, Purple Heart Homes is what we're here to talk about today. And as I go on through the slides here, okay. So Purple Heart Homes mission is to honor those who have served by providing housing solutions and employment opportunities to qualified veterans. Purple Heart Homes is a 501c3 public charity that was founded in 2008 by John Galea, pictured to the left, and Dale Beatty, pictured center, two combat wounded veterans that, after being injured in Iraq in 2004, returned home to their community and received a warm welcome and grateful appreciation for their service. However, they began to question why all veterans didn't get the same levels of support and assistance from society as they did, and so Purple Heart Homes was born. Purple Heart Homes fills the gap in housing and renovation needs needed by veterans with disabilities through the Veteran Aging in Place and Veterans Home Opportunity Programs. From building a ramp for a veteran of World War II to providing home ownership opportunities to younger veterans, these programs are designed out of the necessity and fit the specific needs of the veteran population. Dale Beatty has since passed in 2018, but John continues to fight on for the servicemen and women of our country. Purple Heart Home serves veterans from all eras and all branches of our military, no matter disability type or rating, where or how they were injured, or what state they live in. In supporting veteran housing needs, you are not only changing the quality of life for the veteran, you are also investing in their family. The home modifications will continue to serve the veteran and their family for years to come. And the Veterans Aging in Place program, the VAIP, not only solves the issue of accessibility for the veteran in their own home, but renews in some cases the spirit of independence that may have been lost due to injuries sustained. It is programs like these that have a long-standing impact on those who gave so much in service of our country. The Veteran Home Opportunity Program, the VHOP, enables us to secure home through rents, home ownership, or tiny home builds for the veterans that may not be able to qualify through traditional routes due to injury or income. Go ahead.
So on this slide, I want to say something that we're really excited about is that if there is an opportunity for a veteran in Arizona, even California, west over here, we would be the ones actually.
Danielle, can you come a little bit closer to the mic so we can hear you?
Thank you. I forgot about that mic thing issue on this computer. So I was saying that, can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So I was saying that we're really excited with this part of the foundation because we do go out to anybody in Arizona that is qualified, and we're the ones, we gather volunteers to go to the houses and build the ramps and the decks that are needed and do the renovations. But on this particular slide, right now, where the headquarters is North Carolina, right? Is North Carolina, and they're building the tiny homes. Because of our experience, we have asked them that if we can build out here. So if there's a veteran that has a place to hold a tiny home, they have their own land, or maybe their family has some and has the room, we'll be building the tiny home here in Arizona. And I think that it would be anywhere on the western side of the United States. So we are really excited about that portion of it.
Okay. So since Purple Heart Homes began its mission to serve, we have completed 1,000 projects for veterans, 1,650 veterans that were served, and 4,500 family and community were impacted by the services that Purple Heart Homes has provided to the veterans. Purple Heart Homes currently has 9 active chapters serving across the nation, with 10 expected chapters on the horizon, willing to join in service to our veterans. These chapters are stretching from New York, Puerto Rico, and to Arizona and Alaska, and eventually every state in between. There are many ways to give to help support, being that Purple Heart Homes is a nonprofit, to support the mission of service. All of these and more can be found by visiting the Purple Heart Homes website at www.phhusa.org or by calling 704-838-4044. Purple Heart Homes is also as a participant in the CFC program, which is the Combined Federal Campaign Program, which is an official workplace giving campaign for a federal community, offering federal employees and retirees the opportunity to support causes they care about by giving to the charity of their choice from the thousands that participate in the campaign. The funds are raised in the campaign to help neighbors in need around the corner, across the nation, and throughout the world. Purple Heart Homes is proud to participate in the CFC organization, and if you'd like to donate to Purple Heart Homes through this campaign, please do so by searching Purple Heart Homes or by searching the CFC number 96852 through the CFC's donor pledge system located on their website at CFC Giving. You can also find Purple Heart Homes on Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn, or by emailing info@phhusa.org, or by phone number 704-838-4044. It's so important that if you know a veteran in need that's needing some work done on their house and they're having a hard time to find the funds to get it done, just give them this information and forward along to PHS so we can put them on the list to get their work done for them. And copy us, yeah. Yeah, so we can push it through. This slide here is a job that we recently accomplished and finished out in Tucson. It was a 2-hour trip to meet Lionel Sky down in Tucson, Arizona. And Tennille and I reflected on many of likewise veterans in Lionel's season of life. I could not help but appreciate the fortunate set of appointed meetings and circumstances that had led us to being that helping hand along with all volunteers that contributed time and money and goodwill effort to build a front and back ramp addition on the bathroom and a bathroom remodel on Lionel's home. Speaking with Lon on that first meeting, we could immediately understand the genuineness of his nature. Evidence of this is in and around his home. Lon is a humble and caring individual that serves his family and country in expected fashion of the long honored tradition of the military personnel. Commitment, integrity, steadfast, and never give up, can-do attitude. Lon finished his military career in 1985 at a rank of E6. He retired as a technical sergeant serving aboard the HH-43 Husky and the UH-1H Huey in the US, Libya, and Vietnam. Many times he put himself in harm's way and under fire while doing his best to help save the lives of fellow servicemen. Talking with Lon about some of the situations he had boldly got into as a first responder leaves you with an acknowledgement of the role he took on and gratitude for doing so. It is this type of heroism that is often depicted and glorified as imaginary characters in many films today, in which many of us fail to realize that these imaginary characters are actually our American veterans like Lon. It has been getting tough on Lon to get in and out of his property, diagnosed at 70% permanent disability due to his ailing hips, knees, and back. Initially, we had sought to add a deck to the front of his home, but soon realized that a back of his home and master bath would also need to be done. So Tennille and I had sat down to propose the increase in costs and workload to PHH corporate, and it was immediately agreed to and put into action. It turned out to be an amazing finish. So thank you very much for taking the time out today to listen and be informed on the opportunities available for veterans through the Phoenix Rising chapter of Purple Heart Homes. If you would, please reach out to us for any questions by phone at 602-437-2880. That's our local number, or at our local email of phoenixrisingchapter@phhusa.org. We definitely appreciate the time to present this today.
Thank you, Tennille and Ramon, for both being here. Like mentioned and earlier in the summit, all this information will be available. This is recording. If you have not heard her yet announce that this is recording, it will be available on YouTube, but we will also be sending this out to all of our attendees that were able to make it and also not able to make it. But since we do have a wonderful QR code, please take the time now to scan it. And we are quickly going to transition into our next speaker, Peggy Moore from Freedom Dogs. Thank you, Ramon and Tennille, for all that you guys are doing. Please feel free to stay for the rest of the summit and reply back to all the amazing feedback you got from our attendees.
All right.
Can you share the screen?
Yeah.
And then I think we need to have, there we go. Thank you.
So we're going to start out with a little video.
Our goal is to have the dogs help the participant get back to where he or she was before the disability.
We have a Partner for Life program, which means they come in and they get a dog for life. We also have a partner program, which is like you rent a dog like you would a library book. They come into the program to learn how to train a dog.
Yeah, so we use a small handheld device to click or mark a behavior that we like. And then right after we click, we go ahead and we reinforce the dog. What you're doing is creating a positive association between that click and that they're going to get a reinforcement, but also that you mark that behavior and that we like that behavior. So the dogs actually start to work for the click. It's a really efficient way of training because it makes it very clear for the dog exactly what you want from them. So it ends a lot of the frustration that dogs might have in training, but also the beauty of it is that when people are using that training to work with their dogs, they begin to really understand how to better communicate with the dog and to watch that dog so that they can watch that learning process, which is really, really exciting for most people.
You know, as they learn to do that with these dogs, they learn to do it with their families. You know, well, how do I do this? Oh my gosh, my son wants to do this, and what am I going to do in it? Well, how would you train it to your dog? What would you do? Well, then try that. Oh, okay. And so life becomes manageable when you break it down in little steps. And the dogs just allow them to do that.
I got Monty, and he's been with me for 6 years now. When you've been with a service dog, they know your innermost personality. Their job is to protect you, and they take it very seriously. And that's what service dogs are for. Because I couldn't go anywhere. In the beginning, I couldn't go anywhere.
It definitely changed my life, and I had problems going into the world, you know, socializing with people. I was a recluse, and what this dog, Coda, and Freedom Dogs have done is basically allowed me to go outside. They've helped me go outside. They've helped me integrate into society. You know, I didn't expect to get a service dog and have a new family. The trainers are a family. That's the bottom line. They're a family. Every day I can text, call, and they will pick up and they'll drop everything to help. They're incredible people.
My dog's name is Tobin, and his favorite treat is bananas. You know, so we were introduced when he was 6 months old. You know, every time he's afraid of something or he approaches something new, I'm there with him. We had a situation just a couple weeks ago where, you know, I bought a Jeep and the exhaust, it was cold out, and, you know, the condensation in the air passing in front of the back of the truck, he didn't want to pass through that. So it was on me to show him that, hey, this is safe. And he's like, okay. Like, the dog shows us that, you know, we still have reason to do this.
We don't look at our success as how many dogs we placed. We look at our success as how many people are still back out with their families and how many haven't needed dogs, and there are no suicides.
Our trainers are all volunteers. They do this on their own, not compensated for, and they're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it is not uncommon for them to get a call 2 a.m. in the morning, and when the Marines is having a difficult time, or they can't leave their barracks or something, and that trainer will drive from wherever he or she is to the base to help their Marine.
It's a service dog, and it's also a support system. And that's what Freedom Dogs does. They don't just give you a dog and get out of your life. That's why I love Freedom Dogs so much, is because they're always checking on me.
We make a difference. The bottom line is we make a difference.
We're going to move on to a few slides here in a little presentation. I want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to share what we do. We'll be right with you. There we go. All right, first of all, thanks again for having us. Most of us are familiar with the strength of the animal-human bond, which is the basis for the work that we do at Freedom Dogs. We train service dogs for our wounded warrior military heroes who are suffering from the physical and emotional trauma of war. These dogs are able to help our service members in ways that people simply cannot. In addition, these dogs, with their unconditional love, open the door for us to form relationships with our participants so that we can journey with them to healing. As most of you probably know, our country loses twice as many of our warriors to suicide than to combat. And thankfully, at Freedom Dogs, we have not lost any of the young men and women in our program. And what makes Freedom Dogs unique is that we don't just give someone a dog and then wish them well on their journey. We literally stay with our participants for life. We're kind of like the Hotel California, where you can check out, but you can't leave. All of our trainers volunteer countless hours and resources to serve our military and veteran community. Freedom Dogs is unique in the work in that we work with our military who are in various stages of service. Some of our service members actually go back to active duty. We help some of them transition into civilian world, and we also help our veterans to make sure that they continue to get the support that they need. The original plan was to train dogs for our wounded warriors with physical disabilities, but we quickly learned that there was an overwhelming need to help with post-traumatic stress disorder and traumatic brain injuries, the unseen wounds of war. And so we shifted gears to learn to meet those needs. It's important that our dogs provide emotional support, but they do so much more than that. Freedom Dogs are trained to the level of a service dog and then some. We are certified by the Assistance Dog International, which is a global authority and governing body that establishes and promotes standards of excellence in all areas of assistance dog acquisition, training, and partnership. It's a huge deal to be accredited by ADI, and it took us about 5 years to complete all the paperwork, necessary requirements, interviews, and testing for our dogs and trainers. We go through reaccreditation every 5 years. Our dogs learn the basic service dog cues, such as sitting, staying, picking up items, walking on a loose leash, opening and closing doors, etc. But we train our dogs to not only do what they've been told, but they also need to think for themselves and problem solve. Our wounded warriors are in pretty bad shape when they come to us, and to ask them to remember 40 different behaviors or cues that our dogs know would be impractical and stressful. That's why it's so important for our dogs to take the initiative in leading and keeping our warriors safe. Some examples of what make our Freedom Dogs so unique is that they're trained to detect anxiety levels in their handler, and either through nudging, guiding to a quiet place, or positioning themselves to increase a handler's personal space, they can reduce or thwart panic attacks. What's really amazing is that when the handler bonds with the dog actually develops an intuition and reads the service member and demonstrates behaviors that alert, comfort, or ensure safety, behaviors that we haven't even specifically taught them. Most of our participants suffer from night tremors nearly every time they go to sleep. To me, one of the most amazing things our dogs can do is turn on the lights, cuddle or lick the service member until they're awake and calmed, and then turn the lights back off to resume the night's rest. And there are two different parts to our program. We have a partner program and a partner for life program. All of our participants start out in the partner program, which lasts approximately 6 to 9 months. And here they learn how to work with our dogs, and they can use a Freedom Dog to go to appointments or to run errands. And in the beginning, one of our trainers will accompany the participant and the Freedom Dog when they go out. After completing that program, if they so choose, they can apply for a partner for life, which pairs them permanently with a Freedom Dog. Some of our participants return to active duty, so obviously cannot take a dog. And we found that some participants just need a dog to get them over the hump and back out into the world. Unlike most service dog programs, we do not judge our success by how many dogs we've placed. In fact, if we don't place permanently a dog, we consider that a win, because that means that the participant was able to safely reintegrate back into society on his own. We measure our success by how many of our participants are still alive and well. We are proud that all of our warriors are still with us, although we've had a couple of close calls. Our trainers have had occasions to call 911 and talk warriors through dark moments. We are available 24/7. On a more upbeat note, 2 of our Marines recently collaborated on a children's book. Jake wrote the book from his Freedom Dog Tobin's perspective, and Alex did all of the illustrations. Jake is currently pursuing his master's degree at Wake Forest, and Alex has started his own nonprofit to help his fellow service members suffering from PTSD or TBI. A lovely testament to how much Freedom Dogs means to our participants is that many of them drive from all over the United States to reunite with us at our annual golf tournament. We're a family for life. I want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to share with you our mission at Freedom Dogs. Our contact information is on the screen, and we'd love to hear from you and hopefully eventually serve you in some way.
Thank you, Peggy. It was wonderful. I think we can speak for everybody. And Faustine in the chat, having those service animals shown is so cute, so great. Thank you for all that you guys do to support our veterans even further. And just assisting them in day-to-day life. Thank you so much for being here. We did have the contact information up, but we will also be sending out that information. And if you'd like to directly contact Freedom Dogs or Purple Heart Homes chapter or any of our resources and speakers, please feel free to send them a private message in the chat or put your information on there. We are going to be transitioning right over to Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh. She will be speaking about her Married to Military podcast. So take it away, Lindsay.
Awesome. Hi there. How do you follow dogs? Like, there is nothing that I can do that will be as cute as that. But anyway, today I want to talk about supporting military and veteran spouses. Hi, I'm Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh. I have been a military psychologist for the past 14 years. And during that time, I worked a lot with active duty military as well as spouses. And I worked a lot in a PTSD specific clinic. And because of that, we were working with a lot of people who were transitioning out of the military. And what I was seeing is some very, very common, consistent things. And one of those things were challenges in a marriage. Military is very difficult for relationships. And I can back up by saying even we are not taught as humans how to have relationships with other people. Nobody is, civilians and otherwise. And if it were up to me, everyone in school would be having a course on how to do this. And it's not. So no one knows what they're doing. We are flying by the seat of our pants, and the military offers so many challenges. I should say I am currently a military spouse. My spouse has served for 17 years. He is deployed as we speak. And what I know is there's just a lot of challenges on a marriage, deployment being one of them. You were spending a lot of time away. How you were taught to communicate as a military person might not necessarily work at home. And just a lot of challenges that come up. And so this is the need that I am trying to fill. I know that mental health and accessing treatment is not always the easiest thing as somebody who has been one of those providers. And so what I wanted to do was make getting some quality support. So I'm talking research based, I'm talking everything that I know from earning my PhD and working with not only this population, but living it myself, and figuring out how I can get it to everyone. How can I improve people's experience so everyone is happier, everyone is healthier, and people's marriages are much more solid? Because research shows that when your marriage is working well, everything else gets easier. You have that built-in support, you have that built-in connection. It gets easier to do all of these next steps, to get through the process of filing claims. It gets to get through finding that next job, to get through finding that next support network once you transition out of active duty. And so this is why I created the Married to Military podcast. And I cover all sorts of different topics, from just marriage in and of itself, how you connect more, how you can communicate easier, how to get through the specific military challenges that come up with communication and connection. How do you fight? How do you have conflict in a way that actually solves problems, that you aren't just damaging each other and you're really growing and moving forward? And I also just really talk about things that I have seen in terms of when you're transitioning out. What do you need to prepare for? How do you stay on the same page when it comes to that? So tons of topics. I bring in other speakers who also are experts in their field. And ultimately, I make it bite-sized. They are 30-minute episodes. You can listen to them wherever you are, whatever you are doing, and you don't have to make that appointment. You don't have to go in. You can be in your pajamas. It's just really quality level support right into your phone or however it is that you listen to podcasts. So again, I tend to work specifically with spouses. However, I have certainly had active duty and veterans who listen as well, who get something out of it because they sort of get to hear what it's like from this other side, and help you all to maybe understand each other a little bit more. So the podcast is available wherever you listen to podcasts. I will have a link that has that on there. And then also I offer free military marriage breakthrough calls. And in this call, we just kind of talk about what can we do to get you all on the same page so that your marriage is stronger. So again, everything else in your life gets easier, because without this and without that support, everything is hard, and everything is hard enough as it is. So it's my honor to be here. It's my honor to be here with all these speakers, to be here with all of you who have served your country. And I can't wait to see what you all do and how you all change the world in this next phase of life as well. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay Kavanaugh. It was amazing to have you here and represent military spouses. Kind of like I mentioned, we just want to make sure everyone has the resources, the information that they need to assist them through this. So we are going to be transitioning right on to our last two speakers of this session. Dr. Lindsay, please be sure to put the link to your podcast too, so we can all listen
great.
into that. Yeah. So we will be going right into Philip Barnes with Life Guides and Chuck DeCosto from Home Based Program. So a little bit of information on both. Throughout his 30-something years of life, Philip's experiences have covered quite a range. Growing up, he navigated life in the projects, a disenfranchised environment known of crime, poverty, and lack of resources. From this, as well as his 10 years of service in the Air Force, he gained grit, ambition, and discovered true purpose in life. He has become a man of faith and is earning a master's degree in marriage and family therapy from Azusa Pacific University. Congratulations on your endeavors with that. Today, Philip is an entrepreneur in the fashion consulting business for Black men. He is the owner and CEO of articulationofaking.com and a certified life guide well-being concierge with the intention to always share knowledge and learn together. You can also catch him on a successful podcast with his wonderful wife, Black by Unpopular Opinion. And lastly, we will be having Chuck DeCosto from Home Based Program. Chuck is immigrated from Vietnam to the US with her parents when she was 3 years old. She spent her childhood in Boston, Her grandfather was an American soldier that fought in the Vietnam War, so she always has connection to the military, which led her to enlisting into the U.S. Air Force in 2009 as an airborne cryptologic linguistic. You can pronounce that correctly for me, please. She studied Persian Farsi and Dari in the Defense Language Institute of Monterey, California, and later deployed to Afghanistan in 2011, where she flew over 150 combat stories on the MC-12W as a tactical systems operator. She separated from the active duty in 2013 and moved back to Boston to pursue her education. She received a BA in criminal justice from UM Massachusetts, Boston in 2015. She missed the camaraderie of the military, so in 2016, she reenlisted into the Massachusetts Air National Guard, where she commissioned as an intelligence officer and served for 5 years before separating. She is the Associate Director of Outreach of the Home Base Program. So we will pass it right on to you, Philip, and Chuck, go right ahead, Philip.
Okay, thank you so much. Very warm welcome. I appreciate it. I didn't think that my own bio would be that long, but hello everybody. Philip here from Life Guides. I'm just going to share a PowerPoint with you so that we can get you a little bit of information about what Life Guides is, what we do, and specifically how we can support the military, my military brothers and sisters in arms today. So let's share that. And then let's go slideshow. And now it acts like it doesn't want to load. There we go. Boom. I am from Life Guides. This obviously doesn't do my bio justice. It's just a little bit about who I am. I am a life guide and a well-being concierge. I'll get into what that is a little bit later in the slideshow. But I am an Air Force veteran. I did Intel, so all my Intel people out there, you know, I stand with you. So what is Life Guides? So very easily, it is a platform that our members and other people can use to find people who are willing to speak about the different things that we're going through in life. It is not therapy, as we're not licensed, not all of us are licensed therapists, even though we do have some doctors and things like that in there. But what we're really doing is we're relating to you through your specific experiences, trying to understand what you're going through, lending a listening ear, a helping hand in whatever we can, in whatever ways in which we can listen to you. Browsing Life Guides is super easy. I'll get to how to do that, but essentially that's what we do. Our guides meet you where you are at in life. We have 70 something guides and all of them are experts in life. What that means is there are probably not too many things and we don't have at least one guide that is able to speak intelligently about what it is that we're doing, whether it can be some of the more heavy things, such as maybe divorce or caring for a loved one with an illness, or some of the more uplifting things, such as finding purpose or managing stress or even empathetic leadership. We have guides who can speak to all of these things, and we're looking to become more and more diverse as we go. And so there's a wide range of just about anything for any and everybody. So I know the slide looks like a lot, but really what you want to focus on is the bold titles at the top. We have many different channels, and then there are sub channels within the channels that are specific to your needs. We also have 2 new ones coming, military, supporting the military, and then also disability. And so those will actually be there as well. And so just the myriad of different things that you can talk about. And as you choose what it is that you want to discuss, guides will become available for you to connect with. So who are the guides, right? Because I'm talking a lot about what we do, but who are the guides? They're people. They are everyday people who share in life experiences, who practice empathy, and provide a safe space for our members to come in and be able to speak freely about the things that they're going to and through, good and or bad. We are definitely diverse and inclusive, and lifelong learners. Just because we are the guides does not mean that we know everything. Oftentimes, we find out that by having sessions with members, we walk away from those situations learning a lot about ourselves and life in general. Um, so, how does Life Guide support military veterans, military members and veterans? So, uh, the first thing is recognizing your sacrifice within your service. We often, as military members, don't necessarily understand the sacrifice that we actually put forth in volunteering, when understanding that a very small percentage of the actual population volunteers. And we want to make sure that you understand the sacrifice that you made for your country and for the people that you love, and maybe even the people that you don't know, and just feeling that sense of honor and pride about those things. Also, coming, understanding, and coming to terms with your military trauma. We often experience things that we may not have experienced before or experienced in different ways. And it can be hard to navigate if you don't have a listening ear or somebody to even validate the experience that you had. Life Guide is here to do that. We are here to provide people who are willing to listen to you and validate what you're going through, and validate your feelings and your emotions regarding the things that you went through. That goes hand in hand with navigating the stresses of the military. We have people, beautiful people, who just spoke about the families. Dr. Kavanaugh definitely spoke about the spouses. We can also help with that. Just talking about what it is to be in the military and be stressed about it. And then also planning and executing separation from the military, learning your rights as a veteran, and dealing with the Veterans Administration. All of these kind of go hand in hand. We often, when we're separating, we get hit with, oh, you have to go to TAPS or something like that. Something where essentially what you are is fire hosed with information in preparation to get you back into the civilian population. That can be stressful in and of itself. And so understanding what are your rights and what are some of the programs that are out there for you is a huge deal to us at Life Guides. And by talking to us and coming to us, we can actually help you plan out what you're going to do, and then learn how to deal with anything that the Veterans Administration may follow, if you can actually deal with that stuff. We know how that is. So how does it work, right? So boom, one, select the topic. Those big bold titles that I had on the other slide, that's where you start. You click on the slide, you click on the title, it'll bring up the subtopics. You pick a subtopic, boom, the guides pop up that feel as though they are well versed enough in that subtopic to make themselves available. You find a guide that you want, and you schedule with that guide. The thing about Life Guides is just because you schedule with that guide doesn't mean that we may be the right guide. And so one of the things that we really pride ourselves on is being as helpful as possible. Therefore, if we're not the right guide, we can always guide you to somebody who is able to help you better. So again, just going over everything, there is human connection with shared experiences, and we all do it with guidance, empathy, and a lack of judgment. We really want it to be a free space where our members can speak as freely as possible. No insurance or copay involved if your company is directly in partnership with Life Guides. No referrals or paperwork required. You just contact Life Guides and or go to the website and make a profile yourself, or you can help the well-being concierge, me, and then a small team with us, and we can actually get you registered yourself. Unlimited sessions. You can speak to as many guys as you want for as long as you want, provided they don't have anything else to do. But there's no cap on how many sessions you can have. flexible and convenient, obviously 100% confidential. And then again, no judgment and unbiased. We're really trying to provide an open space. So the promotion details, this QR code up in the, I don't even know which way, upper right hand corner, upper left hand corner, I guess. Use that link. It will get you 1 month access for free, and then after that, you pay only 9 months of $9 a month as long as you register before January 31st. So in the event you're having any issues with anything regarding the promotion details or just understanding what Life Guides is or what we do, you can always connect with the Wellbeing Concierge using the phone number or using the green text box at the bottom right hand of the website. That'll connect you to the Wellbeing Concierge, and we'll get you any and everything you need. Also, we have a Thrive Time virtual event coming up. That is the QR code in the bottom part of the screen, where I will also be on there talking about military service and just what it means to belong and things like that. November 9th at 11 a.m. If you guys want to tune into that as well. So any questions, you can always direct it to Wellbeing Concierge. I know the beautiful Gretchen is on here. You can direct it towards her or to Hannah as well. And or the Wellbeing Concierge. I'm always available, and so is the rest of our team. So that is it. Thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully you guys feel comfortable using Life Guides as a service, because our position in life is to serve the people who are coming to us. So we hope that we can serve you.
Thank you, Philip, for all the information that you shared on Life Guides, and thank you, Gretchen and Hannah, for being here as well. If you do not know, so BBB actually utilizes Life Guides, so we have it available as employees. And I'm fairly new here, but I've heard so many great stories from my coworkers that are utilizing Life Guides. It's wonderful. You can kind of have a friend to talk you through a situation you've been through. So such an amazing resource. And thank you for being here and sharing this. Like Philip mentioned, you're able to directly contact him if you have any questions, or if you kind of want to be your life guy. Seems like a really cool guy, so why not? So thank you guys so much for being here and supporting the summit and supporting BBB as well. So happy to have you on. We are going to be transitioning right over to Chuck. So Chuck, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I really, really appreciate the invitation to be here. So my name is Chuck DeCoste. I am from the Home Base program. I've been at Home Base for about 4 years now. And one of the reasons what drew me to Home Base initially was that while serving, I saw that a lot of my fellow battle buddies and wingmen were really struggling with their mental health, and a lot of that coming to a head, right? And it's really a passion project of mine. And I am cognizant of the time, so I do want to show a short video and then just give some really pointers. So just give me a second while I pull it up.
You know, most people, when they drive down the road and they see a car on the shoulder of the road, they don't think about it. But for us veterans, we drive down the road, we see that car, it takes you back to Fallujah. For example, me, it takes me back to the car that hit my truck and exploded and killed my Marines. Being in the Marine Corps was everything to me. It really was one of the best things I did. I had a sense of family that maybe I never had before. For the first time in my life, I had brothers. We lived together, we ate together, we worked together, we trained together, we suffered together. When your life is in somebody else's hands, it creates a bond that a lot of people can't really comprehend. The incident that kind of ended my career in the Marines took place on October 30th, 2004. We had just finished up a little operation, and we were driving down the road, and an SUV that was parked on the side of the road, when we passed by, it sped up and rammed us. And when it did, he triggered an explosion. It was a suicide bomber, and it was intentional. you know, when you hold somebody in your arms and they die, and you hear the sounds and you smell the smells. Unfortunately, that's stuff that will be a part of you. That's stuff that you'll take with you for the rest of your life. As a leader, my job was to protect my Marines. And for a very long time, I felt like a failure because I didn't. And I blamed myself. And I got really drunk and I got really high and I got really angry and pushed a lot of people out of my life. And I was having horrible thoughts, horrible nightmares. I didn't want to be alive. I didn't talk about it. I didn't speak about it. I wouldn't tell people I was in the Marines. So the mental scars are always there, almost like a little birdie tapping you on the shoulder to say, hey, don't forget about this. Don't forget about me. I'm still here.
And things started to change when I noticed his temper became shorter. He was much more easily aggravated. He began to isolate himself.
It was bad. It was really bad. I put my wife through a lot of stuff, mental anguish that I wouldn't wish on anybody.
I was afraid emotionally that my daughter would not be able to connect with her dad. And she loves Travis to pieces. And we had gotten to the point that I would pick her up from school and I would walk in first just to make sure he was okay. Because I feared that at any moment I would come in and he'd be dead.
So while they're deployed, veterans are making, adaptations to a life and death scenario. And that makes perfect sense for that environment. But a lot of those adaptations don't really translate nicely to their lives back home. They can be very disruptive to relationships, to career, or to just their enjoyment of life in a civilian world back home. So if left untreated, PTSD can result in homelessness, unemployment, family relationships ending, total isolation from social relationships, hopelessness, and ultimately a sense of being a burden or being better off dead, or even thinking about suicide or acting on those thoughts. Home Base program is a private philanthropically funded clinic for veterans and their family members. It was founded through a partnership between Massachusetts General Hospital and the Red Sox Foundation. We treat veterans and their family regardless of their era of service or their ability to pay.
And the staff at Home Base did such a wonderful job of making you feel at home. And I began to open up and I started sharing in the group and I started sharing with my therapist, started talking about some of the stuff that I never told anybody. And it got to a point where I actually looked forward to sitting down with my counselor.
The way Home Base take care of the whole family, to me is a huge reason to support the group, because it wasn't just focused on my husband. Initially, they gave him his week to focus on himself. Then they brought the spouse in, brought me in, and then we worked together.
They gave her a voice for her to really be able to speak up and say, hey, I'm not the enemy. I'm here to help you. I'm standing beside you. So Home Base was a lifesaver. I can now think about playing with my daughter. I can want to be around the family. I can be present at birthday parties and not be an embarrassment or not be ashamed to go out there. They saved one veteran and I'm that veteran.
It's our duty as a nation to provide for the individuals who have sacrificed on our behalf. They've done their part, and it's time for us to step up and help them and hold up our end of the bargain when they come home and they need some support.
There is no way we could have coordinated getting those medical professionals, all of that information together to help us address our situation specifically. And so the donations really help to save marriages, to save families, and to give hope. And I know he's taken such great steps to be where he is today. And I don't want to imagine life without him.
It's a humbling feeling to know people care enough to change your life positively. When you think you're alone or by yourself, you're not. And for someone to care enough, there's nothing I can ever do to repay that. I can only simply tell them thank you.
Sorry, Travis's story always really gets to me. So as the video stated, we began as a partnership with the Red Sox Foundation and Mass General Hospital. We specialize.
Oh, my name is Jennifer Nealand. I'm an expressive artist.
All right, so we specialize in the treatment of PTSD, TBI, depression, anxiety, MST, and co-occurring substance use disorder. So the big thing that I really want to hone in on is that eligibility for our services, it is regardless of the discharge status. We know that the VA only treats folks who have a specific discharge status. So sometimes if somebody has an other than honorable or dishonorable discharge, sometimes that's associated with the PTSD or any sort of service related the mental health issues there. And ability to pay, one of the big things is that our services are completely free to veterans and their families. They will never receive a bill from us. What Travis went through was our 2-week intensive clinical program where we fly vets from all over the world into our clinic in Boston. That's about a year's worth of therapy within a 2-week span. It includes individual therapy, group therapy. We take a holistic approach to care. So we include things like yoga, Tai Chi, art therapy. We have strength and conditioning coaches who are there to really tailor the care to the individual veterans. And then we also have a family component too, where we teach families how to better support their veterans when they're going through this, because that's really important as well. But it's really easy also to get referred to Homebase. You just have to go to homebase.org. I'll post the link to our website down in the chat, but it's really easy. You just go there, fill out, your contact information, and within 24 hours, you'd get someone to just give you a call back. A lot of the time, that's another veteran on my team, talk about our services, and then, talk through what the next steps are. But it is such an incredible program, and it's these sort of stories like Travis's that keep us going, right? It's that sort of success story of like us saving lives and being able to care for the veterans in our community that need it so much. So again, I just wanted to say thank you so much. Again, I know we're running out of time, but really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Chuck, for speaking today and sharing his story. I'm sure a lot of people can relate to him, the veterans that we do have on this call. And that's kind of a reason why we try to have this summit, right, is to encourage, support, and to empower in each way that we're able to. Business resources and tools, what BBB is all about, better business, it's in our name, but to provide wellness type of resources and ways that veterans can connect to get this type of help is essential as well. So we thank you for being here today, educating us and providing us with this resource. Chuck is also, she's located in Boston, if I'm correct. So Homebase program is actually extending out to Phoenix. So this is something that I learned as well. So it will soon be offered here. You can always check up on their website to kind of see where their service areas are, where you can find help and how to assist the veteran that you may have in your life. So thank you so much, Chuck, for being here. And thank you to all of our, it's our turn to serve resource speakers. Like I mentioned, you all are here to provide valuable resources and tools, just like our business tools of resources to our viewers. So I am going to pass it off to our last speaker. Thank you so much for being here for the whole day, Stacy. We appreciate that. She did speak earlier, but she's actually going to end off and show you guys how to put all of this together. So you have marketing, you have PR, you have cybersecurity, you have how not to overplan, which was great for me. You have resources, you have all these invaluable tools now. So she's going to show you what do you do next. So take it away, Stacy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lihia, and Chuck. Thank you so much for that. That was a perfect lead in. I don't know if you were here earlier. I'm a civilian ally and supporter who spent 15 years as an elementary middle school teacher. 3 of my students are currently serving Army, Air Force, Marines, and my why really is because when other people weren't there for me, y'all were there for me collectively. So it's my turn to give back. So to see Travis in that video say, somebody just cared about me. Well, that's what I do. I've been named the Mr. Rogers of the veteran community by a Marine Corps vet. So if I can just serve and support just by being me, by caring, that's massive. So thank you just so much, because I'm holding back tears. So now I have to, be the teacher again. So hi, everybody. Let me just flip my screen and start sharing. Okay. So we have had an incredible day and lots of amazing information. Let's just take 3 deep breaths to be calm. Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah, we need to see your screen. It's not showing it.
I just realized that I didn't flip. Hang on one second. I'm sorry. Forgot to share my screen. Is that better?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, great, because I didn't see anybody's faces, so I thought that was something wrong. Okay, thank you. So anyway, let's take 3 deep breaths just to be present, relax, center, calm, and reflect on the incredible resources that we learned about today. So breathe in 1, breathe out, breathe in 2, breathe out, breathe in 3, breathe out. Thank you. So we are going to talk about, for this last segment, value your time with effective time management. And the agenda is to talk about the 5S framework and give, excellence, the SNAP journal, get it done and manage mindset in a SNAP, time management about priorities and figuring out your big rocks and priorities, how to be confident in your identity beyond service, beyond military service, in business and in life. And I have a little bit of an inspirational poem for you about don't quit, and then a gift, which I will share. This is perfect in alignment with Philip, like he talked about earlier with the life guides about needs clarification. So when you show up to your time with a service provider, whether it's a business professional, a mental health professional, really anything, there's a lot of lenses that you can look through. Do you just need to be validated? Or do you need help solving an actual problem? Or do you need to actually learn a coping skill? Something we're going to talk about is how to prioritize and kind of reduce the overwhelm and increase effectiveness and efficiency. Do you need to practice a strategy? Maybe you're going up for a pitch contest and you need help being assertive, or you're going for a job interview. That's just a strategy. Do you need to be held accountable? Do you need to be reminded of your motivation? Having a mentor, having a coach, having a life guide showing you where to go, just keeping you on track. Do you need to be normalized and hear similar experiences like, it's okay, I was there before you. Let me reach behind and pull you up so you can see the view from the top. Do you need to gain perspective? Just think about or being called on or being aware of negative thoughts that might be impacting and influencing your performance or productivity in life. Or do you need to review self-care and relapse prevention? And a lot of that, I would imagine, would be under home base as well. And here's a quote I'd like to share. It's peace. It does not mean to be in a place where there is no noise, trouble, or hard work. It means to be in the midst of those things and still be calm in your heart. And I want to remind you to live your dash. And for those of you who are not sure what that means, the year you were born is the first date of your dash. And then when you lay your head down on the pillow for the last time, that completes your dash. So think about how you are living your life, living your dash. So again, just 3 deep breaths. Breathe in 1, breathe out, Breathe in 2. Breathe out. Breathe in 3. Breathe out. And a gentle reminder for you or those you know and love, if you just need a little bit of extra guidance, hope, light, support, the Veterans Crisis Line is standing by 24/7 to be there for you. You can text them at 838-255. You can dial the phone number 988 and then press 1 when you are prompted, or you can visit them online at veteranscrisisline.net. And my mentor, I had a Navy veteran for 18 months who mentored me. He unfortunately passed away of COVID in January. And Tim would always say to me, keep moving forward. So I would like to say that to you, keep moving forward. And a Japanese proverb is fall down 7 times and get up 8 times. And I know one of the gentlemen shared that earlier, those sentiments. And again, live your dash. So the 5S framework is when we spend time together, you are going to feel safe, feel seen, feel supported, feel successful, and silly. I like to have fun with those I teach and coach. My background is in elementary and middle school, and the kids would always say, silly, Miss Gordon, but a lot of mature things that we do, but also it's important to have a lot of fun as well. And my gift to you is a free strategy to success virtual planning session to help you plan a roadmap to holistic success to thrive in academics, career, business, entrepreneurship, and life skills. And again, there's the positivity and fun. You've got this. Woohoo! And values. We talked a lot about values at the start of the day. I know through our Bunker Labs team, and now again we're ending the day. Some of the values that I live by: positive attitude, strategic thinking, and family with a capital F, as in community and belonging. And I know the men and women of the military and their families know about the tribe. And family, the definition that I would also use in my classroom at school for 15 years, is capital F, as in the network and support system we create for ourselves, in addition to the families into which we are born. And today, for an entire summit, we have become a personal and professional family. And I know that we will continue our journey together as a group. And value 1, always stay positive. So my students, even though some of them are in college now, some of them are in military service, and some of them are in the workforce, they're still here with us in spirit, roots and wings. So they would remind you to always stay positive. And with that, I'd like to teach you something called the results formula, because a lot of it has to do with the mindset and what you're feeding, the thoughts that you're feeding yourself. And I'd like to remind you that thoughts lead to your feelings, and feelings lead to your actions, and actions lead to your results, productivity, bottom line, whatever that looks like for you. If you put unhealthy food in your body, you're not going to feel that great. And if you're not feeling that great, you're not going to perform at your best. And if you don't perform at your best, you're not going to get to where you want to be and reach your results as effectively and efficiently as possible. So it's important to always keep the positive mindset. And in a little while, I have a few little mind shifting activities we'll do together. The second value is strategic planning. And again, this is from one of my students. If plan A doesn't work, there are 25 other letters in the alphabet. So it's okay if you start, you realize that that's not working for you. It's very easy to pivot, and it's easy to pivot, and it's even easier to pivot when you have mentorship and guidance walking by you side by side on your journey. Values, community, belonging, tribe. My students named us the Gordonators. So I am welcoming you to our Gordinator family. So welcome to our tribe. And again, it's just all about community. Now give, I use the give method, GIVE. Get clear on goals, understand the why of your goals, which we talked about earlier today. Gratitude for yourself and others. If you're having a tough time, the best way to kind of snap you out of it is to think about something you're grateful for and in yourself and in others around you. And also think about something that you are proud of. It will do something called raise your vibrational energy from the shame, the guilt, the fear, raise it to love, peace, acceptance. So gratitude for yourself and others. Give before you receive. I know the military community understands this. It's not what you can do for me, it's what can I do for you. Identify your Spark team. Who are your support networks? Personal support networks. I know Dr. Kavanaugh talked about if you need help with, marriage, and Philip earlier talked about the life guides. Who are your support networks? And pets are part of that, right? Our dog teams, absolutely. Inspiration, mentorship. Who are you receiving words of wisdom from? Verify your vision. Really understand your why and make sure your journey in life, especially at the Better Business Bureau, entrepreneurship journey, it's life-giving to you because you are going to be living with your business 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, especially in the beginning, and make sure it's life-giving to you. And excel with efficiency, effectiveness, and excellence. Fly with the eagles. Does not have to be perfect, but it does have to be done with excellence. So fly with the eagles. Excellence is the result of caring more than others think is wise, risking more than others think is safe, dreaming more than others think is practical, and expecting more than others think is possible. And again, that is the way of our men and women of the armed forces and their families and our American spirit at its core. And it's really important that you remember that this is just not a business story. This is not just a business story. This is a transition story in business and in life. Who you become in the process of becoming an entrepreneur and becoming an evolved human being and reaching your maximized potential. Who you become in the process. And John C. Maxwell, in his book, How Successful People Think, remind us to ask the right questions. And in the domain of personal growth, Maxwell reminds us to ask ourselves, what have I learned today that will help me grow? How can I apply it to my life? And when should I apply it? Now we've been together for a number of hours now, so there's a lot that we've learned. There's a lot that can be applied, and it's time to start now. One tool that I would like to recommend is actually called the 60-Day Snap Journal. This is a friend of mine actually just wrote this in the fall. She's a new entrepreneur as well, and it's incredible. We're talking about time management today, and really in 60 seconds, in a snap, you can reflect on positive thoughts, negative thoughts, what's working, what's not, and I'm going to give you a peek into Coach Candace's journal. So this is my journal. It's all about mindset and consistency. I know in the chat earlier, people talked about the importance of consistency and achievement. And yes, a lot of it is positive self-talk. Well done, Stacy. You've got this. Keep moving forward. Live your dash. Because somebody earlier said, at the end of the day, you're the one that has to pick yourself up. You're the one that has to be in front of audiences. So a lot of it is building and developing a positive and healthy relationship with yourself. And then, you just do activities in the early part of the day and the late part of the day. So there's an AM routine, again, gratitude. How do you feel? Your mindset, what's motivating you, your attitude, it takes like 90 seconds. And again, PM routine, attitude, mindset, motivation. It's kind of like an AAR, if you will, after action review. What I also love is that she included place to be creative. Creative and it is very important. So there's a place for you to, just doodle, and some people might even like a dot journal for your ideas. And what I also love is that there's a weekly recap. And I have spent the past 2.5 years learning with and for the veteran and military community. And in addition to losing their tribe and losing their camaraderie, a lot of the men and women have been telling me that they lose their sense of structure. They don't know how to structure their day. They don't know how to reflect. And I just wanted to share that this tool has been so helpful for me. So I wanted to share it with you. Again, back to our thoughts, the results formula, how our thoughts lead to our feelings lead to our actions, and our actions lead to our results. Something that you're grateful for can be as simple as you know how to read, or you might know how to eat pizza. Those of you that are there in person, hopefully you got a candy bag that I sent to you, so you know how to eat Hershey's Kisses. Something that you're proud of is you attended the BBB Veterans and Military Summit. Everybody that's here today should be proud of themselves for that. And maybe you might have finished proofreading your business plan, or you did your first, LinkedIn Live, whatever it is. It's really important to stop for a minute and just give yourself a pat on the back. And again, positivity. So if you change your thoughts, you change your life. So now we're going to talk about time management in the sense of big rocks and priorities. I know Lihia talked earlier that she's like a type 8 personality. She needs to map things out. And I'm the one that put in the chat, I spent 15 years working with elementary school students that were going, 24 students that were going in 28, 30 different directions. And sometimes, it's imperative that you plan. And I'm going to show you how in a minute. Dave Ramsey talks about being aware, and he says awareness is curative. And I'm going to do a game. We're going to play a game right now to illustrate the importance of awareness. So this is called the numbers game. Now you have 1 minute to go from 1 to 50 as quickly as you can and in order. So you have to go 1, 2, 3 and find the numbers on the screen and see how many you can get to in 1 minute. Ready? Go. Okay, time. Please put the number that you got up to in the chat, if you would. I'm curious. And just so you know, I'm enjoying watching everybody. Everybody's sitting there like this. So it's very funny watching everybody from my perspective. Okay, we have 29, 9, 15, 28, 19. All right, 14, nice. Okay, now remember, awareness is curative. I am going to show you the secret code and how to improve your score for round 2. So if you look, whoops. Okay, so this was the numbers game, a lesson in awareness and strategy. Okay, watch. Okay, I cut the screen in half. It's now in quadrants. Here's a hidden code. There's quadrant 1, quadrant 2, quadrant 3, quadrant 4. Okay. I see Philip shaking his head. I'm excited. So watch, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, 5, 6, 7, 8. Here we go. No, just kidding. Okay. So we're going to do it again. And I want you to see, now that you're aware of the secret code, of how, your thought process if you improve. So, numbers game, round 2. Ready, go. Sorry. Oh no. Sorry. Well, we're having tech issues, but you get my point, right? So how many of you think that you would be able to do this a lot faster now that you know the codes? Now that you know okay, good, I see. If you think so, please write yes in the chat. Yes. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try it for a second, a minute. No, you know what? When I take my hand off the screen, no. Okay, now put in the chat what your number was the second time around. Nice, look, 49, 50, 37. I love it. Did you improve, yes or no, when you saw the hidden curriculum and you were aware of this? Excellent, so excited. Okay, the reason this is important and why this matters with time management is because it's really important to pay attention and be aware how you are spending your time. Are you living your life by design, intentionally following things that help you be successful, or by default, are you on autopilot? The reality is that the next 365 days are going to go by. So are you going to intentionally design them with your business, with your life, or are you just going to let it happen? It's important to live with passion, purpose, intention. And all we have to decide, so it's up to us, choices, decide is what to do with the time that is given us. Question for you, how will you choose to spend your time? How will you choose to spend your time? And how will you choose to live your dash? A friend of mine actually finished his Navy service yesterday. His name is Tyler Burkholder. Tyler says, what do you have to do to get to where you want to be? And I know we talked about that a lot earlier. You see your end goal. It's important that you align yourself with people and resources and motivation to help you get there. So the central question is something I would like for you to keep in mind if you're not familiar with it yet. What choice can I make and action can I take in this moment to create the greatest net value? So what choice can I make and action can I take in this moment to create the greatest net value? And I'm going to be very transparent. I had to do a lot of this time negotiating as I was preparing for this summit, because I knew I had to create my presentation, but I also knew that I had to reach out to my network to let them know that I was going to be here and to let them know that this incredible event was going to be happening. So it's important that, you figure out what is going to give you the greatest net value. And just so everybody knows, there are about 5 or 6 people, including one, Dave Schofield. He's here live in person, that is here. So hi, Dave. Okay, so There is immediate short-term planning and long-term planning. For immediate, what must happen in this moment? And an Air Force veteran friend of mine, first responder, he's currently a middle and high school teacher. He actually taught me that I should triage. And I know you in the military service understand the importance of triaging. What is immediate? What has to be taken care of in this moment? What is important? And also what is routine? So I constantly ask myself, what is immediate? What is important need? And then what is a routine need? And Neela Thompson, a Marine Corps spouse, as inspired by Franklin Covey, taught me about choice number 5. For the long-term planning, sometimes you have to act on the important and do not react to the urgent. Again, acting on the important, at least for me in this situation, was reaching out to my network to invite them to this event so they could learn as well, not immediately working on the presentation. Once I had them situated, then I continued working on this for all of you. And a question to ask yourself, what are your big rocks, your top priorities when managing your time and tasks? So you can ask yourself, what are my big rocks, top priorities when managing my time and tasks? Going to share an activity with you. First, a definition of priority. Something given or meriting attention before competing alternatives. Okay, so when we work together, I have lots of different life skills worksheets. So I walk you through, I teach you, and I coach you, and we're going to go through an activity like that today. So this story, a teacher is addressing his class. He fills a jug with big rocks and asks the class if it's full. The class responds yes. So he adds pebbles to the jug. He asks again if the jug is full, and again the class responds yes. He says no. And now add sand to the jug. The sand and the pebbles represent the small daily tasks we fill our lives with. If we don't fill our big rocks in first, our lives will fill with only sand and pebbles. But if we start with our big rocks, we create room for what's important in life. And the sand and pebbles can only fill the spaces in between those big rocks. Remember, it's choice, not chance, that determines our destiny. And we were discussing this earlier in the chat. This quote is by Jean Nidetch, who's the founder of Weight Watchers. So if you think of it in context to that, if you choose to eat a Snicker bars and you don't reach your goal of losing 10 pounds by the end of the month or 3 months or whenever that is, well, why not? Because you chose to eat that Snickers bar instead of an apple or oatmeal. So just again, it's choice, not chance, that determines your destiny. Instructions. This exercise helps you align how you spend your time with your real priorities, your big rocks. Start by answering the questions below and then turn over to fill in your big rocks. And then complete the final page to see what changes you will make from what you've learned. Again, awareness, like we learned in the numbers game. Awareness is curative and helps you move toward your goals more efficiently and effectively. So part 1, your current time and priorities review. Where or on what do you currently spend most of your time? Make a list of whatever jumps into your mind. And if you would like, I invite you to put your answers in the chat. Make a list of what you're currently spending your time on. Okay. What's one biggest unwanted thing that zaps your time at present? So what's one biggest unwanted thing that zaps your time at present? We're looking for an unwelcome time zapper here, not things that are wanted or necessarily part of your life. For example, unnecessary meetings, interruptions from others, unnecessary emails, phone calls. And what needs to change? You might have to turn off Netflix for a little while and make a sales call if you are trying to launch your new product. So it's, again, it's all about being aware toward, and then moving toward reaching your goals with efficiency and effectively. Questions that it's important to ask yourself. What do I need to start doing? And what do you need to stop doing? So I need to start showing up to more summits like this. I need to stop spending my days just scrolling through Facebook endlessly. Take a few minutes to really think about what's truly important to you in your life. What are your top 3 priorities in life? And make a list of whatever pops into your mind. And then ask yourself, what is the most important thing to you right now in this moment? You can do this as in your personal life and also in your business or your professional life. Big rocks, little rocks, each 2. Using the story we started as with your guide, write your key priorities and activities on the biggest rocks below. Think carefully, what are your real big rocks in life right now? What's most important to you in life? And then you're going to fill in your smaller rocks with your smaller, lower level priorities and activities. And then the sand fills in those tiny gaps. And then finally, what you're going to do is you're going to think about your big rocks from 1 to 5. Okay, visual teacher here. I'm a very visual learner. So you will see. On the left side, you'll think about your priority draft. You'll just write out all the really big rocks. On the right side will be your pebble priorities. And then what you're going to do is actually think about each of your priorities. And I'm going to get everybody a copy of this journal page as my gift to you. So this way you can use this on your own when we're done with the summit. And then turn over to decide what changes you will make from what you have learned about yourself. And then how does where you currently spend your big rocks compare to your real priorities? And what does this tell you about yourself? Again, awareness is curative, and it's choice, not chance, that determines your destiny. Sometimes things might need to change. You might need to shift your actions, shift your awareness, shift your thoughts, shift your actions. What could you do differently? And what is the easiest change you could make to prioritize your time better? What are you willing to change to prioritize your time better? Smash those obstacles. And what could get in the way? If you were going to sabotage yourself, how would you do it? Again, a lot of it starts in the mindset though. I can't do it. I'm never going to be good enough. So smash those obstacles. And what will you commit to? What will you change, do differently? And identify 3 actions that you will take to focus on your big rocks in life. And it's important that you set it as a SMART goal. So it's specific, it's measurable, it is achievable, it is relevant to whatever goal you are setting, and then T, time bound by the end of the week, by the end of the day, the end of the year. And it's important that you visually remind yourself, so you can even put Post-it notes all over your mirror and remind you while you're brushing your teeth in the morning. So I am committed to achieving these 3 actions, and sign your name to it and then date it and hold yourself accountable. So to wrap up, what is the biggest thing you learned about yourself from doing this exercise? And a great quote by David Norris is, how you spend your time is more important than how you spend your money. Money mistakes can be corrected, but time is gone forever. Again, all we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. It's important to remember that new beginning starts anytime you decided to start. Today, you will cast a kind glance over your past and start a new beginning. You can make a decision today that you are going to draw a line in the sand to begin anew. The first step is to cast a kind glance over everything that brought you to this moment And from there, start your new beginning. You carry judgment about yourself if you get caught up critically in thinking about your past. So every day you are given a brand new opportunity to start again. Claim this day, this moment as the beginning of your new life because you decide it. And if something hasn't been working for you, just say up until now. Up until now, I've had negative self-talk. Up until now, I haven't felt worthy of reaching this goal. Up until now, I haven't had a support network. Well, you do today, starting now. And the guys during the Bunker Labs chat earlier talked about being confident. Be confident in who you are and who you are meant to be. Every day I'm learning to make more courageous choices that work for me and those I love. Here's a little acronym about being brave. And always remember that confidence is a skill and therefore it can be learned. So which of these confidence building tips below resonate most with you? Be your own role model. Express yourself. Challenge yourself. Only your opinions about you matter. No more negative self-talk. Forgive your mistakes. Remind yourself, I am awesome. Don't waste energy comparing yourself. Only compare yourself to who you were the day before. Excellence, not perfection. No part of you left behind. One of the guys earlier talked about the dance floor. If you love dancing, bring your dancing into the spotlight. If you love, I don't know, knitting, bring that skill into the spotlight. I had a friend in first grade named James who loved gems, and all of the other kids laughed at James because he was so excited about his gemstones. Well, now James is a multimillionaire owner of quarries. So take your passions and just be happy with them. No part of you left behind. Your talents, discover yours, use them, and feel great about yourself using your strengths and talents and using those strengths, talents, and gifts to inspire those around you. Remember, you have been criticizing yourself for years and it hasn't worked. Try approving of yourself and see what happens. And sometimes when we are beating ourselves up, we need to stop and say to that harassing voice inside, man or woman, I'm doing the very best I can right now. A journaling prompt for you is, what are the top 3 things my inner critic is saying to keep me in line? What is it afraid of? And I release my self-criticism and choose to love and approve of myself as I am. Don't quit. I'm going to wrap up with a poem that is actually inscribed on a tombstone up at West Point at the United States Military Academy. And on my toughest days, sometimes I take an hour drive up just to read this poem. Don't quit. When things go wrong, as they sometimes will, when the road you're trudging seems all uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Life is strange with its twists and turns, as every one of us sometimes learns. And many a failure comes about when he or she might have won had he or she stuck it out. So don't give up, though the pace seems slow, you may succeed with another blow. Again, success is failure turned inside out, the silver tint of the clouds of doubt. And you never can tell just how close you are. It may be near when it seems so far. So stick to the fight when your heart is hit. It's when things seem worst that you must not quit. Don't give up before the miracle happens. You've got this, and we believe in you in this community. Do you? Because we do. And remember, it's important to stay strong in mind, body, and spirit. And it is a sign of strength to ask for help. And the VA has an incredible mental health mobile app library I put in the chat earlier. But if you Google VA mental health apps, you will see a ton for the service members and their families. And I want you to imagine where you will be in your life, in your entrepreneurial journey 3 years from today. It happens to be a Monday. just so you know. And thinking about your business vision, think about you at 90 years old, sitting in your rocking chair. What legacy will and did you create in your business and life after military service? What problem did you solve? How did you and your business leave this world a better place? What natural gifts and talents did you share with the world? And I ask you, again, not what problem do you want to solve? Also, who do you want to be in business and in life after military service? What are your greatest strengths and how can you use them to serve yourself and others? And again, a quote for you. What would you attempt to do if you knew you could not fail? Remember, it's choice, not chance, that determines your destiny. So we talked about the 5S framework and GIVE, excellence, Snap Journal, time management, how to be confident, don't quit. And my bonus gift to you again is this journal page, the time, the big rocks priorities, and also a free call to set up a strategy to success virtual session to succeed in academics, career, business, and life. And in wrapping up, a few inspirational quotes I shared earlier. The expert in anything was once a beginner. Anyone can be cool, but awesome takes practice. It's not where you start, it's that you start. And a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. And no matter what, never, never, never give up. What legacy will you create beyond military service and always? And as my students and I would say in our classroom, March 4th, my friends, the rest is still unwritten. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. You are the reason I am proud to be an American. And always remember that you have the power to be a success. And I'll see you soon. So thank you so much, Shalihia, for this opportunity. This has been an incredible day. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy, and digital applause for Stacy and all of our speakers that were here today. I know it was a long day, so I appreciate you all for staying on and participating, being engaging in chat. I just want to point out that Stacy told me about this game previously. I didn't get to see what she was going to be doing, but even though she told me about it, I still did not do good. So just wanted to throw that out there if you felt bad about your score. So we will begin wrap up. If we could change on to the next slide. It's weird to see my face everywhere. Okay, so we heard from Sam, we heard from Hossein, we also heard from Rochelle, who work in different areas and help support BBB in numerous ways. So what does BBB even do? We kind of meet people day to day, people who are just getting education and knowledge of what BBB is. And so specifically with the Better Business Bureau serving the Pacific Southwest, we have co-working space, meeting spaces with Ignite and the BCC. We have the Business Accelerator, Business Incubator, small business loans through Kiva, summits such as these and events. We have youth scholarships as well. Our sole purpose is to serve you and support you. Next slide. So just a notice, since this is the perfect audience to kind of let individuals know, we have the BBB Ethical Cadet Scholarship. Applications are open all the way through January 31st, 2023. So if you know of a JROTC cadet within grades 9 through 12, please let them know. If we could turn over to the next slide, it'll give additional information on how to apply, as well as the criteria. So providing one letter recommendation from a JROTC staff member or school representative, having a transcript showing a 2.75 GPA or higher, write an essay on one of the prompts provided. If you go down to that URL, there we go, URL, it'll give you information about all the scholarships we provide, and you're able to click on the Ethical Cadet Scholarship criteria. A kicker is that although BBB serving the Pacific Southwest is in Imperial County, Orange, and San Diego County, for this specific scholarship, you need to be an Arizona high school freshman, sophomore, junior, or senior currently enrolled in a JROTC program within SRP's service area. This is also additional information that you may be able to find on the link provided below, and I believe it also is being put in chat. You could go ahead and go to the next slide. And then if you want to connect, you really like this summit, fingers crossed you do. I know you all do, but you're able to reach out to me. I'm the Business Outreach and Communications Coordinator here, working for the Better Business Bureau serving the Pacific Southwest. That is my email if you have any questions. More than happy to assist in any way that I can. Speakers, attendees, the likes, I am here to help and support. And if you want to go on to the next slide. I just wanted to give another shout out to our sponsor for this summit, GoDaddy. Thank you again for being a sponsor, and thank you to Jason for being a speaker at the event as well. And next slide. That's it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for getting through the day. We had a lot of amazing speakers. We had a lot of amazing information resources. I hope that you're walking out of here just as drained as I am, because wow, that was a lot of information, but it was useful, it was inspirational, it was effective. Kind of like Stacy touched on, it is effective time management. You are now within the processes and first steps of being a veteran entrepreneur. You are in making effort to do what you need to do and want to do in your new mission in life. So be proud of yourself. Give yourself a nice pat on the back. You deserve it. And for everyone that came, whether you're here or logged in or not, this will be on YouTube. So thank you to everyone that supported. I kind of wanted to give a shout out to Sam, who is in San Diego, and Karen, who is also in San Diego, and Mandy down the floor over there for our in-person viewing there. Give a shout out to Faustine, who is coordinating all the slides. Thank you so much for working through all of our technical difficulties that we had today. You're amazing. Thank you to Stephanie, who is here to support throughout the day. Thank you to Alex, who also came by. Rochelle and Sam again, and Jose for speaking. You're all very much appreciated, and just the BBB team, you're great speakers, wonderful, top tier. I could not have picked better speakers to provide all these resources. So be proud of yourselves, and I'm happy that you were able to get on this platform to let people know what you do and what you offer. So my voice is tired. I'm going to stop it right there. If you have any questions, please email me. And I will see you all hopefully for the next one. Bye-bye.